go?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite Zapp Brannigan impersonator.
Oh my God.
Adam Prentice.
You have an assignment, Sitch. You have to sit down and you have to think of 20 funny titles for me for intros for the show and put them on your desk. You're slacking. You're slacking here. Come on. You're supposed to be a writer. I want some good comedy writing.
Every title that I come up for you is literally a thought of the second I know. Say it.
I should come up with 20 that I love and just prime you for them before the stream begins.
You should, because that's usually what happens. We're talking about something before the stream, and I just pick something from that.
I mentioned to Sitch that I worked for a guy that was Zapp Brannigan from Futurama. Yeah. Yes, a proud Zapp Brannigan, which, I mean, okay.
I mean, you got a little Zapp in you. I can see it.
Me? Oh, yeah. I mean, I do. I'm definitely a ladies' man, that's a Zapp Brannigan thing, right?
There you go. Look, that's a nice turn.
Well, but I like to think I'm a little more, I'm a little more successful than Zapp, but.
Okay.
Zapp is today, like a clueless ladies' man.
That's
right?
True.
We're not going to talk about Zapp for an hour. Come on.
No, we're not going to talk about Futurama, no, or Johnny Bravo or anything like that. Today we're watching. There's a very crazy Munk debate that just came out, featuring Matt Taibbi, Matt Taibbi, right after he did the Twitter dump thing, and he's debating whether you should trust the mainstream media or not.
Right. And where are we at on that?
I'm going to say no. At least not blindly. I think part of the problem is, like, with the conversation or the debate, I think it's kind of a stupid debate question. Because it's like, well, I mean, you shouldn't blindly trust anyone. Why would you blindly trust anything?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes the mainstream media gets things right. Sometimes they get things wrong. What I would be interested in is someone to study on, like, because this is what I would guess if I were to do prediction on this. Things that would, facts that would support a left-wing worldview, mainstream media gets right like 90% of the time.
Yes, that seems to be the thing in common with all these stories, right?
Right. But facts that support a right-wing worldview or go counter to a left-wing worldview, they get wrong like 75% of the time.
And don't even realize they're wrong. It's just like, oh, this is reality. What are we talking about? The thing is, I mean, I feel like they used to teach in journalism about bias and stuff like that. And bias was like the enemy of the journalist. Bias was the journalist's kryptonite, right? We avoid bias at all cost. Stay away. This is death to our business, right?
Yes.
Nowadays, they just jump in with both feet. Oh, yeah, give me a big old plate of that bias. I'd like to have that with my lunch.
Well, and it's interesting because, you know, Michelle Goldberg is in this debate, and she's, you know, she was the one in the Munk debate against Jordan Peterson, you know, years and years ago. And she seems to be operating under like this delusion that journalism still exists in like this 1950s-esque, you know, you can't be biased against anyone. She's like complaining about that journalists are too fair and that's their own biases. And you're like, wait, did you go in a coma like 50 years ago and just wake up for this conversation, Michelle? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, this debate is crazy. Did you watch any of it, or I mean, I listened to the whole thing. I didn't watch it. So
yeah, I did. So well, I didn't watch
soaking in the visuals. Yeah, I will be soaking in the visuals this time.
Okay, interesting.
So you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right. Don't pause too much. Okay. Look at that. See, I'm ready with a joke. I got a joke at the ready.
Remember, you're going to keep forgetting. Remember, you have to press. Don't press in the little window to pause. You have to press in the big window. Okay. It's also a little quiet. I don't know if you can turn up that window or not, but
it is
stream. But
oh my God, no! Please. That's gonna suck. Wow, it's so quiet I can't even hear it at all.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
It didn't work for me, so here. I might have to refresh or something. It doesn't seem to be working. Don't make me refresh the window.
Refresh the window, sir.
Let's reload here.
We should have tested this before we started, I guess. But no.
All right, it's working now.
All right, you press play, not me.
But it backed
you don't
up.
Know which of your facts will be demolished.
You
don't know which of your arguments will be totally destroyed. And you're not
wrapped.
Where are you at?
Yeah, okay, yeah, it backed up for me. I'll move it forward to where we were.
Okay.
Okay.
This is our 28th debate in this series. 28 debates. Wow. Many of you, I know, have been with us since that very first debate.
Okay, we can go through
the Royal Ontario Museum. And I got a public debate. We could not do this without you, and I'm so glad about power.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. For hosting us this evening.
Jeez, really going on.
Where he is associate editor.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Tonight.
Finally. We'll do the intro so everyone knows who's who.
Widely published author, Substack sensation, the new publishing platform.
Right now, Malcolm
Gladwell is a lot of media right now. Please give a warm Toronto welcome to Matt Taibbi.
Taibbi. There you go.
Thank you. Well, Matt's debating partner tonight comes here directly from the front lines of the Russia-Ukraine war that he was covering for the Spectator magazine, where he is associate editor. He, too, is an acclaimed author, debater, and media commentator in the United Kingdom and America. Please welcome Douglas Murray.
Yay, Douglas, go, woo!
Did you see that? Speaking of being on the front lines,
totally gay, Douglas Murray. Woo!
He's gay.
Hold on. You didn't know Douglas Murray's gay?
No.
Like it's all he talks about.
Oh, really? Okay, but I guess I don't listen to him very often. But speaking of being on the front lines of Ukraine, I don't know if you saw this. Hassan Piker has won a Streamy Award for news coverage.
Yeah, I did see that. I threw up in my mouth when I read it. Who? Like, what? I think that he's won multiple years, too, which is just, I mean, this is garbage. Yeah.
And I don't know if they've won, but I know some more news was on the slate once.
Oh, yeah. Some more news is up. They might have won it once. I don't know.
But no, I mean, the whole thing is, so I saw someone on Twitter's complaining, they're like, how is someone like Dylan Burns, who went to Ukraine to film news stuff and to cover the news stuff, loses to Hassan, who's sitting in his chair sometimes he's not in the room and his chair is doing the heavy lifting.
Well, Dylan didn't pay the $1,000 to enter the contest.
Well, that was it. Yeah, because people forget you have to pay to enter this stupid contest in the first place.
Right. Yeah.
And then on top of that, people can vote multiple times. So it's just like whoever has the more fans, essentially, just to get their audience to
takes it away.
That's kind of pathetic.
It is. Yeah.
If I was, Hassan, if I had some massive fan base, I wouldn't be like, vote for me. I'd be like, let's actually find someone worthy and spam vote for them.
Look at you.
Why would you be like, oh, I'm just saying it's so pathetic. Like, oh, let's have all my fans vote for me in this fucking bullshit contest. Like, you might as well use that for something good, right?
Well, this is why Sitch will never be famous, because he's more worried about making other people famous than he is getting famous himself.
No, but he's already famous. It's not like he's going to get more fame from this.
He constantly talks about he doesn't dispense clout to anyone. Hassan doesn't. Hassan is like no clout for you policy.
Right.
He sees everybody around him as potentially pilfering his audience.
True.
He's very single-mindedly, I'm going to be the biggest streamer and nobody else can mess with me because I'm not going to let anyone else, I'm not going to have conversations with anyone that has a platform that could potentially challenge my dominance. Yeah.
That is true.
Last interaction he had was with Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate had like a bigger platform. He's like, okay, well, I can get some clout out of this exchange.
Well, also he can make Andrew Tate look stupid, because Andrew Tate, is Andrew Tate. So apparently, who else was nominated was someone named Josh Helfgott, and his channel is called Gay News. Are you familiar with Gay News?
I don't watch Gay News at all, but maybe Douglas Murray watches it. But
that's, first of all, I can't believe you just said that.
Why? He's gay. He's gay. Like, look, so gay people need
gay news is only for the gays. Is that what you're saying?
It's literally in the title. So it's news for gay people. Is that not what it's called? Well, look, I don't need gay news. I'm not gay.
Is it news for gay people, or is it news about gay things?
Maybe it's news that's just kind of gay. maybe it's just gay news. If it's not particularly for anyone, maybe the news itself is gay.
So I Googled it, and I was seeing like these 20-second TikTok videos come up, and it's like I can't stand this fucking trend. I don't know how you younger kids, you Zoomers and you youngers, can watch these videos on TikTok of some guy holding their phone horizontally, like an inch away from their face.
Yeah.
So it's like this super close to their face. You can see every pore on their nose, and it's just them holding their phone horizontally, talking for 20 seconds. I'm like, how is this appeal to? What is this?
Yeah, it's like, I want the news. I don't want to make out with you, okay? Get your face out of my face.
It's like, geez, come on.
That's on the gay news? Oh, well, that makes sense.
Well, that's on a lot of TikTok videos. It's not like, Anyway, so let's get back to what we were watching.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. Well, one great team of debaters deserves another, and here we do not disappoint.
No, you did disappoint. What are you talking about?
Don't lie. Trust mainstream media. Celebrated New York Times columnist, award-winning journalist, best-selling author, former Munk debater, Michelle Goldberg.
Boo.
Crazy person.
Piss.
Tried to get the back shot before anyone.
Thank you.
Ended up getting the Johnson & Johnson in a trial.
Michelle's debating partner is a Canadian journalist. Yes, I will claim him
and
as
racist.
One of our own. A veteran New Yorker staff writer, a
veteran
podcasting sensation who doesn't love revisionist history, and an internationally acclaimed author. Ladies and gentlemen, Malcolm Gladwell.
Someone I have absolutely no respect for anymore. Zero respect.
Yeah, it's always sad when there's someone that you like that wrote a bunch of smart things, and then all of a sudden they become woke and stupid, and their brain melts, and you go, "Oh, that's sad."
He wrote a movie. He wrote a book called Blank about bias. Yes. And evidently he hasn't read that book in quite some time because he falls for every problem in that book.
Yeah, he calls Matt racist twice in this conversation.
Yeah, well, obviously he's white and a skinhead. So, I mean, geez, what is he supposed to do?
First of all, Matt's not a skinhead. He has hair. It's just the lighting isn't really helping. Okay.
Is he not just falling for the bias? He's just aesthetically. Of course he is. Aesthetically, Matt Taibbi looks like, he's a Charlottesville marcher.
I guess.
It sucks. It's totally like the guy's liberal as can be, but. In the freedom-loving sense, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're always innovating here and experimenting at the Munk Debates with our polling system. So what we did tonight is we polled all of you before you arrived. You hopefully got an email, or on the way in you saw your program or the prompts on the screen. So we've got a whole bunch of people who participated in a poll on our motion to
fake news, bunch of mail-in votes, can't trust them.
Yeah.
Do not trust mainstream media. So let's get those results up on the screen to give us a sense of where public opinion is in this hall right now.
Does that not look like a
divided debate?
Does that not look like our current electorate?
Yeah.
Look,
I guess it's pretty close.
48% progressive, 52% conservative.
Well, no. You have it backwards.
What do you mean?
The pro is the don't trust the mainstream media, and the con is the do trust the mainstream media.
Yeah, but it literally says pro
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Progressive and con as in
I understand what you're saying. Right, right. I don't think 48% of Americans are progressive by any stretch of the word. So,
right. But it is funny that they did a switcheroo on them. It's so weird that it is literal. The pro and con is progressive and that's a simulation winking at me right there.
8 to 52. So an audience that is hanging in the balance here, hinged on this resolution, impaled on the horns of a dilemma. I love it. What we're going to do is open up a second question for you now, because we want to know, are you open to changing your mind over the course of what you're going to hear in the next 90 minutes? Can you be persuaded to move from the pro camp into the con camp, or vice versa? So to take part in that poll, if you haven't already logged on, simply text message the word Munk, M-U-N-K, not M-O.
This is stupid. Who's going to answer, like, I'm sure someone will, but who's going to be like, I can't have my mind changed, I'm an asshole. Like, who's going to admit to that?
Well, I don't think my mind could be changed just because I know the facts. I'm acquainted with this situation.
So you're closely. The asshole.
Well, every argument that they make on the con side, that you can trust the mainstream media side, is just ridiculous.
I know it is
completely ridiculous. I have so much to say about this.
I understand that, but
stupid.
You should always say, "Of course, my mind can be changed." You know, if someone brings up new information, new facts.
No, I'm right. I'm right, motherfucker.
Okay.
Why? Look, if I'm already correct, why would I change my mind?
Oh,
it makes absolutely no sense at all.
I'm glad you're so certain that you're always correct about everything. That's supposed to be me. Okay.
This should have 52% exactly of people who are capable of changing their mind, because they're incorrect. They're completely incorrect about this.
So only the people that trust mainstream media should admit that they can change their mind, but the people that don't, they should all just be correct. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. So okay. I don't want to spoil the end of the poll thing here, but
yes, there is a plot twist at the end. That is true.
There is. I mean, I don't really see it as a plot twist. It seems pretty.
Well, we'll see, I guess.
Okay. To 37607. So I'll give people a moment
Gladwell
to do that.
Right
again,
there, shuffling his race card deck.
To 37607, and you'll get the question sent to your phone by text message for you to reply to. And as we tabulate those results, I just want to remind our debaters in the audience about our countdown clock, because this is a critical way that we're going to keep this debate on time.
So I will say,
we need one of these.
We do, but I will say it's a good persuasive technique to ask people if they can change their mind before you have the conversation, because it probably primes them to be more open.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
So it's probably a good idea. Really good technique.
And our debaters on their toes. So for each of the sections of the debate, you'll see a clock that will appear on the screen for the final moments of that presenter's section. I ask that you start applauding when the clock hits 0, okay? Let's be a little bit generous here. Wait till the clock counts down to 0, and then give them a loud round of applause, and that will move us through our evening.
There is one. Is it Malcolm Gladwell talking at the end where he's basically calling everyone racist, and the audience starts applauding because it's time for him to shut up, and he thinks like, oh, they like it. They're into this.
Okay. So let's see if we've got some results now from our second audience vote on how many of you would change your mind depending on what you hear tonight. So we'll see if we can get those results up on the big screen.
See Adam with his no.
Here. If not, right now,
we'll bring
them to you as soon as they are.
I'm curious because I remember the swing, but I don't remember this.
82%.
18%. What do you want to bet that entire 18% is in the mainstream media is full of shit camp?
I don't believe that for a second.
Okay.
I think it's probably pretty evenly distributed between both yes and no.
If they were smart, they would have done their poll where they asked them. They would have said, which side are you on and could you change your mind? Because that would be an interesting breakdown.
So there's Adam with the rest of the stubborn pig heads in the 18%.
Look at you. Do you deny that I am correct?
Obviously, you're correct, but you still have to be open that you can have your mind changed.
I mean, I feel like you're getting hung up on something that is immaterial to this particular discussion. If it was a topic that I haven't investigated thoroughly, I would say, sure, I'm open to changing my mind. Look, they don't the mainstream media cucks in this.
Yeah,
like they don't even make an argument.
I know they don't.
Literally.
Well, they do, but it's a bad argument. Yeah.
Yo, I got plenty to say about that stupid argument that they make. The Malcolm Gladwell's opening argument is so fucking stupid. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Could find 18%. You're committed. Let's see just how committed you are. But this debate is very much in play. So I appreciate everyone voting. And again, we'll have a running poll.
Say something. You might have to turn your mic down a little bit because I cranked up the thing.
Oh, am I too loud now?
Yeah, I think so. Turn your mic down a tad and give me a little sing me a song. Sing me a
song, Piano Man. Yeah. Okay, how about now? Is it too quiet?
Great. Perfect.
Perfect? I don't trust you.
No, it's great.
Yeah,
Adam, stop cranking it, okay?
Throughout the
I feel like
evening,
it's too
so
quiet
keep an eye
now.
for text prompts and results on the monitors.
What about now?
There is a volume in your ear that you can just turn the volume.
Oh no, I turn that off. I hate that. I can't stand hearing it's I start screaming and then I blow up my own ears.
Looks good to me.
Okay.
The page. Okay, let's go to opening statements. The debaters in advance have agreed on the speaking order, and it gives me great pleasure to ask Matt Taibbi to kick off our debate with our opening statement. Matt, over to you.
Thank you, Roger. Be it resolved, don't trust mainstream media. My name is Matt Taibbi. I've been a reporter for 30 years, and I argue for the resolution. You should not trust mainstream media. I grew up in the press. My father was a reporter. My stepmother was a reporter. My godparents were reporters. Basically, every adult I knew growing up was a reporter. So I actually love the news business, but I mourn for it. It's destroyed itself by getting away from its basic function, which is just to tell us what's happening. My father had a saying, the story's the boss. In the American context, this means that if the facts tell you the Republicans were the villains in a political disaster, then you write it that way. If the facts point more to the Democrats, you write that. If they're both culpable, as was often the case for me when I investigated Wall Street for almost 10 years after the 2008 crash, you write the story that way. We're not supposed to thumb the scale. Our job is just to call things as we see them and leave the rest up to you. But we don't do that now. The story is no longer the boss. Instead, we sell narrative in a dysfunctional new business model. Once the commercial strategy of the news business was to go for the whole audience. A TV news broadcast was aired at dinner time, and it was designed to be watched by the entire family. Everyone from your crazy right-wing uncle to the sulking lefty teenager in the corner. This system had flaws, but making an effort to talk to everybody had benefits. For one thing, it inspired trust. Gallup polls twice showed Walter Cronkite to be the most trusted person in all of America. That would never happen with a newsreader today. With the arrival of the internet, some outlets found that instead of going after the whole audience, it made more financial sense to pick one demographic and try to dominate it. How do you do that? That's easy. You just pick an audience and feed it news you know they'll like. Instead of starting with a story and following the facts, you start with what pleases your audience and work backward to the story. This process started with Fox, but really now everybody does it. From CNN to OAN to the Washington Post, nearly all media organizations are in the same demographic hunting business. According to a Pew Center survey from a few years ago, 93% of Fox's audience votes Republican, In an exactly mirroring phenomenon, 95% of MSNBC of the MSNBC audience votes Democratic. The New York Times readers are 91% Democrats. Left or right, most commercial audiences in America, anyway, are politically homogenous. This bifurcated system is fundamentally untrustworthy. When you decide in advance to forego half of your potential audience to cater to the other half, you're choosing in advance which facts to emphasize and which to downplay, based on considerations other than truth or newsworthiness. This is not journalism. This is political entertainment, and it's therefore fundamentally unreliable. With editors.
What happened? Did you pause it?
Oh, sorry, I was still muted. Okay. I think
how much did you talk? You're hilarious.
Just a second. I think to me that's the strongest point against the mainstream media, is how insanely one-sided, if you look at the audience, how insanely one-sided they are and who they vote for. And that's a big red flag.
Yeah.
You know, if everyone that reads the New York Times is a Democrat, if everyone that watched Fox News is a conservative, you know, blah, 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 then obviously these institutions that should be neutral platforms of journalism are viewed through a partisan lens. And there's no way in hell that breakdown would exist unless the newspapers and the TV shows themselves were not partisan as well. Obviously.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm sure if you did, now, obviously, polls like this don't exist, but if you had done polls for New York Times and things like that, 30, 40 years ago, it would probably be a lot more balanced in terms of political breakdown.
Yeah, the paper record, they called it.
Right, exactly. And the problem, for the mainstream media side, they never address this point. They completely go over this. They never talk about this, ever. And I would assume it's because they think they're operating under the concept that, like, well, the left is just on the side of the facts.
Yeah.
And so, we can't help it. If we try to appeal to the right, then we're just biasing ourselves to be in the, in the middle. We're going to be dishonest to be in the middle.
Why are we catering to science deniers?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like Michelle's, worldview on this whole thing.
Yeah. The one who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine in the trial. I'm just saying, I mean, that says a whole hell of a lot about their position.
It does. Well, I have my pet theory, I've said this before, is that I think because of the kinds of food that we're eating and the kinds of, toxic pollutants are in the air or whatever the hell's going on, I think it's actually making people biologically more anxious and creating a lot more anxiety disorders. I don't think it's just like the psychological stresses of our world being different. I think there is some physical thing that we're doing that people that we're not super aware of yet. And we will be in, 50 years, we'll look back and say, oh, it'll be like when the Romans would, put lead in the water to make it taste sweeter and stuff. And you'd be like, that's insane.
Really?
Why would you ever do that?
Holy shit, I didn't know.
Supposedly. I'm sure someone will say that's not true, but I've heard that. So I'm sure that we're doing something like that that's making everyone, anxious and giving us all anxiety disorders. And we're going to look back at this time and say, oh, of course everyone was super woke and concerned. Like everyone had an anxiety disorder.
Right, yeah. Or idealizing mental health issues, which is
that doesn't help either.
Terrible. Yeah, exactly.
No, I just said that because of, Michelle basically having a panic attack about COVID. So much so that she's going to leverage her position as a journalist in order to get into a experimental trial for a vaccine. It's a little,
right.
It's a little much. Like if someone is that emotional, and I'm not like, I'm not criticizing anyone for having anxiety problems, but I'm saying if you're that emotional about a subject matter, you should be aware that you're not in a state that you can report on it neutrally whatsoever.
If you think that, Democrats are the party of reality and conservatives are just, insane science deniers, you're just a biased person. Like you don't even see the world correctly. So
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I don't want to take advice from that person.
Of course.
There's now more concern with retaining us than getting things right.
That's another thing too. Since they're using this lens, they immediately see Matt Taibbi as like right wing, which I don't even really think Matt Taibbi is right wing. Just because he is able to articulate the argument without straw manning it, they see him as their political adversary.
Yeah, like back in the day, Matt was very on the left, and he spoke. I have one of his books that's all about income inequality and how screwed up it was that basically the banks got bailed out after the housing crash, and no one went to jail for it. And he's very much on the left. He very much was concerned about the top 1%, all this stuff. I don't know when exactly the change occurred. I know he was very critical, and he would often criticize the mainstream media for the claims about Russiagate, and essentially assuming before any real investigation that Trump had some Russia connection. And it turned out that Matt was completely correct. Yep. And that all that assumptions about Trump having Russia connections was all BS. And so I think that's what got him labeled as a right winger. I don't know if I don't follow him super closely, so I don't know if he's actually changed any of his political positions to be on the right, or if it's just that association of him attacking the Trumpgate stuff.
Well, if you speak the truth on Russiagate, then all of a sudden you're a right winger. What kind of world is that?
A biased one.
Yeah, obviously.
Guardrails have been thrown out. Silent edits have become common. Serious accusations are made without calling people for comment. Reporters get too cozy with politicians and report things either without attribution or sourced to unnamed people familiar with the matter. Like scientists, journalists should be able to reproduce each other's work in the lab. With too many anonymous sources, this is impossible. We just get a lot of stuff wrong now. In the Trump years, an extraordinary number of quote-unquote bombshells went sideways. From the P-tape to the Alpha server story to speculation that Trump was a Russian spy recruited before disco started to false reports of Russians hacking a Vermont utility, we've accumulated piles of these wrong stories. Now, I'm no fan of Donald Trump. I wrote a book about the guy called Insane Clown President. But these stories offend me. A good journalist should always be ashamed of error, and it bothers me to see so many of my colleagues not ashamed. News media shouldn't have a side. It should focus on getting things right, which, believe me, is a hard enough job. Until we get back to the basics, we don't deserve to be trusted, and we won't be. Thank you very much.
See, that's so interesting, where it really shows you how tribally biased everyone is. He wrote in 2017 a book criticizing Trump called Insane Clown President. He wrote a book the same year called I Can't Breathe. That was all about Eric Garner's death. And then he wrote a book in 2019 called Hate Incorporated, Why Today's Media Makes Us Despise One Another. And on the cover, it has Rachel Maddow and Sean Hannity, yelling. And so it's pretty obvious this guy is not, in one political camp or the other, or at least he's not just blinded by one political camp or the other. But just because, he attacked the Russiagate stuff, just because he's now, working with Elon to do the Twitter stuff, all the partisan hacks come out and say, oh, Matt Taibbi, he's a racist, right-wing misogynist, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, they're calling him a reactionary.
Yeah, and you're like, what are you talking? Like, it's just so, it's so weird. It's so like, you're literally hallucinating at this point.
Yeah, it is hallucination because they think it's true. And that's what's the most infuriating part. And you can't talk any sense into them. They're just partisan hacks.
Right. But that's why you always have to keep in the back of your mind that you can have your mind changed, Adam, because, you never know if you're caught in the cognitive delusion. The cognitive dissonance.
It's really just a question of the story, though, obviously. Mm-hmm. Like, I went into the Ukraine stuff when we first began with my mind open, obviously. So I go into every story with my mind open. But now, just look, it's stacked up.
Yeah, but the problem is that
I know the truth.
Yeah, but the problem is that all the people who basically buy everything the mainstream media says. I'm sure they say the exact same thing. They say, well, I went to the store with my mind open, and then I read an article about it, and now I know the truth.
They didn't, though.
No, they did read an article, but they read a biased article about it.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying all my sources are biased?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Look, you're like a dog. You're like a dog with a bone on this.
I just find it fun.
You want to be able to have my mind. I'm one of the most open-minded. People will say I am more open-minded host on the show. I don't know if you know this or not, but people accuse you of being closed-minded before they accuse me of being closed-minded.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying on this one particular issue, I feel like I've done my homework on.
There you go. CT says you conceded a few points during the hero's journey debate, so you can change your mind, Adam.
Look, I change my mind all the time. I'm only saying on this particular question.
I see.
It would be hard for me to answer that poll that I have the ability to change my mind when I'd be like, look, they're going to march out the same old tired fucking straw man arguments again and again and again that I've heard a million times. Nobody's going to say anything new on this. Okay. Like, this is one of the things that I am most interested in.
Gotcha.
We run a weekly show on the mainstream media bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we really live and breathe this stuff. So, yeah. It's kind of like if the question was, evolution is a fact. Do you think you could change your mind on this topic?
I mean, well, that's a good question. I could have my mind changed on that. There are some mechanisms around it that maybe don't work the way we think that works.
Right. Yeah.
But overall, it'd be very different. I mean, my mind could change. Someone could, provide evidence to say. I mean, this is Richard Dawkins always says. He says he always says it'd be very easy to prove evolution wrong. The fact that no one's been able to do it is proof of it being correct.
Even if we live in a simulation, evolution is still working, which it's just the programming of the simulation.
Well, okay. Mithram 6, thanks so much for the 500 Kazarks. Says it's not the food, it's 2 generations of kids brought up by helicopter parenting with all social interactions needed by parents or other guardians. If you never interacted with the outside world without parent or parental figure, you'd suffer from anxiety too. I think that's definitely part of it. Yeah, I think that definitely plays into it, but I do think that there is a physical, biological thing that's operating here beyond the psychology and the cultural influences that we're just not aware of.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, you think, I mean, all of this it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy because the mainstream media has created this propagandistic narrative that, we barely escaped from an authoritarian president who, just wanted to round up and murder all the trans and minorities, right? And, George Floyd, an innocent citizen, was brutally murdered by a racist cop in the street. Like, these are all the narratives that these people believe to be factual. And if you believe those narratives, you are going to be very anxious because you're going to think, I'm living in, the proto-Nazi Germany situation, and my country at any minute could just descend into complete chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So if I believed all that shit, I would have a heart attack.
Well done, Matt. 39 seconds on the clock, so you were saved from the dreaded applause. But we appreciate that opening statement. Now we're going to hear from the con side. Michelle, you're up.
Hi there. Thank you for being here.
See, they already wanted to get off. They're like, oh, the timer is already over, Michelle. Sit back down, please.
Right.
So I'm going to try not to make this argument too America-centric, which I know can happen with American journalists. But I do want to start by talking.
How do you like that opening right there?
I mean, America is really the only country in the world that matters. So
Well, no, it's just the left-wing side obviously is like, look, I'm an internationalist, okay? Let me apologize for America being great before I make my statement.
I don't think that's what's happening here. I think what's happening here is that they're in Canada.
Right.
So he's just talking to the Canadian crowd.
Canada's America's hat. Come on. We all
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Look, pandering to the Canadian audience.
About an election that we just had in America, and some of the things that the media got wrong in the run-up to that election. There was an article on CNN, why the midterms are going to be great for Donald Trump. Politico commissioned a poll. The poll came back showing that more people intended to vote for Democrats than Republicans. Politico then wrote a story about how Democrats were about to get trounced and dismissed its own poll as an outlier. I bought into the red wave narrative because because it was what the pollsters were saying. It seemed to be what the people who I thought knew what they were doing were saying. So I'm not standing up here and arguing that the media never gets anything wrong and that the media is full of human beings who are subject.
So wait, her example of the media not being left-wing biased is they were wrong about the midterm swing? Like, that's a horrible example.
Right.
Because, I mean, first of all, as we got closer to the election, I know what polls she was looking at. As we got closer to the election, the polls became more and more like actually predictively correct, saying, oh, it's going to be very close, actually. We're not sure. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is you can make the exact counter argument because a lot of Democrats complained in 2016 that part of the reason they thought Donald Trump won was because all the media and all the polling said Donald Trump is going to get his ass kicked. Hillary's going to, easily win. And so then they would argue, well, that caused a bunch of people not to show up to vote. And so maybe you could say it's the same thing with this quote unquote red wave. Everyone had this idea that it was going to be this red wave. And so a lot of Republicans didn't show up and a lot of Democrats did show up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a terrible example of trying to say like, oh, well, that's evidence that the media is not left-wing biased.
Yeah, push polling exists for a reason.
Subject to all.
Just giving an example of that.
Yeah.
Even if it's accidental. But go ahead.
Frailties that human beings are subject to, right? The media can be subject to groupthink. It can be subject to fads. Absolutely. What I want to argue is that the media doesn't get things wrong because of ideological capture. It certainly didn't help the Democrats when the New York Times was reporting again and again that that Republicans were going to sweep. And in fact, it affected people's donation decisions. It affected their volunteering decisions. A lot of people would have allocated a lot of resources differently if they had any idea that some of these races would be as close as they were. The media tends to overcorrect. It tends to respond to the mistakes that it made.
What?
And this can result in new mistakes, but it also means that it is a mechanism that is inherently self-correcting. I think that when you say, can we trust the mainstream media? Obviously, you should seek out lots of sources, right? People should read Matt's blog, they should read conservative media, they should read liberal media. But think about the big stories of the last 5 years or so. From the Trump presidency to COVID to the war in Ukraine. If you had just followed the CBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the BBC, they all got some things wrong. I think a lot of the media didn't pay enough attention, for example, to the problems of quote unquote, I say this as someone with young children, remote learning. I think we got a lot of things wrong during COVID. But in terms of the big stories, if you paid attention to the mainstream media, you were likely to be much safer and much closer to the truth than if you followed the kind of contrarians, if you followed the people who were saying, don't trust the mainstream media, trust these alternative sources of information. If you were saying that, for example, it was a common refrain, I think one.
So, okay, wait. So, okay, two big problems here. The first is she doesn't give clear examples of what the quote-unquote mainstream media got right that she's even referring to.
Right.
So I don't even know what she's talking about.
Yeah, on the COVID shit, they got a lot of stuff wrong.
They did. But then the big problem that I have with this entire debate, and I understand kind of why they're doing it, but it's also kind of a BS thing, is that Michelle and Malcolm keep doing this thing where instead of like defending mainstream media, they basically just attack alternative media. They say, well, alternative media gets stuff all wrong all the time too. And it's like, well, that's true.
That's not the debate.
Right. That's not the debate. I mean, alternative media is like, if you were to take alternative media as a whole, it's utterly dog shit as a whole. Now, you can try to find individual people that you would label alternative media that maybe seem to stand out to be actually good or trustworthy. But you can't take alternative media as a whole because it's just any random person can decide to start going on Twitter or a blog post or YouTube or whatever and say whatever the hell they want. So it doesn't make sense to put them all together. Well, the mainstream media is supposed to be some kind of institutions with specific types of rules and regulations, and they're supposed to behave in some specific way. So it makes no sense to compare these two things because they're just so completely different from each other.
She admitted that they can suffer from groupthink. So
exactly.
Debate's over.
Right.
Like, that's exactly what's going on. And you never defended that position. You gave in on it. You said,
right.
Yeah, we can suffer from groupthink. Yeah, you are. Yeah, we're pointing it out.
And I would be very curious. She says that the problem in the media is that they tend to overcorrect. And I'm like, where? On what issue? Is the media overcorrected on, the Russiagate stuff?
No.
Is the media overcorrected on
Hunter Biden? No.
Hunter Biden laptop, Charlottesville, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah. No.
I mean,
none
some
of
the mistakes
Kyle
made
Rittenhouse is a perfect example, right?
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse is a perfect example. There was no correction really on that.
None. They're still savaging him on social media.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where this overcorrection is that she's talking about.
And that Matt made again throughout the Trump presidency, that people who were extremely alarmed about the prospects of authoritarianism, that people who believed that Donald Trump would try to overturn our constitutional order were hysterical. I think that the point of view of the hysterics is actually held up kind of well in light of January 6th. COVID.
How do you like that? How do you like that?
It's funny that in her example of saying like, oh, the mainstream media was correct, she gives an example where they're still wrong.
I know.
Like, yeah, January 6th was bad, and but what Trump was doing, trying to get Pence to overturn the votes and trying to pressure states to do certain things, is all awful. But they don't even talk about. They're not even focused on that. They're focused on like they still. It's what bothers me when there's enough like bad things that Trump did that were real that you could point to and say this is a bad thing, instead of just embellishing or hyperbolizing or making up things that there's no evidence for. There's no evidence whatsoever after all the January 6th hearings that Donald Trump intended for a January 6th riot to break out and to physically stop, Congress from saying Joe Biden would be president, and that he was going to have, a bunch of random people come in and they were going to somehow force Donald Trump to be president, and he was going to coup the government. There's no evidence for that whatsoever.
Yep.
And yet Michelle seems to think that she was right on that.
There's no evidence that he wanted the crowd to kill Mike Pence.
Right.
Any of the crazy shit they say. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, but this is what annoys me, because like, yeah, he did bad stuff, and you can actually talk about the real bad things he did without coming up with like the fake bad things he did.
Yeah, he wanted to put political pressure on Mike Pence. And
right.
It was a batshit crazy thing to do, and obviously it wasn't going to work for all kinds of different reasons. But he wanted a show of political force, which if this was any kind of policy prescription that they were in favor of, they'd be like, yeah, damn right, we're going to get people out there to protest. That's how we do it in America.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
We got things, the journalists were following experts who were facing a once-in-a-century pandemic, and official guidance kept changing. So you heard different things about masks. You heard different...
I don't even think there was good mainstream reporting on the election stuff. Like, they just came out categorically and were like, election denialism is, some right-wing conspiracy.
Right.
They didn't go through the various claims and address them in any coherent way. I mean, I feel like Nick Rekieta gave better coverage on what was going on legally with the court system than I got from mainstream media sources.
Right. Yeah.
He was at least reading the cases and explaining what was going on.
Right.
The mainstream media was completely out to lunch on all that stuff.
Different things about whether or not the vaccines really prevented transmission. You heard different things about whether the J&J vaccine was as good as the mRNA vaccines. However, if you followed the mainstream media, you knew that COVID, pretty early, you knew that COVID was airborne. You knew that it was more serious than the flu. And you knew that the vaccines were likely to protect you. The COVID...
Well, first of all, this is an incredibly low bar. You knew that the COVID was airborne. Okay. And you knew that it was, worse than the flu. Like, okay. Yeah, I guess it was a very low bar. And I guess, how is she defining protect you? Like, yeah, the vaccine, seemed to make it so that if you did get COVID, it wouldn't be as bad, but it didn't give you actual, immunity or protection the way at least they thought it would when they first came out with the vaccine.
I mean, this is just such a pathetic argument because it's like Jeffrey Dahmer didn't kill a couple of people, so therefore, he didn't kill anyone. It's like, what the fuck?
Is not good. This is not good.
Look, we got a couple of things right. Yeah, I know, but you got a shitload wrong. Like just because you got a few things right doesn't mean you should trust the mainstream media. You're not trusting the mainstream media because of the problems, not the things that you did get right. So
contrarians, the contrarian media, the one who were saying not to trust kind of mainstream sources of opinion, were saying this is just another flu. Deaths are going to be 6,000. The media doesn't want to tell you. I mean, Matt wrote this several times. The media doesn't want to tell you about ivermectin. Similarly, with Ukraine, there was in the run-up to the invasion of Ukraine. Again, I think Matt said that the media is overhyping this, that people are kind of taking stenography from the Biden administration, that Russia actually is probably not going to invade. And then when it did invade, what you've heard from a lot of kind of people who reflexively distrust the media is that the media is being too triumphalist. They won't admit that Russia's doing much better than they say. They pretending that, that the Ukrainians have more of a chance than they did. And again, I would just say that I think that the mainstream media has gotten the big things right. And
so, okay, this is why this is, and it annoys me that this never comes up in the conversation. It's very easy for people to get things right if the fact conforms with their ideological bias.
Yeah, great point.
Okay. So yeah, it's very easy for the mainstream media to get something right if whatever reality is happens to, by coincidence, by pure chance, to conform with their political ideology. Yeah. Then of course they'll get it right because it's so easy. That's not the question. The question is when something goes against their political ideology, how often do they get it wrong?
Right.
That's where suddenly it's actually difficult to report correctly.
Yeah, Matt, this is why Matt's opening statement is so great, because he points to that, but he doesn't necessarily make that connection there. That would have been a great addition to the opening statement.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, it's easy for, a left-wing media to believe what a left-wing President Biden is saying. And then if he turns out to be correct, then they get to do victory laps, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like they didn't believe him because they knew some secret information. They knew some deeper understanding of the situation. They believed him because they had trust in him because they're on the same team already. And then he just happened to be correct.
They were using the tribalist epistemology, the most basic bitch epistemology in the world.
But see, and that's why it's annoying that she just categorizes everything as like the contrarian media, because there is contrarian media out there. And that's just as stupid as the mainstream media to just say, oh, whatever they say, I'm going to take the opposite position of and just think that that's true. It's an equally stupid position to take.
Right, because they're getting it right for the same reason. Coincidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so Well, mainstream.
Well, and also, shouldn't we hold to a higher standard, like the New York Times or CNN or something that's supposed to have all these channels and employees and mechanisms of gatekeeping to prevent fake news from coming out? Why shouldn't that be at like a way higher standard than, me and you?
You would think.
Or some asshole on a blog post somewhere who's just typing whatever he wants?
You would think. Yeah, you would totally think.
Right. But no, this is the compare. Like, this is such a lame argument that she's making.
In journalism, there's a lot you can say against it. I would, just to paraphrase Churchill, it is the worst system in the world except for all the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for that terrific opening statement. We're now going to turn it over to Douglas for the next pro opening statement. Douglas, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Rudyard. Thank you.
I hate the way they structure the question. The whole don't trust the mainstream media. Like, why do they have to make it a negative? Why couldn't they have just made it, should we trust the mainstream media? And then the pro side would be, and the con side would be, everything would be aligned with the right positives and negatives.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because usually, I thought the rule is you almost never want to ask a negative on a poll question.
Of course.
It always confuses people.
Totally. Yeah. Trust the mainstream media would be better.
Yeah, no, should you trust
It's a great pleasure to be here. As Rudyard said, I've come a rather long way from the front lines of the Ukraine conflict because I like to see these things with my own eyes for myself and to come to my own conclusions. I came out through Moldova the other day, through London, then got to Toronto, and a friend of mine said, "Why are you going to Toronto?" I said, "An invitation to Toronto in late November? Who on earth says no to that?" Only a madman would say no to that.
He's saying your country is freezing, CT. Turn the heater on.
You'll see shortly why I'm so keen to speak about this issue here in Canada. Let me put it this way, though, to begin with. I would say in recent years, any sentient observer of the media will have had their moment of realization, a moment where they saw through something that the mainstream media was doing. It may have happened because the mainstream media said something about you or someone you know. It may be, as in my case, for instance, that an entire country got maligned by the mainstream media. It's very interesting, this result. It was a 48-52. That's exactly the result that the British people had in the Brexit vote. You know what? When we voted to leave the European Union, we did so against all of the implications of the New York Times, Michelle's employer. We just didn't listen to them. And the New York Times never forgave us. Ever since 2016, there has not been one story in the New York Times that's positive about Britain. We have had, and I'll run through some of them, we had a culinary review that said that the British people still survive on mutton and oatmeal.
True.
We had an anti-Brexit piece from the north of England, from Lancashire, a piece of reporting, where the author ended up having to admit that every single one of his facts was wrong, but his perception was correct.
That's
we had
right there.
Recently the New York Times drafted in somebody from Russia Today, Vladimir Putin's propaganda channel, as an employee of the New York Times to attack Brexit Britain. And when Her Majesty the Queen died, not 10 days of mourning was observed at the New York Times, 3 hours before they started attacking the Queen. And they did so day after day after day because they hate Brexit Britain. That is just an agenda, ladies and gentlemen. That's not anything else. That's an agenda, one they've decided to take. Now, I said that I want to be here in Canada to talk about this because I think that this country has just been through something absolutely extraordinary. You really know that the world is in trouble when Canada becomes very interesting. I remember when your elections, as Norm MacDonald said, were all about, like, should we put up that bridge or not? Now Canada has become really interesting. It became interesting in January and February of this year. Why? Because you had protesters in Ottawa. Really interesting. When people come out in large numbers. And you know what the job of reporters is? The job of reporters is to go out and say, why are you on the streets? What brought you here? Why are you here with your kids? Why have you got a bouncy castle in the middle of Ottawa? That's a bit strange. Ask them questions. Just find out the story. But you know what? The government didn't want that in Canada. your Prime Minister decided in advance that these people were, what did he do? All the modern excommunications. They were Nazis, they were white supremacists, they were anti-Semites, they were probably homophobes, they were misogynists, they were probably transphobes, etc., etc., etc. He did all the things you do in the modern political age if you want to just defenestrate somebody who's awkward to you. And then he brings in the Emergency Powers Act. Now, at such a time, what would the mainstream media do? It would question it. It would question it. The Canadian mainstream media did not. The Canadian mainstream media acted as an amen chorus of the Canadian government. I will give you a couple of examples, but ladies and gentlemen, I could go on for hours with examples of this. You had a CBC host describing the Freedom Convoy as a, quote, feral mob. You had a Toronto Star columnist saying, quote, sorry for the language, it's a homegrown hate farm that was then jet-fueled by an American right-funded rat-fucking operation. Jesus, they can't even write at these papers anymore. CBC said that 2 Indigenous women who were so scared to go outside in Ottawa because of racist violence didn't bother to mention that Indigenous drummers had led the truckers in an O Canada rendition. The National Observer said that the many black and Indigenous Freedom Convoy supporters were in fact duped by the truckers. The Globe and Mail reporter said, my 13-year-old son told me to tell protesters I'm not a Jew out of fear of anti-Semitic violence without mentioning that one of the leaders of the convoy was himself Jewish. Now, why is this so rancid? Utterly, utterly rancid and corrupt. Because in this country, your media, your mainstream media, is funded by the government. A totally corrupted...
Is this true, Canadians? I didn't know this. I mean, I assumed you had some kind of, like we have NPR. I assumed you had some kind of equivalent. But, like, the entirety of most mainstream media in Canada is funded by the government?
Crazy.
Is that true? My Canadians?
The fourth
That's
estate.
pretty ridiculous. But yeah, Douglas Murray's killing it right now.
System. In 2018, election year, coincidence. The Canadian media has given $595 million over 5 years. The Toronto Star estimated it was going to be getting $3 million from the government in the first half of the year. It went on and on. So you see, the mainstream, the government in Canada can tell people they can tell the banks to shut down people's bank accounts. Oh yeah. Your government can do that, and if you're happy with that, just think about what would happen if the shoe was on the other foot. The government can do that, but in Canada, they can also tell the media what to do, and the media does the bidding of the Canadian government. That isn't a free society's media. I've seen unfree countries all my life. But this, in a developed liberal democracy like Canada, is a disgrace. We're not saying don't read the mainstream media. We're just saying don't trust them.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a great line.
Thank you, Doug.
And all the things that Douglas Murray pointed out there about how, they smeared the truckers as racist, misogynist pieces of shit. Now, now Gladwell is going to step up and use that strategy in this debate, which is irony of the ages.
I don't remember if he does in the opening or not, but he definitely does it later in the conversation.
Yeah. No, I think he starts from the get-go.
Oh, okay.
Douglas, okay. Malcolm, you're going to get the final opening statement today, so take us away.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back home. I thought I'd just tell 2 very simple stories. One of them will not be about the truckers, who I think have been well defended by my...
Yeah, you don't think that's like a racist thing right there?
I guess if you're already assuming that they're racist, then that would be the
of course, yeah. His opening salvo is like, yeah, you guys look at these racists defending the racist truckers.
Well defended, yes.
Yeah, you guys did an excellent job defending those Nazi misogynists.
Colleague, Mr. Murray.
Look,
my first story
giggles.
is I spent the first 10 years of my...
because they're in the fucking narrative.
I don't
in the narrative.
I don't think they interpreted it that way.
Oh man. I feel like the liberal bubble is that the trucker thing was completely racist.
Oh, of course.
Because the mainstream media did it that way.
I don't disagree.
And this opening statement is obviously saying, oh, these guys are a bunch of racists defending a bunch of racists. Like,
maybe.
why would he, what other explanation is there for that opening? Why is it funny that they're defending the truckers?
Well, just because you say like, oh, he was very vehement in defending, I don't need to defend them because this guy, spent 2 minutes doing it.
And why bring that
and
up?
That's it. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't think there's enough evidence.
The subtext is totally
evidence.
These guys are racist fucks.
Maybe. I don't think there's enough evidence to make that claim.
Well, what is the point of bringing that up if it's not to take a racist dig? What is the point of making that opening statement?
It's just sort of it's taking a dig like, oh, he spent all his time talking about the Canadian truckers.
Yeah, because the media slandered them. Obviously,
I understand. You don't have to make the argument. I agree with I agree with Douglas Murray's position.
Right.
I'm just saying from that one random line, you can't draw this conclusion that he's saying you're racist.
It's crystal clear.
Okay.
It's crystal clear. Look,
it's not crystal clear. This is why you have to look at all these things.
Liberal, they're all racist. Fucking.
This is why. You have to be very cautious with this sort of like someone makes a vague statement and then
we got to put the poll up.
And then you wait. You have to be very cautious, Adam.
Okay.
If someone makes a vague statement and you start to do all this mind reading, because that's literally what we criticize so much that the left does towards the right. Someone on the right makes some kind of vague statement and then they interpret it in the worst possible way. And then we say, well, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's what this person meant when they said that line.
Premise A.
So you have to use that same level of judgment, that same caution when it's the reverse.
What's the alternative? Look, all I'm asking you is what's the alternative narrative? Premise A, the mainstream media comes out and pitches that the Ottawa protests are all a bunch of racist, misogynist right-wingers, right? That's the mainstream news. And do you dispute that? Is that...
No, that was a big part of the narrative, yeah.
Okay, so that's the story, right? He's saying, arguing on the side of you can trust the mainstream media. So obviously he's arguing...
Unless he says... No. This is why I completely disagree with you. Unless he were to say all the truckers were racist. Unless he says that or agrees with that or gives some hint that he agrees with that. Right. And then says the line, then maybe you could have an argument. But he doesn't say anything.
Why would you not waste any time defending the truckers if you did not believe that they were racist?
I thought I'd just tell two very simple stories. One of them will not be about the truckers, who I think have been well defended by my colleague, Mr. Murray.
There's nowhere
Look,
near
he doesn't
enough,
say the truckers who I feel have been wrongly maligned in the media. He doesn't say that.
I know that, but there's nowhere near any information to make the claim that he's saying that you're racist. From just that one sentence, you can't make that judgment call. You could be right. That could be his implication, but there's nowhere near the evidence to make that.
Right. So what is the counter narrative? Why is he saying that? What's the point that he's making here? Just that he spent too much time on the truckers?
Yes.
Okay. He's just saying, oh, you spent too much time on the truckers.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Give me my okay. You can't give me my okay. That's my okay.
Okay. Okay. It's so obvious.
Okay.
It's funny because
I'm doing it. Okay.
It is funny because I perceived him as playing the race card from like word go, from like the jump. And now that I'm watching it a second time, I'm going, yeah, hell yeah. It's the first words out of his mouth are "you're motherfucking racists."
Yeah, but see, now that, because we've both seen it, and he does play the race card later in the conversation, you can use that to color your perceptions of things he says earlier in the conversation, which may or may not be accurate.
Yeah, but when I heard it the first time, I was like, that's a pretty sketchy thing to say there.
Okay. Well,
you guys have defended
No.
I'm not saying you guys have defended Holocaust deniers or fucking Nazis or anything, but you kind of are. That's exactly what he said.
Uh-huh.
And half the audience laughed. The half that said you could trust the mainstream media, and definitely the 18% that said they weren't going to change their mind.
Okay. Well, just gonna have to agree to disagree, I guess. Cause
I wish we should put a poll up because I feel like the audience is overwhelmingly. Can we just ask, was Gladwell's opening statement racist? Or the race card?
Was he accusing
right.
Douglas of being racist?
His opponents of being racist.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people interpret it that way.
I'll put the poll up.
They're jumping to a conclusion that I don't think people should be jumping to.
I'm going to put the poll up.
I spent the first 10 years of my journalism career at the Washington Post, which that is the definition of the mainstream media. And this was from the mid-'80s to the mid-'90s, in the era of the mainstream media's greatest influence. And the two things, it was there that I learned my trade as a journalist. And there were two things that were drilled into me at my time there. One was the importance of fairness. If you quoted someone denouncing someone else, you had to call up the person who was denounced and get a response. If X said something about Y, you had to call Y and find out how they felt about what X said. You had to make a good faith effort to talk to all sides of an issue. And if you did not do that, your story did not appear in the paper, right? Second thing that was very important was accuracy. I remember once I did a story about a mall in Buffalo.
Do you remember when the New York Times, I forget, when Nestle Bowles, was that her name?
Nellie Bowles.
Nellie Bowles. Remember when she
Bowles.
Yeah, I know. Remember when she, took that crazy line and said, "Oh, Jordan Peterson is advocating for some kind of like government enforced monogamy."
Yeah.
Enforced monogamy. Did she was standing there when he said that line, or that line that she interpreted that way. Did she clarify? Did she say, "Well, what did you mean by that?" before I print this and accuse you of being a misogynist?
No, of course not.
Did it happen? Did she ask, like, maybe I misunderstood what you're saying?
Jordan Peterson talked about this and said that he knew as soon as he said it that she like had this look in her eye, and a gleeful look, like she got the quote she wanted.
Right.
And I think he even said he tried to clarify, but he realized, it was too late.
He said that it was very clear from their conversation what he was talking about.
Right.
Yeah, and if she was confused, she could have just asked for a clarification.
No, she didn't want a clarification.
Exactly.
She's like, my job here is to fucking smear people. They're dirty, dirty smear merchants. That's exactly what they are.
Exactly.
And obviously Gladwell's opening statement just reads of a dirty, dirty fucking smear merchant.
Okay, look at you.
Does it not? Look, I even set it up. I gave you the no on top just to tilt it in your direction. But I'm going to vote yes. Was Gladwell's opening remark an accusation of racism?
Thank you, Adam.
I should have put hell yes, but look at all the S-class simps in there. Oh my God. I shouldn't say
it's not even, the question isn't even, was it racist or not? The question is there enough information just from that alone to make the judgment call on whether he was calling racist?
I should have put maybe in there, but I was like,
because that's all I'm saying. I'm saying you can't know just from that.
Right. It's not a funny joke unless everybody is on board with the narrative that the Ottawa protests were a bunch of racists and these people are defending them. It is like a tribal thing.
Okay.
The audience doesn't laugh if it's just, oh, you spent so much time on it. I mean, obviously it's my gut. Maybe you are correct, but my gut has never been wrong. So
okay, there you go.
And it was an upscale mall, and they had the bus stop across a busy highway from the mall. They didn't want anyone, the sort of person who came on a bus, to come to the mall. And in the course of writing this story, I talked about what the bus service was. It was the Amherst bus, and I said even the bus doesn't come from the city of Buffalo.
So he already made a massive fuck up here, and he just didn't even realize it when he's telling the story. Mm-hmm. He said they built. Listen, let me go back for a second.
And in the course of writing this story, I talked about what the bus service was. It was the Amherst bus.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go back. He says that they put a bus stop across it was across like a busy street or expressway or something from the mall. So you couldn't use the bus to get to the mall. And so then he makes the judgment call. Well, that must be intentional. There must be some intention here. They don't want anyone that would go on a bus to get the mall. It's like, no, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. It's because that's where the mall could go. Wait, do you want them to build some kind of bridge that goes over this busy expressway that connects the bus stop to the mall? That's very expensive to do.
Right.
Where I live, there's actually this massive fight where near this college, there was a bus stop. And then there was a pretty big mall on the other side of a very busy street. It's like a giant street, though. It's like a really big street. And a lot of car accidents would happen where people would get hit by cars. Well, especially college kids would get hit by cars because they're drunk or whatever, drunk drivers, drunk walking, trying to get to this mall. And so they wanted to build some kind of overpass to connect them. And it was like this year-long fight. Like, well, who's going to pay for the overpass? Is the city going to pay for the overpass? Is the
mall?
Is the school going to pay for the overpass? The mall going to pay? Like
college students going to pay for it?
Exactly. It was like this whole fucking. It's like this big thing. And then eventually, like I don't know, they eventually came to some kind of agreement and eventually got built. But like that's the problem. Like it's not like when someone's like figuring out where to build the mall, they're not like, well, let me put it not where the bus stop is. Like they don't give up. That's like literally the last thing. That's like the bottom consideration.
Not only that, I mean, come on. They want people to take the bus to the mall. They want to sell shit.
Yeah, of course. They're not against people coming from, using the bus to get to the mall. That's like
this
insane.
Is his entire worldview colors this in a whole conversation. Like people who ride the bus, people don't want to sell things to them because they grew up on the wrong side of the tracks and the racism at the mall.
Right.
They said even the bus didn't come from the city of Buffalo. That was an error, a dumb, stupid error. The next day, the bus service and the mall and the city of Buffalo called the paper very angrily, demanded a correction, which they got the next day in a very prominent place. And I was pulled in by my editor and given a dressing down that I remember to this day, right? I mean,
he said, Gladwell, quit writing racist shit in the paper, okay? The bus people are mad at you. You got to stop this social justice shit.
Basically, I was told I was this close to being fired. That's how seriously the paper took the commitment to accuracy in its pages. Now, Matt would have you believe that those two principles are no longer a part of the brief of the mainstream media. I would
So his big example is that he made some minor factual error about bus routes
50
that they
years
connected
ago.
50 years ago. Like that's the big example.
50 years ago, he got a talking to in the office, and now he's like, nothing has changed.
It's a very, very lame example.
This guy writes for the New Yorker. He's like an elitist scumbag, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
I would like to say to him, that's completely false. He is so far removed from the mainstream media that I think he has a naive view about what goes on inside those institutions. They remain committed to a professional set of ideals that they have held for decades. Story number 2.
Hear those applause? All of those people who are applauding are the racist hunters in the audience. They're the ones that laughed at his joke, too.
Of course.
I was on a British podcast this summer, very much a media platform that is not part of the mainstream media. And it was a long 2-hour interview. And in the course of this, my host went on a long and impassioned critique of working from home. And I very briefly chimed in with a few thoughts of my own. I agreed with some of what he said and didn't agree with others.
I'm noticing another theme here too, Sitch. All of his stories are about him. Me. Me. I went on a podcast. I wrote a story. I got a talking down to from my boss 50 years ago, right? Are we going to talk about the real world, Malcolm, or are we going to just talk about you? Is this is this your therapy session here?
It is. I mean, his story is about how he was wronged by social media.
By the internet. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, by the internet. That's the story he's about to tell, yeah.
I know, ridiculous. Yeah. What does this have to do with anything?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing, exactly. Oh, right. We got a poll up 50-50 right now. Any click could change. Could change this dynamic here.
Things. Thought nothing. He occupied about 90% of that conversation. Then in the following week, when the podcast came out, they released a clip, which was just of my contribution, making it sound like it was my impassioned rant. And then someone on social media picked it up and said that in the course of this impassioned rant, I had burst into tears, which was not true. And then someone else found a picture. We had moved into new offices, my company, and I had tweeted out a picture of my office because I was so proud of it. And someone took that picture online and said, this is Gladwell's picture of the office he works from home, which was nuts. But everyone believed that too. And so word got around the internet that I was someone who worked from home, believed everyone else should not work from home, and was so overwhelmed emotionally with my hypocrisy that I was close to tears. The height of it was I was trending on Twitter for a while. It was quite an extraordinary experience. The height of it was when some blogger in Philadelphia wrote a story saying this is exactly the kind of hypocrisy you should expect from a single childless man who never leaves his apartment. And so I called it up and said, I'm not single, I'm not childless, and I don't have an apartment, and I go to the office every day and have done so for years. And he said, I'll correct it. But then, of course, he never did. And in the course of the entire controversy, only one reporter called me to try and set the record straight. And where did that reporter work? In the mainstream media. Now, I've been talking, or others have been talking about content, the content of the things that...
I'm sure if we wanted to call him to correct some statement he made about Kyle Rittenhouse or anything, we'd be patched right through to him.
Oh, I'm sure.
People in the mainstream media say, and the problems they have with that content. I don't think the issue here is content. The issue here is process, right? The issue here is the mainstream media has a set of professional norms in place that work the best way they can towards the production of fairness and accuracy. The non-mainstream media is a set of institutions that are outside of that tradition, that have an open and not a closed...
So it's already like a very dishonest... The alternative media, quote unquote, is not a set of institutions at all.
Of course not.
That's what makes an alternative. It's not even an institution. It's just random people doing random shit.
Closed platform. And you cannot have an open platform and simultaneously adhere to a strict set of professional norms. You cannot say anyone can become a doctor and then complain when the surgeon takes out your spleen and thinking that it's your gallbladder, right? Now, why am I making such a big deal about this? Because trust is not about content. Trust is about process. And there is one institution here that strikes me has a commitment to the right kind of process, and a whole set of other institutions that most assuredly do not.
Okay, the thing that annoys me most that he totally left out was the mainstream media has a process that very much involves social media. Because when they want to propagate some hit piece on something, they don't want their hands on it. So they go to social media and they dig up some incendiary tweet from some nobody with 2 likes, and then they post it on CNN. And they say something like, this is what people feel about this situation here, right? Mm-hmm. So they use social media to lie all the fucking time. Well, where's that process, Malcolm? Why aren't you bringing up that process? What happened there?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, guys. Some terrific opening statements. That's what the Munk Debates is all about. You've heard these different arguments. Now we're going to get into rebuttals. So it's an opportunity for each of our debaters to confront their opponent's ideas. You can follow along our running poll. The prompts are on the monitors, stage right and left. Let us know how you think this debate is unfolding in real time. But Matt Taibbi, you get the first opportunity to rebut what you've heard from Michelle and Malcolm.
Well, first of all, I think I should respond to Michelle, who simply misquoted me, proving my point. never once said the media doesn't want you to hear about ivermectin. I don't care about ivermectin. What I wrote about was people being deleted from the internet by platforms like Facebook for talking about ivermectin, which I don't believe in. I believe people should be able to talk about what they want without being removed from the internet. You're going to be the second person who's going to owe me a correction after this 538.com has already done that, made that mistake. Malcolm.
So it's hilarious. In her defense of the media and her attacking Matt, she gets this completely wrong in the way that's so often the case with the media. Yep. She's saying people should be able to talk about something, and that gets twisted around to, well, you must be advocating for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a good word.
You seem to think I've never worked in mainstream media. I spent 15 years at Rolling Stone. I spent all that time writing 7,000-word features that had to be fact-checked every line. I'm absolutely familiar with the process of mainstream media, and that's why I'm so disappointed in what happened. The New York Times and the entire, basically, mainstream media spent years following a fake story about Donald Trump being in league with Vladimir Putin to fix the 2016 election. It was a wrong story. We have a leaked audio tape that was published in Slate.com where the editor of the New York Times says, well, we got caught a little flat-footed on that one because, our readers who want Donald Trump to go away are going to be disappointed about this. He says, we built our entire newsroom around one story, and they got it wrong. There's no way to defend that kind of inaccuracy, and it only happens if everybody wants so badly for it to be true that they overlook all the guardrails that are in place. No serious journalist that I know looked at that story and didn't have qualms about it. Yes, there are processes in place, and there was once an ethos in place, but that ethos is gone now. And maybe the processes remain, but there are too many errors proving otherwise.
Yeah, people ignore the process because, we're on the verge of, a new genocide. We have to ignore the process because our political adversaries are too dangerous. It's exactly what's happening.
Thanks, Matt. I'm going to make a slight adjustment here on the clock because these rebuttals should be 3 minutes each, not 2. So I'll figure a way to get you another minute somewhere in this debate, Matt. So we'll get that changed or keep an eye on it. Let it count down for an extra minute because I want you to have your full 3 minutes.
I apologize for misquoting you, although I think I've read a lot of your writing on ivermectin, and I know that you've written quite a bit about deplatforming internet censorship. You've also said that we should be reporting on ivermectin. Did you not? Is that incorrect?
That was not the sense of those stories. The idea was Facebook was taking people off the internet for writing about ivermectin, and I was saying.
Okay, well, this is something checkable, so we can. But I wanted to speak more.
Look, he's right there. He's right there.
I know.
And he's saying, "Listen, I think she's basically accusing him of lying. Look, we can dig into this and make sure that my version of the story is correct and yours is incorrect, even though you wrote the fucking stories."
More broadly, well, first of all, it's unfortunate that this is not a debate about was Donald Trump's relationships with Russia improper, so that I could be arguing the pro side. But I'm not going to go deep into the.
Look, she is a total Russiagator too. She just came out.
Oh, I know. No, she gets worse. She's very explicit.
Weeds of that. I do want to go into the weeds of the Ottawa trucker protest because I might have been the only one of us. Did you cover them? So I think I might have been the only one of us who was at the Ottawa trucker protest.
Glad to hear.
I'm the kind of one of the liberal columnists at the Times. I've covered the far right. I showed up at the Ottawa trucker protests kind of expecting the sort of things that I've seen at Donald Trump rallies, at various even further right events, and didn't.
Now, why would she be expecting that?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Because the media gave her a heads up and said, listen, there are a bunch of racists there. That's why she was expecting it.
Yes.
Find it. I was really quite astonished. I think that it's been pretty conclusively shown that the organizers of this protest were people on the far right, were people with very kind of unsavory and sometimes racist ideas. But what really shocked me walking around and talking to people was how many people were just either totally politically disconnected. I remember getting into a truck with someone saying, "What inspired you to come here?" And he said, "Mushrooms." He had, he was tripping, and he had this desire to get in his car and drive. But there was a lot of people who were just traumatized. They were lonely. They were so happy to suddenly be surrounded by people after having been isolated for so long. People were hugging each other. People were hugging me, even though I'm from the hated mainstream media. And I told my editors that this is what I found, and they said, "Great. That's more interesting than what we thought you were going to find." It was more interesting. And I wrote it, and they devoted an entire page to it. I'm not going to defend all of the mainstream media coverage of the Ottawa trucker protests. I didn't follow every single bit of reporting on it in the Canadian media. But I do think that having the ethos of wanting to be surprised and being willing to be surprised is something that you are more likely to find in, the New York Times, in the Washington Post, in people.
Do you know what so I brought up Michelle's article on the trucker protest.
The one-page article in the New York Times?
Well, first of all, it's an op-ed, but do you know what the headline is?
Let's hear it.
The giddy, terrifying siege of Ottawa.
Okay.
The giddy and terrifying siege.
Right. So some Times person was like, "No, we got to stick with the narrative, okay?"
And when you click on it, the picture that comes up is a truck
with a swastika.
Two trucks with a bunch of signs on them, a bunch of protest signs, and a topless man in between them screaming with a hold the line sign. So okay. I haven't read the article yet, but I'm a little suspect of her sort of whitewashing of her reporting here.
Right. So they did go the racist angle.
Well, and the first paragraph is the mushrooms line.
Well, also she sets it up that I think she says it's conclusive that the originators of the protests were obviously racist. So
yes, or no, she said they were far right, whatever whatever that means.
Well, she said they had racist beliefs. Yeah.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah. So obviously, I mean, she's saying that the people who organize the protests are in fact racist. So right. She does not step away from the narrative. Just because somebody was at the protest that wasn't a race, she found someone that wasn't a racist, and that's the main story is it was organized by a bunch of racists. That's the story. And she doesn't deviate from that narrative. She wasn't pleasantly surprised. She didn't think, oh, maybe the organizers were wrongfully maligned. I mean, who organized it? I don't even know.
I have no clue.
But I've seen so many people on the right wrongly maligned. It's so funny now that, Kanye's on his racist bender, and all these people have been maligned as bigots and anti-Semites are out there trying to teach Kanye anti-Semitism is bad, because, I mean, that's the narrative of the far right.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything good in the article?
See, mushrooms in the beginning. So second paragraph, I'm here for the right of our kids, so our kids can live in a future where you don't have to have something covering your face, lose emotion. You don't have the human connection. It's dehumanizing. Okay, well, the second paragraph's okay. Let's see. Then third paragraph, okay, but then the fourth picture right under it is a scary looking black and white. They have all these pictures that are in black and white to make them look scarier too. It's actually funny. They have these two guys that look like they're wearing Black Panther gear or something, even though they're white guys. It's so weird. I don't know. I'd have to read the whole article. It's kind of long, but I'm skeptical of her how she's talking about it on the stage.
The problem is they do actually believe this stuff.
Right.
So for them, it is fact, even though it's a completely skewed view of reality. So
right. Well, and even here's the thing: even if even if she's being correct and she's saying, oh, I went to this protest and, I was surprised and I humanized, these people in my article. Okay. What is that? That doesn't prove the point. That actually proves their point. That she had this wrong idea in her mind because all the mainstream media reporting was casting the truckers and people supporting it as racist.
Right.
And so, okay, so she was the one person that actually did her job and went out there and talked to them.
And found that the entire mainstream media was incorrect about the story that was, widely reported.
Exactly.
And then she went up and wrote a story that is exactly with the narrative that everyone else is reporting. It's like, how does this...
Yeah, so how is that, unless the New York Times posted a big article saying everyone was wrong about the trucker protest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're just kind of proving their point, Michelle. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Who write the New Yorker.
So much of this is they're embedded in the institution in a way that they're just trying to protect their jobs. That's exactly what's going on here. It's like they don't want to realize that they're part of the problem.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Than it is with people who do write for some of these contrarian alternatives to the mainstream media, and they really do start with a story that they a story that they intend to tell, often a story about the mistakes and dishonesties of the mainstream media. But the truth is much more complicated than that.
Thank you, Michelle.
The truth is much more complicated. Fucking liars. I hate the mainstream media. Professional liars.
Douglas, same opportunity for you. 3 minutes on the clock. Let's have your rebuttal.
Thanks very much. I'm delighted you went to the protest. I'm sorry I was on another story at the time. And I'm delighted that you reported honestly, since you didn't report Matt's comments honestly tonight. And the last time you were on this stage with Jordan Peterson, you didn't report his comments accurately either.
Ooh, snap.
Sting. Look at that.
Bam.
Stepping up for JBP.
Oh, man.
Let me address the main point that has come out from the other side, which is that the mainstream media has frailties. Sure, it has frailties. And nobody is saying that non-mainstream media don't have frailties. Of course they do. The simple proposal in front of the audience tonight is whether or not you can trust the mainstream media.
Based.
That is, that you don't need anything else. You don't need any other information from elsewhere. You can just turn on CBC in the evening and you know you've got your stuff. You can pick up the New York Times, the Washington Post in the morning, and you know that there's no spin on the story. It's absolutely accurate reporting. I was interested by Malcolm's story about himself because
about himself.
I wonder, Malcolm, if you hadn't have been yourself, whether you would have got that call from a journalist. I wonder if you weren't yourself, if you weren't a New York Times best-selling author, if you didn't speak to audiences like this. I wonder if you're just an ordinary member of the public who'd been grossly defamed in the mainstream media, whether they'd have bothered with you. I'd submit no.
Of course
Because
not.
time and again that's been shown to be the case. Now look, as I say, you don't have to believe this evening that you should never read the mainstream media at all. What we're simply saying, among other things, is, firstly, the mainstream media isn't the mainstream media that it used to be when we were all, sorry, some of you are a lot younger, but when most of us were growing up, okay? It's just not the same thing. It's running for money, it's running for cash, it's running for ratings and much more. It's just a different mainstream media, and you do need outside sources in that. You do need upstart blogs. You don't only need them, you don't need only read them, but you do need them. The second thing is, again, I come back to it, if the mainstream media today wants to put a spin on a story, they can do it all the way. Look at what happened the other day with the Colorado gay bar shooting in America. Again, we're in Canada, I don't want to talk just about America. Look at this, an appalling event. Somebody goes up and shoots up a gay bar. Whole load of the media start talking about the right wing, about the right wing shock jocks who've caused this. They go on and on about it day after day until, it turns out the man taken into custody is non-binary. Story disappears. That would have been a really interesting story to keep on at. But it just goes away because the narrative isn't the one that the mainstream media wanted. It's too complex. So I applaud you, Michelle, when you...
So I think that's simultaneously a good and bad example.
Yeah, it's a misstep on Douglas Murray's side.
Right.
Because the non-binary stuff was obviously a troll. So,
well, we don't know whether it was a troll or not.
I mean, it seems pretty evident at this point that it was a troll.
It seems like it's a troll. Yeah. If I had to guess, I would guess it wasn't real. But again, we don't 100% know. And I think that's why it's a bad example. But I think it's a good example in that if you do look into the story, that story it's like the story with the guy that ran over all the people. Like those stories, like people report at them immediately, but then they just fall off a cliff and you never hear about them again. And I was like trying to look into oh, has there been any more research or investigation into the shooter's motivation? Not really.
Really?
No, there hasn't
on
been.
It? Wow.
No. And to me, that's insane. And I understand that maybe some of it's that there isn't any more information to find, because if the kid, won't, or however old he is, if the guy won't talk to journalists or whatever, then, maybe you're at a dead end. But if this was some far right shooter and it was very obvious to people that it was motivated by that, I'm pretty sure that the story would have continued for far longer.
Of course.
And we would have heard more and more and more about it, and we'd still be hearing stuff about it. So
it probably is not it doesn't fit the political narrative that mainstream media wants. Otherwise, there would be reporting on it.
Yeah, it either doesn't fit the narrative, or they just don't know. They don't have enough information to say it fits the narrative. And the fact that he said he was non-binary sort of threw a wrench in that. Even if it's not true, it still threw a wrench in the reporting.
Interesting.
Because part of the issue of the shooter doing that is because if they say, well, he's lying, it's like, well, the entire
non-binary isn't real.
Well, no, but the entire position of the gender activists,
you're right,
identity squad is that it's whatever you identify as. And so if he just decides to identify it, then you can't really argue against that.
That's so hilarious, because even if they came out and said that he was lying about being non-binary, he would get activists that slam the mainstream media for not accepting his identity as is.
I don't think people would do that because he's killed a bunch of people, but it exposes a complete contradiction, or exposes the fundamental flaw that we've all been talking about with this whole sort of gender ideology movement, which is you can't have an identity that's based solely on just whatever the person says.
Yeah.
There has to be something else beyond that. Because if that's just the basis, then that identity is essentially worthless.
Self-declaration. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have an identity that's based solely on a self-declaration. It has to be based on some kind of actual belief system you hold, or some sort of actions. Like if you say, oh, I'm I'm a huge Linkin Park fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I identify this is my primary identity is I'm a massive Linkin Park fan. But you actually never listen to Linkin Park music. You don't know any song by Linkin Park, and you exclusively listen to rap or something. It's like, well, or let's say you exclusively listen to country music because there's rap in Linkin Park. Country music. It's like, well, okay, well then what is your identity? Doesn't mean anything at that point.
Yeah.
What's the point of it? What's the purpose of it? And I think that's why, and I think that's the real more complicated reason of why the story kind of got shuffled down. Wasn't because whether he was non-binary or not. It's because just him making a declaration exposes the weakness in the entire philosophy.
I do think, though, there would obviously be activists on Twitter, even though the guy killed a bunch of people, bitching about the non-binary stuff. And that's just such a heinous look. A bunch of non-binary activists supporting a murderer, which would happen. I mean, that we live in that timeline right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is just, oh my, it's awful. Maybe that's why they got rid of the story.
It's probably a combination of all these things. He is facing, let's see, he was charged, I guess, today.
Really?
Yes. And so all the stories now are just about the charging, nothing about motivation. But he was charged with 300 different charges, which obviously makes sense. And obviously he's going to be found guilty because it's literally no way that he could not be found guilty. Because he was literally apprehended at the scene committing the crime. So
yeah, plus a bunch of cameras on him, whatever. they were making hay about the dad's interview, obviously. So
yeah, his dad is obviously some kind of fucking crazy
meth
person.
head. Yeah, it seemed like he was
porn star, homophobe, all sorts of bad things.
It seemed like he was on meth in the actual interview that they had, but they were.
That's true.
He was trying to say, his brain's fucked up from doing a bunch of meth, and I was like, yeah, earlier that morning, obviously, like I think they got him moving, so he's like, I'm just gonna do a bunch of meth and move.
Maybe
move house today.
You go and find complex stories and you explain the complexity, but that's not the habit of the mainstream media anymore.
Thank you, Douglas. Okay, our last rebuttal is from Malcolm. Malcolm, take us away.
A couple things that I'm puzzled over. One is that I thought that since you guys were in favor of the proposition, you would at some point have given us a definition of what you meant when you used the phrase mainstream media. I'm still waiting for that because what it seems...
This is like the dumbest point.
I know.
Really?
And he's so sanctimonious about it.
I know. This guy's, oh my God, this guy's awful. How did he write anything of intelligence? He's such a smug asshole.
I was yeah, go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
Well, no, just say like, oh, you guys didn't define. I can't believe. I'm so curious. You didn't define what the mainstream media is. Who doesn't know what the fuck the mainstream media is?
Okay, George Decay.
What kind of question? Well, he's just saying.
How dare you not define the mainstream media?
Well, it was George Takei mixed with Captain Kirk. But it's just like, we all know what the mainstream media is. You don't need to define it. But this isn't Sitch's law. There's no confusion about what we're talking about here.
This guy is such a smug narcissist. It's insane. So I've read all of Malcolm Gladwell's books up until the David and Goliath book. And I was super excited to get the David and Goliath book, but obviously you guys know Adam listens to audiobooks, right? So all of the previous books I've read of Malcolm Gladwell's had other readers. Malcolm Gladwell decided, and this might be because I there's another service that I subscribe to that's recordings for the blind. So it's like readers that volunteer to read the book. So they're not like professionally produced books, but they have a lot of good books. So I don't necessarily know. He might have read his other books and they might be in his voice now on Audible. I don't have those books, but so I got the David and Goliath book on Audible. He reads it and he is such a smug narcissist in the reading of the book that I could not even read the book. I tried to start it several times and I'm just like, this is just insane. He's the worst performance ever reading his own book. And he's obviously so proud of himself, the stuff that he's written. So he's really, kind of acting it out and like, oh my God, isn't this so smart? And it's so insufferable. Like I never finished the book, which was super disappointing. I've never even bought another Malcolm Gladwell book since. So, and this is the icing to the Malcolm Gladwell cake here. It turns out he's just a complete, elitist scumbag.
Yeah.
It's very sad.
It seems to me that you're giving a bunch of very cogent and accurate critiques of the media, but the proposition before us is not that the media behaves nicely and well all the time. It's whether the mainstream media does. And without you giving us any direction about what you mean with that phrase, I'm a little lost. And for example, Douglas, I noticed in your comments to me right now,
he's lost.
You said that would I have been called if I were not who I am? It was a very sort of puzzling locution, but if I were someone else, would I have been called, if I had been, quote, and I'm quoting from you, if someone else had been, quote, grossly defamed in the mainstream media. But I wasn't grossly defamed in the mainstream media. I was grossly defamed in the non-mainstream media.
That proves his point. What are you talking about? That literally proves Douglas's point. If you were because the mainstream media wants to maintain a monopoly on credibility, obviously. So of course they want to report on some story where, alternative media gets a bunch of facts wrong.
Yeah.
Like, what? This doesn't prove your point. This is just insane.
That's a great point, that they're out to malign alternative media.
Of course. And this is the problem. This is what happened with YouTube, with the adpocalypse. This is what they're trying to do with Twitter right now. It's what they did with Facebook. Is that this is like what disgusts me. People forget, before the adpocalypse, you could go on YouTube, and if you looked up a CNN clip or an MSNBC clip or a Fox News clip or a Jimmy Kimmel clip or whatever, they'd have like decent views, but like nowhere near the views that, you would think they'd have for being some massive mainstream source.
Yep.
And you look at alternative news and it would have, just as much views or comparable views. And then it's like the apocalypse happens and all this bullshit, Rupert Murdoch, funds all this bullshit hit pieces on YouTube. And then suddenly, YouTube monkeys with the algorithm. And all of a sudden, all the mainstream sources are getting massive views.
Right. Yeah.
And all the alternative sources take a huge hit. And this is what Mark Ledwich, when he was doing his stuff, is all what it all showed. It showed, all the mainstream media that was saying that there's this YouTube alt-right rabbit hole is lying. That the algorithm actually pushes people towards mainstream sources, whether it be Fox News or MSNBC or CNN. That was the actual bias that he uncovered, which we all knew because they basically admitted that that's what they were doing.
Yeah. Well, they want to. This is a problem. They want to have some form of gatekeeping,
right?
So that stories are accurate. But the gatekeepers are dead. I mean, they're not any judge of reality any longer. So I mean, there literally aren't really even any gatekeepers in the mainstream media, even though that's their entire argument, is that they're the ones that are getting it right.
Yeah, exactly.
Point, right? Second thing was, I was greatly amused by the affection Matt Taibbi has for the age of Walter Cronkite, which he seemed to hold up as a kind of golden moment. In that moment, the mainstream media was populated entirely by white men from elite schools. Why you?
Now, was that a racist comment? Do I need to put a poll up? Or
obviously, this is why I said it happens. This is the first time. This is the obvious race card here. Oh, you like Walter Cronkite because you're a white guy. Okay. Jeez.
You would have had such affection and say that's the
Douglas
gold
Murray.
standard.
That's so funny. He looks at Matt.
He looks back and he's like, "Oh shit."
Entirely by white men from elite schools. Why you would have had such affection and say that's the gold standard, and we should trust the mainstream media precisely at the moment when the mainstream media is least representative, is really puzzling to me. I would point out that at the height of Walter Cronkite's reign in American media,
this is so obviously racist. It is. It actually disgusted me when I got to this point.
Yeah, me too.
Like, it's, you can say that the idea that the mainstream media was ever good could be falsehood. It may well be. I don't know the answer to that question. But this is such a common thing that said that, like, the mainstream media used to be neutral or more neutral. At least that's probably the better way of saying it. Used to be more neutral in some time period that, Walter Cronkite and Edward R. Murrow were on the news. And it's constantly held up by everyone as like, this is the time period. And so just because Matt says it and goes, well, isn't it curious that you, a white guy, think that when white people were on the news more, that this was the golden age? Isn't that curious, Matt? I'm not saying it's racist. I just think it's curious. Like, fuck you.
Now
you fucking racist scumbag.
I'm wondering if Malcolm Gladwell is a critical race theory guy, because this is totally critical race theory.
I mean, this is like, that was an unreal fucking statement. I would have been very hard. It would have been hard for me to not lose my temper
He seems to be making the argument that obviously we know if the mainstream media was run by white people that it couldn't have been unbiased. It had to be biased towards whites, which is critical race theory 101 right there.
Yeah, but that's not even what he's saying. He's just saying that the reason Matt thinks it was unbiased was because it was run by straight white males.
Right.
That's what he's saying. And so he's saying, Matt is racist and therefore this is, it's just, oh man.
Well, it's not really clear if he's making that argument or the other argument.
No, that's 100% clear. That's exactly the argument that he's making.
He's making the argument that Matt is a racist because he idolizes a time period when whites ran the media.
He's saying that's why Matt is holding that up.
Yeah, Matt. He's saying there's a race argument why the mainstream media was unbiased in the.
No. He's saying the reason Matt thinks that time period is a laudable time period is because that's when like straight white men controlled the narrative.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't his opening argument that they had a process in place for 50 years? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Right? No, that's a good point.
Well, I thought it was about process. I thought that was his argument.
Yeah. Well, apparently the process used to be racist. So I guess he invalidated his own argument by doing this race baiting bullshit. Yeah.
He kind of did, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He kind of did.
I thought it was about process, dude. Now it's about skin color. Oh, I see how. Look, I guess the process just went out the window, didn't it? Now we got a new process here.
I wish they would have called him out for this race baiting bullshit because this is like insane.
It's so sad. It's so sad. And is it naivete? Is it, just trying to keep things cordial? But in the closing, I mean, like a minute away from the debate being over, you can hear Matt Taibbi mumble under his breath, "Is he playing the race card?" And I'm going, you're just now catching on to that? Mm-hmm. Just now, Matt. His opening statement was racist.
Well, okay.
Look, Sitch is putting down roots on this.
Well, no, I'm saying we don't know. Obviously right now he's being super disgustingly racist.
Of course.
Okay.
Either people like Michelle and I wouldn't have been on the stage, right? We weren't part of the conversation. So I don't know why we should hold such a kind of affection for that moment. I was also struck by the contradictions between...
I think Malcolm Gladwell is half black and half Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like the perfect...
I'm the victim, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, he's 100% asshole. I don't know what his
Malcolm Gladwell. I'm searching Malcolm. Malcolm Gladwell might become a regular villain on the channel here. Malcolm Gladwell on protesting Princeton's racist legacy from 2016. It sounds like he might have been the original.
His mother was Jamaican.
Okay.
And his father was a British math professor, Graham Gladwell. So I don't know if he's Jewish. Unless his mom was Jamaican and Jewish.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that's possible, but... I mean, Gladwell is not a very Jewish-sounding name.
Okay. He might not be.
How dare you malign my people, Adam?
Is that maligning?
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's only talked about it a bunch of times.
It says that his father read the Bible every morning. I don't know what that means.
What testament?
It doesn't say.
So you don't know.
It doesn't say. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
The comment that you made when Doug...
I'm just saying, if you're keen for intersectionality,
I mean, that would be
the intersection of African American,
that would be a very strong intersection,
and Judaism.
That's true.
That's an intersection where there's not a lot of people hanging out, right?
Mm-hmm.
said that he was very upset at the way the Canadian media acted as an amen chorus of the Canadian government with respect to the truckers. I would just point out that the reason Walter Cronkite was so beloved by people like Matt Taibbi's father and grandfather is that he was an amen chorus for the United States government. So the two of you should really get together in the next 5 minutes and work out your story.
Yeah, you should get together and work out your story.
What did he say? I didn't understand what he just said.
He's basically saying, that these guys were... The process that he said was around for 50 years evidently was implemented after these guys left because they're yes men for the United States government. The media was just working for the government back then now.
Well, but that's not even... Wait. When... Okay, so he was talking about Cronkite. When was Edward R. Murrow like a thing? Isn't that the exact same time period?
I think so, yeah. It's like 1950s, right?
Edward R. Murrow was on air from 1930 to 1965.
Right. Wow, guy had a heck of a run, 35 years. Look at that.
Yeah. And Walter Cronkite was... Let's see.
Here's the CNN video from June 21. Malcolm Gladwell on policing and race relations in America. That might be interesting. Looks like it's on MSNBC. Oh, no, it's on CNN.
Cronkite was recruited by Edward R. Murrow.
Really? So Murrow was the
was his mentor. Yes. No. They were. He was on air at the same time, but when Murrow was his like mentor and predecessor. And it's funny. This is why this is like when he said this, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Edward R. Murrow is most famous for attacking Joseph McCarthy during the Red Scare.
Oh, really? Yeah, because he blew up big because he was speaking truth to power.
Yes.
And now he's saying that he's just a mouthpiece for the United States government. Malcolm, what is it? Is there a process in place, or are they just patsies for the government?
But that's what's so crazy, because it was like, that was a huge turning point for McCarthy and kind of the Red Scare was, well, when Murrow came out strongly against him, I was like, damn, like,
right.
That's a big deal. Because it was a big deal.
Because he's neutral.
Yeah, because he was seen as such a trustworthy
exactly.
Because he was seen as such a trustworthy neutral figure that if he's calling this like bullshit, then that had weight to it.
Yeah, it's basically like breaking character.
Right. Well, it wasn't breaking character. It's just like, he was such a trusted figure that when he was talking out against this. And so this completely destroys Malcolm's narrative, because Malcolm is like, these were all just government shills that hated left-wingers and were racist. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's selling a narrative that's not even true.
It's ridiculous.
What's new, right, from the mainstream media side?
One last.
Look, and everyone in the audience is lapping this up.
I was most amused by the particular subjects that seem to have excited the imagination and outrage of the two of you. I'll just list them before I go in my last 19 seconds. Donald Trump's relationship with Russia, the Canadian truck.
Well, and also, I want to point out, too. So...
Look, he totally makes my point here. You're going to have to... I'm sorry, but you're going to have to recant on your...
I'm not.
You're going to have to. Listen to what he says here. This is totally... evidence that the opening statement was an accusation of
that racism. Doesn't matter. Okay, that's you understand that it's irrelevant.
Look, this is substantial. This is evidence.
Okay. My point again was, as I said it when it happened, there's not enough information.
But this is the more information.
I don't agree.
Let's look. I'm so sad that you took the poll down, because this just would.
Because it doesn't make sense. Okay, whatever.
So say what you're going to say, and then we'll listen to the sentence.
I've completely lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Ivermectin.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. I was going to say, it's true that Douglas Murray attacked Michelle Goldberg specifically, but it was in relation to her doing specific things.
Yeah.
And I think she started because she attacked Matt Taibbi incorrectly, or assumingly incorrectly, about ivermectin.
Yeah.
But from the beginning, Malcolm has been very much like, instead of really defending the position that the media is trustworthy, All he does is just ad hom these
Attack them.
guys.
Yeah.
He just says, "Oh, I'm going to ad hom you. You guys are stupid. You guys are assholes. Oh, you guys are racist." It's just preposterous.
Jordan, of the two of you. I'll just list them before I go in my last 19 seconds. Donald Trump's relationship with Russia, the Canadian truckers,
Wait a minute.
Why do you keep pausing?
I want to go back. I'm so lost in myself.
Subjects that seem to have excited the imagination and outrage of the two of you.
He's saying these are the subjects that have excited the imagination of the two of you.
Gotcha.
And I think the subtext is the racist imagination of the two of you. And now he's going to list a string of stories that he thinks are stories that racists like to talk about.
Right.
And here they come. Ready?
Okay.
Listen, before I go in my last 19 seconds, Donald Trump's relationship with Russia, the Canadian truckers, ivermectin, Jordan Peterson, and then something about this thing in... These aren't things driven by the mainstream media. These are obsessions of the non-mainstream media. Once again, work it out, guys.
Okay, so he's not saying that they're racist for that. But what he's saying is insane. He's saying, "Oh, well,
you're so wrong."
No, I'm not wrong.
He even throws Jordan Peterson in there. If you asked him straight up, "Hey, is Jordan Peterson a racist?" He'd say, "Of course he is."
He might believe it, but that's not the point he's trying to make. The point he's trying to make, and I've heard a lot of mainstream media people make this point, and it's a fucking insane point. They say, "Oh, this is kind of like when they talk about the trans stuff. They say, "Oh, it's the right. They're the ones that are obsessed with the trans stuff." That's all they talk about. And it's like, what fucking reality are you living in? What are you talking about? They're just reacting to shit. And so he's making that same argument like, well, it's not the mainstream media that's obsessed with the Trump Russia, the investigation, which, first of all, that's literally insane. I don't know how this man is fucking delusional.
Of course he is.
We all lived through that time period. That was on the news 24/7 for months and months and months.
Rachel Maddow
years.
covered it every fucking night on her show. Yeah.
Yes. So to pretend that was the alternative media. That was that's what they cared about. It's like, what? This is insane. This is literally detached from reality.
Rachel Maddow would come out with her very stern and serious look about, do we have a Russian asset in the fucking White House right now? Let me tell you why I think we do. That was her show. That was her entire show.
Yes. And then when they were criticizing, when they're calling out Michelle Goldberg for the Nellie Bowles thing, that was an article written by the New York Times. What do you mean?
Yes.
This was the alternative media cared about. What are you talking about? There was mountains and mountains of hit pieces against Jordan Peterson that were all from mainstream media sources.
Guarantee you, the only thing he's ever read about Jordan Peterson is Nellie Bowles' article in the New York Times.
Yeah, probably.
That's the only thing Gladwell knows about Jordan Peterson, and that article makes him seem like a racist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, definitely.
That's why he's using it.
This is so insane. And I wish they had more time to call him out. We should reach out to this guy. I want to talk to this guy.
Who? Gladwell?
Gladwell, ask him what the fuck his problem
is.
There's
no way. Gladwell's a piece of
shit. I know he
man.
won't, but still.
He's like, I only get out of bed for $10,000 media pieces.
This is insane. This is so bizarre.
Donald.
Look, the crowd is loving this.
I know, they're eating it up.
They're like, look at this guy just dismantling these racist pieces of shit.
Well, it's literally, I think this is the town he's from. So, he's got home field advantage or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. That's cheating.
Yeah.
This debate is going off, as they say. I love it. So I'm going to use the moderator's prerogative.
Why would he? That's so incendiary that he says that. This debate is great. He's calling a racist right and left, and they haven't had any chance to respond.
Here, and I'm going to do another round of rebuttals, guys. I'm not going to interrupt this wonderful back and forth. So, Matt, this time you are going to get 3 minutes on the clock, and then I'll figure out whether the rest get 3 minutes or 2 minutes. But you go first. 3 minutes on the clock to rebut what you just heard.
First of all, are you really saying that Trump's relationship with Russia was not an obsession of mainstream media? It was basically the entire content of cable news for 3 years.
Yeah, thank you, man.
There was almost, again, the editor of the New York Times, Dean Baquet, said, we built our newsroom around one story, that story. The New York Times doesn't get much more mainstream than that, I don't think. Defining the mainstream media is simple. I talked before about a bifurcated system where we have essentially two politically homogenous audiences. We have Fox News and conservative media on one side. The mainstream media, roughly speaking, is the other side, right? That's what we mean when we talk about the mainstream media. And yes, as I said in my speech, the old system under Walter Cronkite had its flaws, but it did have its advantages as well. Making the effort to talk to everybody garnered more trust in the public. There was a reason why people trusted news people more 20 or 30 or 40 years ago than they do now. Now, when people meet someone from the New York Times or from the Washington Post or from MSNBC out in middle America, they don't talk to them. You cannot get, those interviews are very difficult to get now because people perceive those institutions to be not on their side. Now, this is very different. I know this as a campaign reporter myself. I've watched over the years how this has changed. Once upon a time, I could interview for Rolling Stone Republicans with no problem. People loved it. They would always talk about how Dr. Hook was in the cover of Rolling Stone. But over the years, progressively, people became more reserved and they became more distrustful, and they should have been, because the media made more and more mistakes over those years. Think about the WMD episode. We talked about the haloed processes of the mainstream media. Everybody got this wrong. And not only did they get that wrong, after they got it wrong, they promoted all the people who were the most wrong and fired all the people who were the most right. Some of the people were never forgiven for getting that story right, and some of them are editing major magazines today for getting it wrong. So that people have a reason to distrust the media. Of course they do. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Very lucid, great argument. Will they respond to his actual argument, Sitch?
Well, I actually think it was a bad rebuttal. I'll tell you what.
What? That was a flawless rebuttal. You can't.
No. So when you're dealing with people, especially people that are dishonest actors, you can't respond to a bunch of different things because they're going to only respond to the one point that's their strongest point to respond to.
You're a bunch of racists?
No. So like if you say if they say like four things and then you respond to all four things, they're only going to pick two or one of those things to respond to, whatever their strongest area of response is. That's how these conversations go. So the way to actually respond is to just point out what you want to talk about, to force them to respond to it. Right. So, and I'm not criticizing Matt here, obviously, but like the super alpha Chad ultimate base move would be just to say the two things. To say, number one, and to keep repeating this, hammering home, you are literally insane if you think that the mainstream media was not obsessed with Russiagate. You're unmoored from reality, okay? You were unmoored from reality. That is so beyond the pale. I don't know how anyone could trust anything you say if that is your perception of reality. You have no clue what's going on.
That would be great. That would
just hammer on that, and then also to say, and then I am frankly disgusted that you would imply that I'm racist for holding up, Walter Cronkite as, someone that should be lauded for his impartiality and neutrality. Yeah. For you to just, based on absolutely nothing but your own bigotry, to accuse me of being racist. It was not based on anything I said, but based on the fact that you look at me and see that I'm white, and you look at the guy that I'm praising as white, and you're saying, oh, well, that must be why you like him.
Yeah.
So just hammer those two things.
Stuff on him. That would be awesome.
Well, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And don't even address anything else.
Yeah. And just go back to that over and over and over again.
Right.
That's a great move. Yeah. That would be good. You've changed my mind. Look. And I said it couldn't be changed. I said it was impossible to change my mind.
There you go. I'm glad you.
But you've done it.
There you go. I'm so proud.
Let's go through our rebuttals, but just for the sake of time and moving us through this debate, I'm going to go 2 minutes each for the remaining 3 rebuttals in this second round. So we'll set the clock to 2 minutes. And Michelle, you're up.
So I guess the point that I keep coming back to is that this critique of the mainstream media, and particularly this critique of the mainstream media as kind of ideologically blinkered, is itself, I think, rooted in a very simplistic and distorted view of what's happening both in politics and in the relationship between the media and politics. I mean, specifically, the idea that there was nothing to the Trump-Russia story. And I don't want to go too deep in the weeds, but this is bananas. I mean, certainly the Mueller, people put too much hope. People who despise Trump put too much hope in that Mueller would bring him to justice. But what we've learned...
Okay.
She's going to argue that they got the story right.
Yeah, but so what she just implied, which is why I love that she said this, what she's implying is that, yeah, the media was actually correct about Russiagate, and Mueller was just wrong about Russiagate. Okay, that's what she's implying.
Right.
And I just can't believe that she said that. It's such a lack of self-awareness, but okay.
Mueller did the investigation, though, and proved that the media was just chasing their own tail, right? There was no there.
Yeah, well, it showed that there was lots of smoke. There was absolutely no fire.
Yep.
There was no smoking gun that was found for some sort of Russia connection. And but it did show, that Trump did obviously impede the investigation. But that's of course a different question. So
right.
When this report first came out, that there was kind of concern in the intelligence agencies about...
Well, an innocent man impeding an investigation is very different than a guilty man impeding an investigation. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it's still bad, but you're right. It's not as, obviously there's a difference. But...
Trump's relationship with Russia. If we had, at that moment, known that Donald Trump's campaign asked Russia for help in... asked Russia for help in the election. If we had known that Donald Trump was seeking to do a huge business deal in Moscow and seeking Putin's assistance, if we had known...
So, okay, wait.
I know, she's going deep here.
Okay, this is great. So the first thing she said is so insanely dishonest. She said that Trump asked Russia for help in the election. Okay, do you know what she's referencing?
He did it in a speech.
Yeah.
He said if Moscow has those emails of Hillary Clinton, they should release them. He did it in a public thing in front of millions of people.
And it was very obvious. It was, tongue-in-cheek comment.
Yes.
About
comedy.
Yes, it was very obvious that it was a joking comment about, Hillary's, the missing emails that were destroyed that she didn't turn over and she never got in trouble for doing so. There's if Russia has those emails, they should release them. Okay, to turn that around into saying this was a serious attempt of Donald Trump to ask the Russian government to help in the election. It's no, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. That's so pathetic.
Yeah, she's so ideologically blinkered.
Right. Now you could criticize the building, the Moscow building. I don't remember how that ended. I mean, it was something that was real, that they were trying to build some Trump Tower somewhere in Moscow while he was becoming president. But I don't remember how that story ever ended, if it ever got built or not. But the first claim is just so fucking ludicrous.
Known at that moment that his campaign manager, who then had managed the campaign of pro-Russian candidates in Ukraine, if we had known that his campaign manager was passing intelligence to somebody who was believed to be a KGB agent, and if we had known that Russia then did hack and...
Even that, okay, so... So, first of all, Trump getting Paul Manafort to be his campaign manager was a horrendous fuck up on Trump's part. That was a monumental fuck up on Trump's part. Paul Manafort's a bad, horrible, corrupt person. But she's passing intelligence to KGB agents. That's not what's passing. They passed poll. He gave him poll data or something. That was it was American polling data.
Public polling data.
Yeah, it wasn't the data itself was proprietary, but it was just about some poll. It wasn't she's making it sound like those state secrets, Paul Manafort was passing state secrets, to the KGB or something. This is, I don't know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hack and leak emails of the Democratic candidate for president, we would have thought, well, this is an astonishing blockbuster. And so it's...
Wait, they did know that. What the fuck is she talking about? That's what started the entire investigation and the narrative. what does she mean they didn't know that? I don't understand.
Aiden's in the chat. She says, so is she lying or is she just big dumb?
She's lying. What she's doing is she's purposely, okay, so the way that most journalists lie, they don't not always, but they don't generally just say something that's like a straight out lie. What they do is they frame things in very dishonest ways. So it's like, oh, Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign manager was passing, something, he shouldn't have passed a KGB agent. Well, I mean, that's true, but what is this something? Is it really harmful? Not really. It was, it's polling data. Oh, Trump asked Russia to, help him win the election. Was that true? Well, I mean, he sort of jokingly said that they should release Hillary's emails. I don't think I think it's completely bad faith to interpret that as like he's asking Russia to help. So, I mean, that's generally what the journalists do. And this is what they did with Jordan Peterson, you talked about.
Yep.
He made this comment about, enforced monogamy, and he knew instantly that this bad faith actor, was going to twist it around in some very dishonest way.
And she did. And it became the entire story. And everyone talked about enforced monogamy for months.
Right.
And how Jordan Peterson is a bad, bad man. Who's the king of the incels.
Yeah. We gotta have the government mandate, women to school shooters so they don't shoot people. That's what Jordan Peterson said.
Right, yeah. Stellar.
It's really much more complicated.
Yeah, exactly.
Than that. Finally, about Club Q. Nobody believes that he is non-binary. If they did, they would think that this was a fascinating story and would love to report it. The media loves...
That is the biggest line of bullshit I've ever heard in my entire life. The media would love to report, oh my God, look at this amazing non-binary person that went and shot up a gay club. Let's report on that. Oh, fascinating human interest story.
Yes.
No way. They're going to run from that.
Counterintuitive stories more than it loves ideological.
She might be the big dum-dum. Yeah.
On that one, she might be a big dum-dum. That's
I disagree.
So bizarre.
I disagree that she knows she's lying. She's not smart enough to know she's
lying.
I'm
saying for that one. I think for the other stuff, she knows she knows she's framing them in very specific ways. But that one, she could just be an idiot. But she says, oh, it was very obvious that he was lying. It's like, well, what is the evidence of that? I mean, we're assuming that he's lying because of his father, because he's made other comments in the past. But is there really strong evidence, that it's a troll? I don't know. So I said, I don't know.
I feel like very few people have the capacity to be intentionally dishonest. I feel like it's easier for them to lie to themselves.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. But what they do is she doesn't think she's being dishonest. Because the way she justifies it in her mind is she goes, it's the same way that Lance probably justifies a lot of the shit that he lies about on Twitter. She probably thinks that, oh, Donald Trump does have this connection with Russia. They just couldn't find it, right?
Right.
And so she sort of interprets all these events, or she convinces herself that her interpretation is the correct one, even though some part of her knows that she's not being fair here. Some little voice inside of her is like,
I don't think so. I think
really,
that voice was strangled.
Really, Michelle? Really? I don't know about that. No. Really, did Donald Trump ask Russia to help with the campaign? Really? Is that really fair?
Think so.
You don't think so? You think she's just okay?
She probably remembers it. The Donald Trump thing is Donald Trump, in a room somewhere talking to some KGB agent. She doesn't even remember it was in front of, thousands of screaming
No, she probably. If you asked her, she probably could say exactly what. If we could talk to her, I could almost guarantee you, she would say, "Oh, he said it in the speech that Russia should hack the emails." I bet you she knows exactly the exact incident.
Yeah, but she would go into the details and say, look, he couldn't ask directly in secret because that would give him away. The only way that he can do it is to do it publicly and make it seem like a joke. But really, honestly, he was asking Putin, and Putin got the message. It was loud and clear for Putin, and Putin obliged.
Well, but first of all, if she made that argument, that would actually destroy the entire Russia narrative, because the entire Russia gate narrative was that Trump had a secret backdoor channel of communication with Putin.
Right.
So he wouldn't need to use some sort of public. Right.
Oh, that's an interesting conundrum for her.
Right. So I don't. Yeah. So you should make some argument. I don't know what it'd be, but like it wouldn't be very strong.
That wouldn't be the argument because it would destroy her.
Well, she could say it, but should be a big mistake.
Right. Huh. Interesting. So.
Ideologically convenient. It's simply that everyone knew that he was trolling us when he said that. Thank you.
Okay, Douglas, let's have your second rebuttal.
Thank you. Would that they were still interested in that nuance, Michelle. Would that they were. Malcolm Gladwell said we need to define mainstream media. If we haven't, it's because I spoke to the organisers before this tonight saying, are we going to spend the whole of the debate debating what the mainstream media definition should be? And they assured me not. But we can do. Let me do it in shorthand. The mainstream media, in my view, would be, for instance, things like government-subsidised media that say what the government wants them to say. I would say that it was the legacy media, the newspapers we used to trust once and we don't trust anymore, the ones that used to be the papers of record and which have slowly descended into just partisan hackery of whatever their own particular peccadillos are that month. Malcolm, you did a little nasty jab there, I noticed, at Matt, by trying to pretend that Matt Taibbi is desperate for the era of white men in broadcasting. Takes a certain chutzpah to make that claim.
Nice.
But I don't see any reason why that is the case with Matt. I don't think that you are hankering desperately for a world of white news presenters. We've only just met, but you didn't give off that vibe to me. And when Malcolm says you've got to get your story right, guys, I know it's easy for a cheap laugh line, but I don't see why we do. We're two very different people with very different careers, interests, and much more. We've trodden very different paths across very wide swathes of this planet. And we don't need to get our story straight for you, or for this audience tonight, or be in lockstep. Differences of opinion, including on the same side, used to be cherished.
Nice.
I could do more, but I'll leave it.
Wow. Thank you. Okay, let's get our last rebuttal here from Malcolm. 2 minutes. Take us away.
I was astonished to listen as Matt Taibbi doubled down on his defense of Walter Cronkite. I feel like there should be a giant picture of Walter Cronkite behind. And he said, the most incredible quote was, Walter Cronkite, the era of that era in journalism was distinguished by journalists, quote, making the effort to talk to everybody. Now, he's talking about the 1950s and 60s. I just wanted to make a short list of the people who were not spoken to by journalists in the 1950s.
Oh, look, he's going to do it again. He's going to double down. You're just so racist, Matt. You're so racist. Oh, my God, you just like him because he's a white, straight male. You're so racist.
Do you still think the crowd is there because this is his hometown? They're literally audibly laughing about what a racist he is.
I'm sure. No. I am sure that a lot of the people who are watching that are on the left completely buy this narrative.
Yeah, of course.
100%. Yes. I'm just saying that for the extra, there's always going to be like, a 10 or 20% extra if it's like you have the hometown advantage, obviously.
They're audibly laughing because he's like, let's trot out the list of people who the mainstream media just completely ignored.
I know, right.
50s and 60s. And you may want to add some...
do you really think that the mainstream media was not talking to black people during the 60s? I mean, it was the civil rights movement. I kind of feel like they were. I even feel like this is such a bad faith argument. I mean, you might be able to make a case in the 1950s, but when civil rights was a story and the mainstream media is predominantly left-wing, like a lot of people say it always has been left-leaning, of course they're going to the civil rights stories.
Right. Well, I would be curious. I don't know, but I'd be curious to see, like, what was Walter Cronkite's coverage of the civil rights movement?
Even like the 1950s stuff, the reporters were there covering all the civil rights stuff. They didn't cover Rosa Parks. The mainstream media stepped away from that story. They're like, oh no, a black person. Let's not let's not cover this story, right?
Right, yeah.
I mean, Rosa Parks was a news story for a reason.
Who was the famous reporter that was beaten at the DNC 1968 protest?
I'm not sure.
It wasn't the guy that was lying about the helicopter shit?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not ringing any bells, but look it up.
I am trying to look it up.
I miss some black people, women.
This is all just hilarious. Look at the reaction of the girl sitting behind him. He said, "Look, this guy is so fucking ruthless.
He's so racist."
Women. Well, first of all, he's not talking about including them in the newsroom. He's talking about interviewing them. So this is a total mischaracterization of what he's saying, because he was talking
Dan
about
Rather was the guy. So
what about Dan Rather?
He was at the 1968 Democratic National Convention. He got beat up by the cops because there's some big riot broke out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Poor people, gay people.
Look at this. Look at these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Matt's like,
this is just so insane. This is so disgusting.
It's this is like a Munk debate too. I guess this is their bread and butter now, is just to bring two people and have two left-wingers come out and accuse them of racism.
Yeah, but see, even Michelle Goldberg, who I disagree with, she wasn't stooping this low in the conversation. Like, this is just
Michael Eric Dyson was the big stooper in the last one.
Yeah, but even him, he had that one line that was really bad. The mean white man.
And he felt immediately like he had overstepped. But Malcolm Gladwell's like doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down.
Yeah, because as soon as Jordan Peterson called him out for it, Michael Eric Dyson seemed embarrassed. Like, he was kind of trying to sort of walk it back, but not really walk it back.
We even watched to the very end where, I mean, Michael Eric Dyson looked like a hostage victim just wanting to get out of there. And Michelle Goldberg is like talking to the reporters and shit. And he's like, oh my God, my career's over. I can't believe I said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People with mildly left-wing views. I mean, words fail me when somebody, when it presented with a critique of his rather idiosyncratic position on Walter Cronkite, comes back and says, oh, no. There's more to my great love of this man.
He's such a fucking racist piece of shit. It's so disgusting.
He's such a liar, too.
I know.
Where in here was he idolizing Walter Cronkite? He makes it sound like the whole debate is about Walter Cronkite.
No, he just used it as like an example of someone that is held up as a neutral, journalist historically.
Right.
That was it.
But now, this is why he's got to be deep in the CRT stuff, because he's just saying like, oh, this avatar of neutralness that we've been turning to for years obviously was just a racist piece of shit, not neutral at all.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that struck me in their comments was there's a weird obsession with the two of them with the notion that the media occasionally gets things wrong. And I wonder if they have confused the role of journalists with that of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers have to get their predictions right, but journalists don't. The job of a journalist is to use that famous phrase, to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. And sometimes that means you go down.
That is such a fucking CRT bullshit line. That's not the job of a journalist, you fucking buffoon.
Well,
the job of a journalist is to tell you what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, it's to report the facts. He just claimed journalism is activism.
Yes,
that's exactly what he said. He just
said it was critical theory. It's we have to attack the powerful and comfort the oppressed,
the downtrodden, the oppressed.
Yes,
yeah, he's a total fucking CRT dude.
This is like insane.
Journalism is activism. That's the way he sees it.
Yes,
and he's using his platform to attack an innocent guy right now.
Right.
Which is just fucking evil.
found some dead ends, and you chase stories that don't turn out as you want them or wish them or hope that they would turn out. But that is the nature of the business. And if that business seems uncomfortable to you, then I would suggest you should go into stockbroking.
Get out of the business, kid. You're racist.
Great debate. Let me join in.
All like the millennials sitting behind him are just eating this up. They're like, that's right.
Of course.
They love this race stuff.
Because that's like
fighting over race.
It's like that's like the magic words. Like, let me it's just a disgusting ad hom. It needs to be called out because that's really all it is. It's literally just a logical fallacy. It's just an ad hom.
Right.
I don't have to address your argument because you're a racist.
It is. It is actually an ad hom. You shouldn't. He can't be right because he's a racist.
Yeah.
Spend a little bit of time with you before closing statements, just trying to think of some of the questions that are top of mind for this audience, having listened to this back and forth. And let me come to you first, Matt, because I have a question.
Let me just think real quick here. A question top of the mind. Are you, in fact, a racist?
Yeah. That'd be my question is to you, Malcolm. Why are you a racist piece of shit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
On an argument that Malcolm made earlier tonight, that this is about this debate and the issue of trust. Because let's get back to our resolution. Be it resolved, don't trust mainstream media. For some in Malcolm and Michelle's camp, it's about a process. It's about a commitment to a learning, a teaching, a profession. Why isn't that a reason to feel that there is something very special about the mainstream media versus Substack, where you work, where, I don't know, I assume those types of things are somewhat arbitrary as to whether your fellow contributors on Substack really care about fact-checking or care about searching out the other side to a story or to an opinion.
Well, first of all, let's talk about process. Michelle brought up the assistant to Donald Trump's campaign manager, Konstantin Kilimnik. She called him a suspected Russian agent. Right. Yeah. He was also, we know definitely he was a source for the U.S. State Department, but his name, Konstantin Kilimnik, was splashed all over the news for a year. Do you know how many reporters called him? 2. Aaron Mate, a Canadian journalist, by the way, and myself. Nobody called him. This person who's supposedly the linchpin of the entire conspiracy, his telephone number is public. It's in the Senate report. Nobody from the Senate called him. Robert Mueller didn't call him. Nobody from the New York Times called him. It was left to a couple of independent journalists to do it, which to me suggests that there's something going on process-wise that's a little different from the way things used to be. Once upon a time, I think journalists were more interested in what was true and what was not true than whether or not this fit the narrative or not. And I think what happened with the Trump-Russia story is, what's the upside for a lot of these institutions to call up somebody like Konstantin Kilimnik and find out his side of the story? Is that going to get on the front page of the New York Times? Probably not. And so, yes, there are processes. Fact-checking is important. I do it. I hire fact-checkers to do it. But this is not the standard process for all mainstream media institutions anymore. We don't do it as much as we used to. Part of that is for financial reasons.
Wait, I can't sit here and let you make these statements that without any kind of, we don't do that.
See, this is the problem. This is very unfortunate. It's very difficult, but this is what we have to do, is that when the moderator asks that question, you have to say, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question because I have to address the fucking racist that's sitting across from me on the stage right here. You just have to go into that.
Yeah, you got to launch into what a bigot he is.
Yeah, because now he's like, oh, I can't. Like, just the ego, the fucking ego of this guy. Oh, I can't sit here while you say these things. Oh, fuck you, you total piece of shit. You total scumbag.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't sit here in good faith while you say that, nobody asked this guy if he was, for his side of the story. That's what you can't sit there for? Jeez.
Douglas, opens a can of whoop ass on him here.
As much as we used to for financial reasons. I mean, I worked at the New Yorker. The New Yorker, if anything, spends more money on fact-checking today than it did in the past. I would have thought, with my first book, I didn't hire a fact-checker, but then I observed the number of errors in it. I also observed that the nature of the journalism world in which we live, the scrutiny of journalists is such that it's really perilous not to have a fact-checker. And so now I have fact-checkers. Many other people, I think, have observed the same thing, that there is now so much attention paid to the accuracy of things that writers say that you'd better make sure you don't have errors in your... So, I mean, Matt, I understand that you do have this wonderful nostalgia for the way things used to be, but I think...
Was that a racist accusation, Sitch?
Probably.
Look at that fucking straw man.
That you need to fact check some of your nostalgic notions about the wonderful world of the 1950s. Who was watching?
Look, this is total bullshit.
I know.
Even framing it as nostalgia is bullshit.
Yep.
Like, it's not a nostalgia for the past. It's like actually factual information is more valuable than partisan hackery from whatever time period it comes from. It's not about nostalgia. It's about accuracy in news reporting.
Watchdogging the New York Times in the 1950s. Nobody was. It was a tiny little universe of people now watchdog institutions like that, and so they have a higher commitment to the truth.
So first of all, hold on, Matt. Let's bring Douglas in on this. I just want to hear his voice.
Doug is speechless.
I'm never speechless. It's not a problem I suffer from. I can't sit here and listen to Malcolm Gladwell talking about fact-checking and the importance of it. Not to get too mean, Malcolm. I read your book, David and Goliath. The chapter on Northern Ireland is more filled with inaccuracies than any other chapter in a non-fiction book I have read. It is, having written a not very well selling, but widely acclaimed book on Northern Ireland myself, my book on Northern Ireland didn't sell anywhere near as much as yours did, Malcolm. But mine was filled with facts. And your chapter on Northern Ireland was so filled with inaccuracies. Irish historians ripped it apart. Would that you had a fact checker, Malcolm. Would that you did your own research. But anyway, let me get back to another point.
I must say, you do a very good job of it. But you must say, you do have a tendency to accuse those who disagree with your opinion.
No, it's not disagreement.
It's
not disagreement, Malcolm. You didn't know that the provisional IRA were responsible.
Look, the guy calls Matt Taibbi a racist for an hour. And now he's just incensed about him berating his book for inaccuracy.
I know.
Look at the fucking grandstanding of this guy. This guy's a piece of work, man.
I know.
For 60% of the deaths in the Troubles. There were basic things you just didn't know, Malcolm. No. I'm sorry, it's not my fault, it's yours. And your fact-checkers.
I didn't know that the function of this debate was to rehash the accuracy of a chapter in a book.
Well, you were the one that started talking about fact-checkers. I'm simply saying, why don't you employ some?
You like that? So he blows him out of the water. He gives the specifics.
He destroys him.
Well, I didn't know this debate was about me being wrong about things.
I know. Tut.
It's like,
can we move on already?
Please, can we move on to something else?
He basically called him a moron.
I know.
Even though he's been calling Matt Taibbi a racist for... It's just so one-sided.
Yes. This is the only thing I would have liked for the response of being like, well, I didn't know this conversation was about you being racist and calling us racist based on your own racism.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I didn't know that was part of the conversation either, Malcolm.
Suspect.
Or your publishers. Douglas, why don't I make the point I wanted to make other than that?
Briefly, yes. Good Lord.
So take the Hunter Biden story.
Oh, he said good
here we
Lord.
go. I'm sorry.
Of course you don't want to hear it.
Is there no end to the kind of Twitter stuff you guys are going to...
Do you like how the whole conversation has, like, first of all, where's the moderator here? Like, this is supposed to not be a a kind of conversation where people interrupt each other. It's supposed to be like, you talk, you talk, you talk, you talk, back and forth, back and forth. Like, how come suddenly this crosstalk is allowed?
Because it's Malcolm Gladwell, obviously. He's like the big player in this debate here. He's like, look, I'm an internationally best-selling author.
And like he brings up, Hunter Biden laptop. The story was censored for a period of time on Twitter, Facebook. It, potential to be a big deal depending on how exactly that censoring occurred and what's the story behind it. Did the government tell them to do it? Was it a private decision? Whose decision it was? Was it following their policy? Blah, 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 blah. There's all sorts of questions about that. That should be concerning to everyone if you care about, living in a free and open society. But no, all you care about is Twitter drama. Oh, you guys, you don't care about the real news. Oh, fuck you, you fucking scumbag. You don't care about news that makes you and your team look bad.
That's really what you're saying. That's exactly what's going on. The fact that he's so incurious about the Hunter Biden story that he doesn't even think it is a story just speaks volumes about where he's coming from. It really does. And they might even bring this up, if that story was about one of Trump's kids, he'd have such a hard-on for that story, man. He'd be all over it.
Of course. Yeah, if that was first of all, if that was a story about, Trump Jr., Donald Jr., some laptop from hell, that said, they were receiving foreign money, then he was giving to Trump, blah, 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 blah. And having fucking prostitutes and doing drugs and all this other shit. First of all, number one, Twitter, I don't believe for a second Twitter would have censored it.
Of course not.
I don't believe for a second. But number two, in a hypothetical world where Twitter did censor it, under the same guidelines of, we don't know if it's hacked or not, Malcolm and, Michelle be like, oh my God, this is a travesty of justice. Oh, they're trying to censor information from the people.
Right.
Yeah. They would have lost their mind.
There's always an excuse. The argument that they make on the Hunter laptop story, I mean, it's a compelling argument in that you don't want to put something out there that is incorrect. But where the bias comes in is, if it's something that's potentially incorrect that's going to damage my candidate, then they're super, careful about it, right? But if it's something that may be incorrect that's going to damage the other candidate, it's like, if it turns out it's wrong, we can always report a retraction, right? There's like no care whatsoever.
Yeah, that is true. But also the thing is, it is not and should not be Twitter's place to determine, or Facebook's place to determine whether something is true or not.
Not Twitter's, but I mean, it literally is a journalist's job to
that's up to exactly. That's up to, the Washington Post, New York Times, New York Post, Fox News, MSNBC, all these people that are going to report on it. Yeah, that's up to them.
I am under the impression, like, it's Washington Post, right? That published a story.
New York Post published a story.
New York Post, okay.
Right.
So,
Right, but the question with the regarding to Twitter and Hunter Biden laptop is not. It's not even a question of whether it's real or not. It's a question of, Twitter and Facebook should not be making these sorts of editorial decisions, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah.
On making determinations about whether something is true or not. That's not up to them.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be up to them.
Of course you want to hear it, Malcolm. Of course you wouldn't, because it goes against your ideological presumptions.
Got him.
That story was a big story, okay? It was a big story. The New York Post, which I write for, but the New York Post, America's oldest newspaper, was silenced on Twitter, was silenced across the media. The Washington Post has now picked it up. It's saying that, the laptop's true. But why didn't the media pick it up before? Why didn't they call up people? Why didn't they check whether the emails were accurate? Because they didn't want Biden to lose the election. He was their guy. And they weren't going to screw that up. Now, I ask you...
Can I respond to that?
Not only that. This is an important allegation, and I knew the Hunter Biden laptop was going to come up. It had to land, so it's landed at just the right time. So, Michelle, let's come to you on this, because I think many people...
I do want to talk about the Hunter Biden laptop, because I actually was telling Malcolm, we were talking this morning, and I said, I bet they're going to want to talk about the Hunter Biden laptop. And he said to me, really? Who would care about that?
Yeah,
but
holy shit, this guy, this guy lives on another fucking planet.
Yeah, he lives in New York, man.
This guy is such this is, oh my God, this is so disgusting. This guy who's a journalist, supposed to be like figuring out like what is true in the world. He's so inside his own ass. I don't know where the fuck he lives. He lives in a fucking bubble that's detached and unmoored from reality.
It's like a Matrix pod.
You think they're going to want to talk about the Hunter Biden laptop? Why would anyone want to talk about that?
Yes, our mainstream media has dispelled the accuracy of that forever ago. We've moved on. We won the election.
Even if you like totally buy the left-wing narrative on all the stuff, like Michelle does, she like has an awareness to be like, yeah, but they don't believe that. Like she's like, yeah, but they don't believe that, Malcolm. What the fuck are you talking about?
He just sees them as the little people. They're just the inconsequential morons.
Yes, this is like insane.
Scamper around his feet. And worship the journalists of the 1950s from nostalgia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just so bizarre.
But I want to say the Hunter Biden laptop because again, I feel like this story is this is a revisionist history. I mean, let's remember what happened with the Hunter Biden laptop. The person who wrote the New York Post story asked to have their name taken off of it because they thought the story was unreliable. The people who had the hard drive would not give it to the Washington Post and the New York Times before the election. So you're basically saying, why didn't they rely on the Post reporting that the reporter himself considered unreliable? And I went back through some of this stuff because I figured we'd be talking about this. The Washington Post, yes, has been able to...
So the thing is, this is kind of, well, it depends what your point is. This is kind of irrelevant to the Twitter point. You can bring this up as why the New York Times and the Washington Post and other outlets shouldn't have just automatically assumed the New York Post to be telling the truth, which is fair, which is totally fair. You should say, well, okay, well, the New York Post is biased, to the right, just as the New York Times is biased to the left. And so if they, produce some story that's obviously going to make Biden look bad, you shouldn't just believe it uncritically. You should, see the evidence for yourself. That's a totally fair thing to say and advocate for. However, that has nothing to do with whether Twitter and Facebook should censor a story, right, and deplatform the story. It's not Twitter and Facebook's job, and should not be their job, to try to make a determination about whether a news story is accurate or not.
Right,
that's not their job. Because if they start doing that, then guess what? They're editorializing things, and they're getting into the realms of, well, then you don't really get your Section 230 protection, do you? Because why can't I sue Twitter for slander? If Twitter's going to go be in the business of determining whether stories are real or not, then why can't I sue Twitter for slander when someone says something that's wrong about me?
Right.
I'm sorry, libel, not slander, but
same thing.
To confirm, some hired forensic experts were able to confirm some of the emails on the Hunter Biden laptop and some of the other material. There's I don't think anyone's disputing that Hunter Biden is a, both corrupt and troubled person. But I just I wrote this down because I thought this might come up. Among the reasons for the inconclusive findings was the sloppy handling of the data, which damaged some records. The experts found that the data had been repeatedly accessed and copied by people other than Hunter Biden over nearly 3 years, blah, 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 the FBI. The security experts who examined the data...
Matt Taibbi just completely fucking nukes her from orbit here in the realm of journalism.
For the Post struggled to reach definitive conclusions about the contents as a whole, including whether all of it originated from a single computer or could have been assembled from files from multiple computers and put on the portable drive. So the media has covered this, but they have also been, I think, careful, given the fact that this stuff still cannot be authenticated. And I spoke at the very beginning about the media kind of trying to self-correct, sometimes to a fault. And when
Matt is just completely dumbfounded here. He's got like the what the fuck look on his face. Like, there's only one way to cooperate information in my New York liberal bubble. It's like,
and there was a leak. When Hillary Clinton's emails were leaked, and emails from the DNC were leaked in 2016. I mean, I was at the Democratic convention, and you sort of saw how it turned the mood, how it soured the mood, how it angered so many of the Bernie Sanders supporters. So it had a real impact on the way that race unfolded. And I think that in retrospect, a lot of media came to see that How that material was obtained and how it was kind of strategically disseminated was as important of a story as the contents of those emails, and that they had made a mistake by only focusing on the latter. And so they didn't want to make the same mistake again with the Hunter Biden laptop. And you are arguing, it seems to me, that they should have.
Yeah. So guys, let's have you respond to that, because this could be an example where the media, seeing a campaign of successful disinformation run by a foreign government against a candidate running for president of the United States, could in a sense be replicated again in the Biden laptop. Maybe that was not the case in the end, but wasn't that a responsible thing that only the mainstream media would have done, taking a more cautious approach to uncertainty when reporting the news?
Okay. First of all, the 2016 campaign was not disinformation. It wasn't fake. Those emails were real. They were all authentic. The manner of how they were obtained was shady, but they were true. So you can't call it disinformation. Neither was this. This was not disinformation. And news organizations are not required to report on anything. No one has to do the story on the Hunter Biden laptop if they don't want to. They're not obligated to. However, they went beyond not covering it. They wrote stories that this was Russian disinformation. They repeated the statements made by 50 former intelligence officials who described this as having all the earmarks of a Russian information campaign. By the way, they didn't use the word disinformation. But that wasn't even the most important part of the story. The important part of that story wasn't even about Hunter Biden. It was about the decision by Facebook and Twitter, at the behest, at least in the case of Facebook, of the U.S. government to quash or dial down that story and deny access to that story.
It's unfortunate because I'm happy that he's bringing up what is actually the actual problem, which is Twitter and Facebook censorship. Unfortunately, he just said something that's completely not true. There's been no evidence that Facebook was directed by the government to squash that story whatsoever.
Right.
So I don't know why he said that, but it's a pretty big fuck up for Matt to make, especially considering he's literally reporting on the story for Twitter right now. So,
ouch.
Not good.
That is a historic moment in the history of censorship in our country.
And okay, come quickly on this line.
I've got to add to that. It's like, Malcolm, you're kind of, oh my God, what a Journo the whole Hunter Biden story is. How boring to talk about the idea of corruption at an epic scale in the first family. How boring. Who would want to harp on about that? Let me try the counterfactual on you. It's October 2020. And a huge number of emails are suddenly dumped, revealing unbelievable scandal in the Trump family. I don't want to concentrate on the dick pics and the crack and stuff. Never mind about Don Jr. if he'd been doing that. Let's just focus on the emails. There was a very easy way, Michelle, as you know, to certify whether this stuff was true. You could call up anyone on the email chains and say.
So again, the people that are saying Zuckerberg said that the FBI told him to crush the story, that's literally, that's not what happened. That is not what happened. And you've unfortunately fallen prey to people that are reporting this that are basically falling prey to their own elephants. Okay, that's not what Mark Zuckerberg said. What Mark Zuckerberg said, and this is why
this was on Joe Rogan, right?
This was on Joe Rogan, and there hasn't been any. I have not seen any sort of follow up that has disproven this whatsoever. And this is why it's weird for Matt to say this. The exact same warning that Twitter got from the FBI that Matt says didn't count as government direct interference is the exact same warning Facebook got, which was that at some point in the summer, which unfortunately Matt doesn't tell us the exact date, which I think is I'm not a huge fan of the way Matt handled the Twitter files, and I think he fucked up in a lot of areas. And this is one of them, is that all he says is that in the summertime, the FBI gave some kind of vague warning that close to the election, they expected there to be some kind of Russian disinformation, attempt. That's all he said. Okay, that's all he says. And if under Matt's own logic, if that is not them directly telling Twitter to squash the Hunter Biden story, then he can't say that that is the government or the FBI directly telling Facebook to quash the Hunter Biden story, because they literally did the same thing in both cases.
Could you be missing another source that he's citing that we don't necessarily know about?
There could be, but I'm looking
if there
for
is,
it now,
if you guys, if you guys in the chat have that source, let us know. Obviously,
unless there's new reporting outside of what Zuckerberg said, that was, here is someone specifically saying the government told Facebook to quash Hunter Biden. And it's actually ironic because when Matt Taibbi on Twitter said that he didn't find any information that the FBI or someone told Twitter to squash the story, I forget who it was, somebody fired back and said, actually there is. And they produced a page from some pleading where some former Twitter employee did make the claim that they were explicitly told that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation from a government actor. So with Twitter, it's still up in the air that maybe someone did tell them that. But with Facebook, I haven't seen any information. I haven't seen any evidence of that whatsoever. So it's just weird that Matt had sort of like reversed that to sort of conform with his own reporting. But nobody's perfect.
Say, did you get this email? They didn't bother with any of that stuff. They'd have been excited as hell across most of the mainstream media whether this stuff crack and stuff. Never mind about.
You missed the like so obvious thing that you can do to verify a source. Which this is more to the ideological bias. It's like, we don't have any way to verify that this is true or not. And then he just comes out. Well, I mean, you could call some of the people on the emails and say, hey, did you get this email? Right? I mean, there are ways to verify information that's just not, listening to the data analysis. It sounds like that's an excuse. They didn't want to verify the emails in any way, shape, or form.
No. Well, and you wouldn't even really, I mean, here's the thing. It's like with the Hunter Biden stuff, whether they're quote unquote fake or not is kind of a misnomer because, there's all these pictures. I mean, no one thinks that these are like fake, deep fake pictures or anything. So there's all these pictures that clearly identify it. Now you could say, okay, well, how do we know that the Russians didn't plant, secret emails in there? It's like, well, I mean, to my knowledge, only like one or two of the emails are really the incendiary ones, so kicking up money up to the big guy. And I forget there's another couple of ones that were kind of like, suspicious. Yeah. So it's just like the claim, and this is why it's kind of a red herring. The claim was never, and this is why even, like, it's just preposterous to claim that it was Russian disinformation from the beginning. You'd have to be like, okay, you have a laptop. It's got a bunch of pictures, literal pictures of Hunter Biden doing all sorts of crazy shit on the laptop.
Yeah.
Right. Smoking crack, having sex with prostitutes, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So you're going to say, well, then that leads us to believe that this is real. And if you're going to try to say it's not real, then you're going to have to kind of prove it's not real. Right. Or you're going to have to prove that there are inserted emails in here that are extra or something. Like that's, the burden of proof at that point, I think, is on the person making the counterclaim, in my opinion. But
I agree.
Or it would be for if Hunter Biden, and here's part of why it's, again, kind of bullshit. Why didn't Hunter, if the emails were fake or some email was fake, all it would take was for Hunter Biden to come out publicly and say, oh, those pictures are me, but this email, that's not real. That email never happened.
Right.
They never had any statements on it, right?
Yeah, because they told him, shut up, Hunter. You don't have... Oh, wait. He did do an interview. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but there was never... I don't believe he ever made a claim that anything on the laptop was not real.
Remember the cringy interview he did?
I don't know.
All embarrassed. I've had a drug problem. I've tried to seek help. Right. I'm trying to turn my life around. Yeah.
And that's why Twitter had this kind of ridiculous, like, for the 5 days that it was banned on Facebook, and then they let it slide because they realized that realized it wasn't Russian disinformation, or realized that they couldn't pretend it was Russian disinformation, depending how you interpret it. And then Twitter does the whole, the hacked materials policy thing, which is kind of preposterous. But
Hunter Biden on CBS Sunday Morning. Beautiful things and his struggle with substance abuse.
Yeah.
God, it's such a I mean, you gotta be just in a partisan bubble not to be able to see the obvious double standard.
I know.
Don Jr. if he'd back. Let's just focus on the emails. There was a very easy way, Michelle, as you know, to certify whether this stuff was true. You could call up anyone on the email chains and say, did you get this email? They didn't bother with any of that stuff. They'd have been excited as hell across most of the mainstream media if this had been emails from Donald Trump's son saying, and I'm no Trump fan, let's not get into that cheap rut. But if it had been Don Jr. saying to his child, you've no idea what I've done for this family, the demeaning things I've gone through, I have to give half of everything I earn to my dad. Oh, you're Nauru, definitely. You care about that. No, the point is simply that this was one of the occasions in recent years where the mainstream media showed its transparency as a political organization. That's why we care.
True.
Nice. Blowed the fuck out.
True. Yeah, exactly. Showed itself partisan bias.
So this is a key point of the debate that I think, Malcolm, is on a lot of audience members' minds. Why is it when these mistakes...
Why is it, Malcolm, that you live on the planet Mars and have completely detached yourself from reality? Exactly.
Because he's a narcissist, man. I think it's pretty obvious he's a narcissist. Yeah. He's like, I don't care about it, so it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Mistakes, or in case maybe this...
He cares about it as much as Sam Harris cares about it. I mean, he probably hangs out with Sam Harris. Mr. Hunter Biden could have children tied up in his basement.
Well, to be
Sam
clear,
Harris wouldn't care.
Yeah, but to be clear, Sam Harris doesn't care about it for a completely different reason. He doesn't care about it because he thinks that Donald Trump is so much worse that it doesn't really matter.
Malcolm Gladwell feels the exact same way. His first thing on his list was Donald Trump.
No, that might be like, I'm sure Malcolm, when pressed, would get to that.
TDS.
But Malcolm's in a much worse place than Sam, because Malcolm seems to not even understand that people care about it. Sam understands that people care about it, and he understands why people care about it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, totally. You're totally correct.
Malcolm is like, what? People care about the Hunter Biden laptop?
He's not.
What?
He's not even smart enough to understand his political bias. At least Sam Harris is just coming out and laying it out nakedly. Of course, I'm a partisan hack.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want that story. Look, Donald Trump is terrible, and I don't want him in office.
Right.
Yeah. He's like, what?
Right.
So it wasn't a mistake, a sudden cautiousness. Why does it always seem to, if we look at the circumstances over the last few years, benefit one political orientation and seem to disadvantage a party or an individual of another political orientation?
Do you guys remember?
I like that he calls it political orientation. That's a good,
right.
That's a good term. We should start using that.
Like butthurt emails? I mean, does anybody remember the completely outsized attention paid to Hillary Clinton's information security protocols in the run-up to the 2016 election? I mean, this was on the front page of the New York Times constantly. This was just an absolute drumbeat that the most important thing in the 2016 election was Hillary Clinton having a private email server. I mean, the idea that these distortions always benefit Democrats and work against Republicans is simply not the case. Again, I apologize for making this so, kind of America-centric. And I would similarly say, BuzzFeed published the Steele dossier after the 2016 election, but it was...
So, I want to say, she's kind of right and wrong at the same time. She's right in that the emails narrative, but her emails, was big, but it wasn't being pushed by left mainstream media. It was being pushed by right mainstream media. And yes, there is a left and right wing mainstream media, even though it's a lot more on the left than on the right when it comes to the mainstream media. So sort of, I guess she's sort of correct on that, but she's also wrong on the thing about the emails, about Hillary's emails. I think that was sticky. The thing that made the story stick wasn't the fact that, well, she had her emails on a private server. Like, because, honestly, most people didn't really care about that. The thing that was sticky was the fact that when she was ordered to turn over, evidence,
she bleached it.
She destroyed it.
Yeah.
He destroyed it. And to everyone who's watching, say, well, that's just such a blatant disregard of, I mean, it's such a blatant abuse of power, or such a blatant disregard for institutions and for laws. It's such a blatantly obvious way of saying, I can get away with whatever I want because of who I am. And I don't think she was ever penalized for that or ever punished for that. And that's kind of insane that someone who's running for president is under investigation for something. And when given a lawful court order to turn over evidence, they destroy it. Like, imagine if when Trump was subpoenaed for the documents he had at Mar-a-Lago, imagine if he just went out and burned them. Yeah, shred them and then burn them. The news would have like lost their minds. They'd be like, "Oh my God, what was possibly in those documents? Holy crap! He would probably have the most incendiary things ever. That's why he had to destroy the evidence." So I mean, that's why people, I think, were kind of very fixated on the Hillary email thing.
Yeah, because they must have been crazy.
Well, then maybe it wasn't even that crazy, but it's just you can't destroy evidence. I mean, you can. I mean, they destroyed evidence and got away with it. That's what's the crazy part of it. And then, it was close after that. Remember, Bill Clinton had his fucking runway meeting with what's her face,
the
Attorney General, which was so shady. And it's so funny because like that was why Comey came out publicly. He made the statements about the emails. It's very interesting that when people lie about stories, very often the lie or the cover up is a much worse than whatever is being lied or covered up.
Yeah.
It's like if Hillary had just given over the emails or whatever, assuming there wasn't something crazy in there, the story would have been, not a big deal. No one really would have cared, really, whatsoever. Oh, she had emails on some unsecure server for some technical reason. Okay, whatever. No one cares.
What if she
Moving
was
on.
Caught up in like an illegal stock trading or something like that?
Right. Well, maybe. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It depends on whatever the story was, whatever the information was. And then it's the same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop. Like, so the Hunter Biden, like, if Twitter and Facebook didn't censor that story, like, it would have been like, okay, there's Hunter Biden does drugs, prostitutes, and he makes some claims about his father that we're not sure if they're true or not. And that would have been the end of the story. People still bring it up, but what gave this
outcome of the election?
I don't think so. But what gives these stories legs is the cover up. It's Hillary destroying the emails. It's Twitter and Facebook blocking people from talking about it. That's what gives these stories legs. It's always when people try to cover up something. That's what gets everyone so incensed because it's like, oh, well, if you're covering up something, you must be hiding something. It's the same thing with the Mar-a-Lago documents with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump had just given over all those documents immediately, it wouldn't have been a fucking story. No one would care. But no, what happens? He goes a runaround. He says, oh, I did it. And then he doesn't do it. And then they have to break it and take the fucking documents. Whenever you start lying and start covering up shit, everyone just assumes, as you said, everyone just assumes the worst. And that's what gives the story life.
So many people had not heard about the Hunter Biden story, though. And I mean, it's pretty much most people believe that it would have changed the outcome of the election now. I mean, I've seen polling.
I don't think so.
I've seen polling where they say that. But I mean, they could just be right-wing polling.
First of all, if people didn't hear about the Hunter Biden laptop story,
mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to imagine that if it hadn't been blocked on Twitter and Facebook, that they would have heard about it anyway, because everyone follows their own left-wing sources and right-wing sources. And the left-wing sources would have said, this is fake Russian disinformation, which is what they said. And people on the left would just say, oh, it's fake. Right?
Yeah, but
like they wouldn't have made a difference.
It would have made a difference with the people who are not partisan.
Would it? Because
it's hard to say, because you got one side, you've got the corrupt politician, on the other side you got the Nazi, the Trump who praised neo-Nazis.
Well, because it's just like with the Steele dossier. What's the only thing anyone remembers from the Steele dossier?
The P-tape.
Exactly.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, the P-tape. Which, guess what? That was literally that was like the most pointless part of the Steele dossier was the P-tape. And so since the P-tape seems to be not true, everyone automatically assumes that everything in the Steele dossier is not true. Except if you actually read the Mueller report, a fuck ton of shit in the Steele dossier turned out to be actually true or sort of true.
Right.
And it's the same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop. The fact that there were actually pictures of him, doing drugs and being with prostitutes, that actually hurts the people on the right's argument, because that's all anyone focuses on. And people don't really care about that. They say, oh, really? A politician's son does drugs and fucks prostitutes? I've never heard that story before, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's a tale as old as time. If that didn't exist, if that salacious, like, gross stuff wasn't there, and it was just, oh, here are these emails where it seems to imply that, Hunter Biden is making money off his father's name, corruptly, and then paying his father some percentage of that. If that's all that was on there, then I would agree with you that could have had an influence on the election. But I think all the prostitution, drug stuff actually, like, it just takes so much energy away from the actual part that's important.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, obviously. And we can't rerun the election.
Yeah, of course. But, maybe in the simulation we'll figure it out. But
I've seen polls of people who haven't heard of the story that said they would have voted differently. But who knows how accurate those polls are.
Well, I have to see that poll. But, like, what exactly were they asked? But, well, I just typed in Hunter Biden laptop story poll, and the first article that was obviously biased is from the Washington Post from yesterday. And it says, no, limiting the Hunter Biden laptop story didn't cost Trump the election.
Yeah, see, but that's obviously, yeah.
Right, so I just have to see whatever poll you're
They're pushing back at the poll. People are releasing polls that show that it would. So they're like, well, we can commission a poll too, because that's the way we do things now.
Right.
We don't care about the truth. We care about the narrative. How weird is it that Trump is on Truth Social talking about how he should be president and we need to, like, get the real winner back in office?
Well, so, it's interesting because, like, I mean, I think Trump is basically, and I guess you're upset about this because this definitely hurts Trump running for president.
I know. My money's slipping away from me. I was so close.
I know.
Slipping through my fingers.
Trump has basically destroyed, I think, his ability. I mean, he can still run, but he's definitely destroyed his ability, I think, to win the primary. I think he was in a good position to win the primary if he decides to run for reals. I don't know after this. I mean, so you have the double whammy story of you ate dinner with a white nationalist who you refused to denounce, and then now you're saying because of, like, the vague Twitter leaks, which really, that's a whole thing to talk about, whether, what that really shows. Because of that, you think that it's okay to suspend parts of the Constitution in order to demand that you're become president now after Biden's been president for 2 years, almost 3 years? That's insane.
Yeah, it's super weird.
The Republicans are supposed to be the party of law and order, the party of strict constructionalism, and the party of, following the Constitution. And then it's just fucking,
law and order.
Law and order. It's just totally crazy. I mean, fucking, Scott Adams is like, it's like, when you've lost Scott, when Trump has lost Scott Adams, I think it's.
What is Scott Adams saying?
He thinks this is insane. He thinks it's insane and not defensible, and completely indefensible.
Yeah, I completely agree. But I want him to just shape up. I need to make that money.
And then there's, like, this super weird cope now that some people on Twitter are, like, trying to be like, oh, Trump didn't actually say that. He said something else. And it's like, no, it's just such an obvious cope. It's like, really? If you can't see what Trump said, then I'm afraid you failed the right-wing free will test, my friend.
I mean, I just read the True Social post. Is there something different? I mean, he says it pretty much.
He says it very
point
clearly.
Blankly, yeah.
He says it very clearly.
Might even be in all caps. I'm not sure.
There was a lot of caps in that, but
yeah, scary.
He said a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's not good. It's not a good thing to say.
Yeah,
even Cernovich is against this. So I think he's been kind of against Trump for a while now, but
Oh yeah, when you've lost Cernovich. Wow.
Yeah, I think he lost Cernovich a while ago. But
holy shit, does Destiny have blue hair?
Oh.
I don't know. There's a clip here, and it looks like Destiny has dyed his hair blue.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
What is that all about?
I don't know.
Destiny's going crazy. Official blue hair now. Wow.
Now look at this. Ted Cruz. Of course, Trump was wrong for terminate the Constitution. Thank you, snake in the grass, Ted. Is Ted Cruz like, finally time for revenge for insulting my wife?
He's gonna get Trump finally.
I don't know.
Trump's losing the MAGA crowd.
See.
Was floating around before then, and people didn't report on it because they couldn't verify any of it. So again, I just think the media makes mistakes, but the idea that the media is the idea that these mistakes always run in one direction, it is simply not the case.
Do you want to come in on this, Malcolm?
Well, I was struck once again in listening to our opponents by how much their arguments resemble the kind of classic structure of a conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theory is a theory in which one assumes a degree of unanimity and collaboration amongst one's foes, right? The conspiracist speaks of those who...
They never said anything about that. They never said that the mainstream media is like conspiratorial. I think their position would be more ideological capture than some sort of grand conspiracy.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Who disagree with himself or herself, as if they had a single voice. And there are numerous really unpleasant examples of this. This is not one of those. This is a much milder, more naive variant on the traditional conspiratorial model. But nonetheless, when Matt and Doug speak about the mainstream media...
He's like, now this bitch is calling me a conspiracy theorist.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking a-hole.
They're acting as if there's a big room, possibly in New York or in Washington, D.C., or maybe in between, so that each party has equal access to the room, in which everyone gathers every morning and makes up the agenda for the day, right? And the people fly in from the big news networks, and someone from CBC comes down, and this cabal of high-minded, well-paid, elite white, as it turns out, journalists, some of them, the ones that Matt seems to have such affection for, gather together and set the agenda for the country. Now, I don't know where this room is. I speculated that maybe it's in Maryland, because that would be equidistant between these two places. But this is a fantasy, right? A conspiratorial fantasy. The truth is that the elements, and this is why I made a big point about their failure to define what the mainstream media is, and it's a crippling.
They defined it perfectly. What the fuck? They both did. This guy's such a lying piece of shit.
Failure.
Matt really
because they never really grasped and told us what they were talking about. They were free to construct this mythological thing where all these people get together and set the agenda. There is no thing, and there is no agenda. There are a variety of disparate voices, and they have chosen to cherry pick and create this complete mythology.
It's strange. It's so strange hearing you debate, Malcolm, because you listen to nothing that your opponents say.
True.
It's quite extraordinary. I've met it before, but never quite so badly as it occurs in you. You keep saying things that neither of us have said, and then you try to pathologize what we say. You decide to say things like, it's a conspiracy theory. If it comes from this side, it's a conspiracy theory. You say, we don't do our research. We're just conspiracy theorists. Apparently mild dose of it, he says, in his excellent medical-like analysis of his opponents. We just have a mild dose. No, Malcolm, why don't you listen to what comes out of our mouths and try to learn something from it, as I am with you this evening? But at the moment, all I get is you dismissing every single story we come up with, every egregious failure of the mainstream media. I've given you a definition of what I think of as the mainstream media, so your attempt to claim that we haven't answered it yet is just another straw man in your massive legion of straw men you keep creating this evening. But I beg you to actually consider the fact that what we are describing is, even if you think not as accurate as you would like, an expression of a problem that is going on in our societies. Functioning liberal democracies need to have trust in their media. And the best that your side has been able to come up with so far tonight is to say, we get things wrong quite often, but you should trust us.
So where do we...
I love Douglas's response. It was great. But they really have to address the racism.
The racism, I know.
Yeah. Can't just let them keep hitting that pinata.
Where do we find trust, Matt? I mean, do we find trust in Substack? I'm generally curious about that. Where, if it's not mainstream media, which we traditionally have turned to, for better or worse, to seek out facts that are widely understood to be true, then where does that truth factory now exist, or does it not exist at all?
It doesn't come from an institution. The only way, there's no shortcut to trust in media. The only way to get it is by doing a good job over and over and over again, not getting things wrong, and when you do get things wrong, admitting it. There's no other way to do it in media. And the mainstream media, what we're talking about tonight, has repeatedly gotten things wrong, not admitted it, not owned up to it. I mean, Malcolm is talking about conspiracy theories. Let's talk about a story that was huge in America for years. This idea that Donald Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, was making visits to Prague. Now, this came from the infamous Steele dossier. If you read the dossier, basically the idea is Trump sent his lawyer to go meet with hackers and Kremlin representatives in Prague, and Steele says that they would preferably be Romanian hackers who would afterwards retreat to Bulgaria, where they could use that country as a bolt hole to lie low. If that's not a conspiracy theory, I don't know what is. This story was taken seriously by every major news organization in America for years on end with no evidence. And he accuses us of being conspiracy theorists. It's preposterous.
Okay. Let's, just in our remaining time,
being racist.
Before we get to closing statements, the other part I want to touch on for the benefit of this audience is power and the powerful, and how media either holds these to account or not. And I think, Michelle and Malcolm, people would observe today that there are an awful lot of billionaires that now own large chunks of mainstream media. Jeff Bezos at the Washington Post, the Hunt family at the Boston Globe, Rupert Murdoch, the whole swath of properties. Mr. Buffett, I understand, owns 30 newspapers in America. Do you guys acknowledge, or do you fear, are you concerned about the extent to which mainstream media now is a plaything of some very powerful corporate interests that may not have the interests of citizens or their democracy at heart?
I think that that's obviously true. I think that that's inarguable. I would be surprised if there was any difference of opinion between us on that. I don't think that that's something, it's something that is new in terms of the scale of the wealth, because, we live in an age of ever escalating inequality, but it's not a new thing that very rich people have controlled the press. That's been true for as long as there has been a press in this country. I do think, however, that when you asked before about how you restore trust, and again, I know I keep saying this, I apologize if this is not totally relevant to the Canadian context, where you have, kind of media organizations funded by the government. In the United States, where
Stop apologizing to Canada already. Jeez, I'm getting so sick of this. Look.
We don't have that, except for things like Voice of America and NPR. One of the biggest crises in terms of trust in the mainstream media, I believe, has sort of very little to do with ideology and much more to do with corporate consolidation. There's been an absolute decimation of local media, and that doesn't just kind of impoverish our view of what's going on in the country. It impoverishes the industry because that used to be the way.
Now she's going to give in on the claim that Malcolm Gladwell denied, that they don't have the financing to do fact checking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, Malcolm said, "What are you talking about? We have spent more money on fact checking than we ever have in our entire lives." And now she's going to talk about how, the media is structured in a way that we don't have local media journalists anymore. Well, we're not spending money on journalism anymore.
The real problem, and maybe this is a mistake, I don't know who said it, Douglas or Matt, I don't think the issue is one of money in terms of fact checking. I think it's an issue of time. Because all these media outlets, they're also like, we have to get the story out first. Whoever gets the story out first is like, that's the one that's going to get all the clicks. That's the one that everyone else is going to reference. And so because they're so pressed for time, they're going to cut corners and not really going to do their due diligence in fact checking the information.
Well, I mean, that doesn't really measure up on the Hunter Biden story, though.
No, for that specific one, obviously that doesn't apply. But I'm saying in general, I think.
They're racing not to get the story out.
Yeah.
That you came up in journalism. You started working at a local small town paper, you moved to a bigger one, maybe you ended your career at somewhere like New York Times or the Boston Globe or the LA Times. But it gave people, my father's also a journalist. It gave people like my father, who didn't go to an Ivy League school. I mean, I didn't either, but who, sort of wasn't a great student, but was really into sports and was started out as a sports reporter and then became a crime reporter. You had a non-elite path into the mainstream media. It was much more of a blue-collar profession because of the structure of it, because of the way you sort of learned the craft. And it also cultivated trust because you could see for yourself if the world that the newspaper or the local news was describing was the world that you saw. You would see people you knew, things that were happening in their community reflected in the newspaper. And so you would be able to develop a kind of different relationship. You knew journalists. You saw journalists in your community. That has been decimated, but that is not a story of left-wing ideological capture. That is a story of kind of amok capitalism and plutocracy.
Thanks, Michelle. Well said. So a similar question for you guys, which is, there's another billionaire out there who's got his hands on a media platform. His name is Elon Musk, and it's called Twitter. So, I mean, don't we need the mainstream media even more in the face of Elon Musk's Twitter 2.0?
Well, no. I mean, the issue with Twitter is about whether or not there are hands secretly on the levers behind the algorithms. And the problem with Twitter as a platform in recent years, as I think everybody who studied it knows, is that there has been a prioritization of certain accounts, shadow banning, all sorts of stuff that Twitter pretended it wasn't doing and then admitted that it was. And, of course, the usual political bias. Now, you can see the political bias in the people who are coming back on Twitter since Elon Musk took it over. There are no cancelled left-wing accounts coming back on because mostly it wasn't left-wing accounts that were being cancelled. It was right-wing ones, conservative.
Well, there was one, wasn't there?
Which one?
Kathy Griffin.
Oh yeah,
but so did she immediately get banned again?
Oh really?
Yeah, did she? Why did she get banned again?
I don't know. That's hilarious.
I thought they brought her back and then she did something and then immediately got banned again.
But she was banned post Elon taking over.
Well, no, she got banned the first time because of the photo, right?
She got what photo? The Trump photo?
She was holding the fake severed head of Trump.
I don't think she didn't get banned for that.
What did she get banned for?
She got banned for impersonating Elon Musk.
Oh, that was the second time.
She got banned a first
time? Didn't she get banned? Wait, didn't she get banned?
She didn't get banned for the Trump photo.
I really thought she did. You're right. She got banned for impersonating Elon Musk.
Look, they love the Trump photo, okay? It was a big controversy, but she didn't get banned for it.
Are you sure about that? I could have swore she did.
the fact that you think that is hilarious.
Twitter ban.
Oh God, I hope you're not right. Please don't let him be right.
Here we go. Musk reinstates Kathy Griffin, Jordan Peterson, and Babylon Bee, but no decision on Donald Trump yet. This is
after
November 18th.
After that one is reinstated for impersonating Elon Musk.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, this was for changing her name to Elon Musk, right?
Don't gaslight me here, man. I know the truth.
Okay, I thought she got banned for that photograph.
No, she might have lost.
Didn't she get rebanned though? Is she on Twitter right now?
She might have lost some job or something. I mean,
she got in trouble for something. Yeah,
I think that happened. That seemed to happen, but she didn't get banned off of Twitter. I think she ended up deleting the tweet, didn't she? Because she got some pushback from some of her sponsors.
I don't remember. I remember. Well, regarding her doing Elon Musk, I know it was really gross because she went on her dead mom's account or something.
Septaguy Sushi says Kathy got fired from CNN. That makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
So, but wait, why is she not on Twitter now? Or did he not bring her back? This article is just bullshit.
Well, she might have got banned again because
what she do the second time?
Come on, she wanted to get off Twitter. She was like, I'm addicted to Twitter. This is like the equivalent of, a crackhead getting thrown in jail so that they can quit. They're like, I got to get off the crack. Maybe if I go in the clink, I won't have any access to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a lot of these people do on Twitter. They're like, I'm just going to get banned. So it's out of my hands.
It's a good way if you're addicted. You're just like, just take it away from me. I can't control myself.
Well, that's what they do. I think even Jordan Peterson kind of admitted to doing that as well.
Well, yeah, he's back though now.
Yeah, because it's addictive.
Yeah.
Look, crack is fun. Okay.
That's why
That's why so many people do it. I'm assuming. Obviously, I'm not a big crackhead, but I'm assuming people. It's got come on. It's got to be fun, right? That's why people.
Oh my God.
That's why people do it.
Here at the Sitch and Adams Show, we do not condone drug use of any kind.
Well, there's a lot of shit drinking is not good for you either, but people do that.
It's a little different than crack. Okay.
The whole idea that, one drink a day is great for you. Lies. Complete lies. Yeah. You are better off. Alcohol is a poison, okay? You're better off never ingesting any alcohol. Yeah.
Right. Though wasn't that about that was about they were doing a study on people that drank wine or something, right? It wasn't like beer. There was some question about whether there's something specifically in wine that helped.
You don't. But
then also
you don't buy that study though, right?
Well, I don't. Well, the problem with the study was that it was like they were comparing people that had massively different diets. It wasn't like they were eating an American diet and they drank a glass of wine every day.
Right.
Like they had a completely different diet. So it's like that's why I wouldn't.
And if you drink wine, you tend to be wealthier, so you're eating healthier.
You're right. There's lots of confounding variables. Yeah.
The Thunderbird and Big Mac combo meal guy he's not living a longer life, right?
Listen, I don't think I'm not sure Thunderbird was the wine that was being drank. That they were doing this stuff.
Have you ever drank Thunderbird?
No. I've drank the closest that I've drank was have you drank Night Train?
No.
I've had Night Train and
I have had Thunderbird though.
I've had Night Train and Mag Dog 2020, which are both like the same level of quality as Thunderbird.
We got Thunderbird once because it was like we'd made so many jokes about Thunderbird. We were like, oh, we should try it.
Yeah. Well, no, it was like, the same thing. We were in college and we were like, hey, we should like buy the cheapest like garbagey wine possible to see what it's like. And so we bought Night Train and Mag Dog 2020. And I'll tell you something. Like, it's first of all, it doesn't taste good, which is already. But, and I didn't really, I guess, appreciate this till I drank those. The hangover you get from cheap alcohol is so much worse.
Is it? I mean, I couldn't really tell.
Oh my God, I usually don't get I don't drink a lot, but even in college, I would never really get severe hangovers whatsoever. Only time I ever felt bad was after drinking Mad Dog 2020 Night Train. Oh my God. It was just awful. So I was like, some cheapness of the quality of this product must make the hangover worse. But
we used to always drink Natural Light because that was the cheapest beer you could get. It was like dirt cheap, yeah. And then it started getting expensive because people would always drink it. I was like, what?
That's funny.
I think it actually became popular for a while. Same with Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon is absolutely atrocious.
Beer in a can is like, ugh. It just tastes like that. Well, someone said you don't taste the aluminum. You taste there's some sort of process that they put inside the can, and that's what you're tasting.
Look, Friday night, I go get a 12-pack of Natural Light. Okay, I'm not doing it for the taste.
Come on, don't be cheap. Get something good. Get like,
I mean, this was
in
my 20s when I was poor anyway, so obviously.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'm just going to get the cheapest 12-pack I can. Come on. Drinking at home and painting. That was my 20s.
You should get buy one of those shaved ice and made like frozen margaritas for yourself.
Have you ever sat home and drank a 12-pack by yourself?
Of course not. That's a horrible thing to do.
Really? Oh,
no, yes, I've never done that. I never. I mean, come on. Ever in my entire life, I don't think I've ever drank alone in my entire life.
Really?
Yes, I only drink socially. Well, you should never drink alone. That's terrible.
You pitch yourself as like a loner and shit. Are you just? I feel like maybe you're just playing us. What?
No. When I'm a loner, it's like because video games or something would be my addiction. I wouldn't drink alcohol. Why would I drink alcohol alone?
I mean, I would literally drink a 12-pack and play video games.
What's the point of drinking?
It's fun. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I only ever drunk because to me, like the whole point of drinking is to make yourself more comfortable in social situations. Like that to me is the entire point of drinking.
What?
That's the only reason I would ever drink is to do that. I don't even see. So like, what's the point of drinking alone? It's like there's no reason to
get smashed. Look,
being smashed when you're alone sounds like it's like the most unfun thing on the planet.
I would get smashed and like paint for weeks at a time.
I guess that sounds awful.
God,
that sounds like a real drug problem.
I drank and write and paint. That was like a regular routine of mine.
It sounds like a drug problem to me, but okay. I'm glad. I'm glad you got through it.
This was before you could hang out on the internet. Like the internet wasn't really a thing.
Right, but see, that's the thing too. Now people drink and hang out on the internet on like Discord or something, so it's still like social,
I think I have a videotape. I've always had a camera, like even when people normally didn't have cameras, like I always would carry a camera with me. And it's so weird because now, like, who doesn't have a camera? Everyone has a fucking camera.
Yeah, right.
But I got one of the earliest video cameras that came out, like back when they were insanely expensive, and I've always had a video camera. And I think I actually have a videotape of me and my friends sitting around talking about the internet and what is going to happen with the internet. What is this internet thing?
Right.
How is that going to play out? Is that going to be a thing? What will happen? It's pretty funny.
You're curious to see if your predictions held true or not.
I mean, I was in my 20s, so I mean, I was very not very bright in my 20s. I was very not very bright in my 20s. But look, I'm the guy who buys the 12-pack of Natural Light.
It drinks alone while painting.
On Friday night and stays at home painting.
Not good, sir.
God, I miss.
I'm glad you got
days.
through it. Okay.
It was fun. What are you talking about?
That's not good behavior to model for anyone. You shouldn't drink alone.
I mean,
that's a gateway to alcohol addiction.
I don't know that I really was drinking alone because I always had like roommates and stuff. So I mean,
that's a little different. I guess.
They would stop in and say, "Hey, what are you working on?
Hey, getting wasted by yourself on Friday night while you're painting."
I mean, chances are they were doing the same thing. I mean, they might go out. And, a lot of people would like to go out and stuff, obviously. But I just I mean, I would go out, but it wasn't like my favorite thing to do. Look, I thought I was talking to someone who, enjoyed doing things
I do, but not. I don't think drinking alone is good. I don't think drinking alone is generally a good thing. It's not a good habit to start.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm saying it's definitely not a good.
Obviously,
habit,
you smoke weed when you're by yourself.
Oh, is that what you do? Well, I mean, I've done plenty of that too.
I assumed as much.
I mean, I was smoking and drinking together. That's a winning combination. If you
oh
don't know.
God, let's stop. We're gonna get in trouble. Here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we do not condone drug use of any kind for any reason whatsoever. Any drug use, even drugs that are prescribed by your doctor.
Well, now I don't. Now I don't condone really drink or smoke. So, but obviously, I'm much older now. This was in my 20s. I feel like. I mean, drinking in your 20s is like a step on the path to enlightenment, right? I mean, that.
No.
That has to happen.
Anyway, drinking is really bad for you. And actually, how we started this conversation was you saying that.
Didn't you want to be a writer? I thought all writers drank.
All studies show that drinking alcohol is just basically a net bad for you.
Drinking is terrible for you. Yes, you shouldn't do it.
Right.
But if you do, natural light is delicious.
I've never had natural light.
Actually, Newcastle is much better. Natural light is terrible.
I've never been a big Newcastle fan.
It's funny. Maybe I'm feeling nostalgic, which is something that I don't normally feel at all. But I can just remember that first taste of natural light on a Friday night. Oh my God!
But you're probably remembering it's not really the beer. It's what you associate with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the time period.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I've never had this
badass
natural light. Not only have I never had this, I've never been at a party or an event where I've even seen it like as an option.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well, you've lived a sheltered life.
Not really. I mean, I've never even heard, like, when I went to college, no one was drinking natural light. Maybe this was like an old person thing.
Natural light has a very sweet taste. It has a very sweet beer.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah. It's like half 7-Up.
Oh, it's like a 7 in 7, but in a can.
I'm only kidding. It's not really that sweet.
Well, I'm looking at it, like, when I look it up, there's a bunch of like flavored ones now.
Really? Oh my God. I'm gonna go right after this live stream.
They have red, white, and blueberry lemonade.
I'm going.
Beer? What am I? Is it beer? Is it because they have natural light seltzer, so I can't tell if the flavored one's the flavored seltzer or flavored beer, but natural light vodka.
Joe Sue says Coors, baby. Coors.
Yeah, Coors is okay.
Really. Keystone Light. That's another one. Yeah, Keystone Light. We drank a lot of Keystone Light. Obviously.
Coors is okay. Dos Equis is okay, but not really preferable.
I lived in a big house with a bunch of other artists and stuff. So, I mean, I was a much better artist than any of them, though, and they were always insanely jealous.
Had Keystone Light before.
I basically had to drink just to like be able to deal with them.
There you go. I'm not a big brown ale guy, so I think that's why I don't like Newcastle.
You don't like Newcastle?
It's okay, but not like.
God,
if I had a choice.
Newcastle is so delicious. Oh, it's so good. But I don't drink Newcastle anymore. I mean, I do sometimes, but only if we go out to dinner or something.
Mm-hmm.
Natty Ice, yep. Those are, look, everyone knows. Sitch, you're so out of it. Everyone in the chat knows all of these beers. I'd be willing to bet. Maybe we should put a poll up. Like, how many of you have drank a 12-pack on Friday night?
I don't know. Maybe like when I was in college, there was usually beer there, but it was usually like Coors, Bud Light, Amber Bock or something like that. And then there'd be a shit ton of like hard alcohol.
Yeah.
And I would usually drink the hard alcohol.
What was your drink?
I didn't, either would whiskey or tequila.
Gin and tonic. I drink massive gin and tonic.
Yeah. I didn't actually start drinking beer till like later. Like late. Almost like after college, really.
Yeah.
But
I kind of just inherited gin and tonic from a friend of mine who's like a ridiculous alcoholic. Just
I can't stand gin and tonic because like sometimes
it's terrible.
Like,
I don't.
Yeah, I know. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad because like growing up, sometimes I still don't. I don't like Coke. I hate Coke, and so I'd always drink Sprite when I would get soda. And occasionally, for some wacky reason, when you go to like a restaurant, you order Sprite, you would occasionally get tonic water.
What?
Yeah, and you'd be like,
you should be able to sue for
what the
that.
fuck is this? Oh my god!
You should literally be able to sue for that. That's like a horror.
You'd be like, oh, what the hell is this? This is disgusting. Like, why does it happen? And it's happened like, not like super often, but it's happened, I don't know, maybe like 8 times in my life. And I was like, what is this? Oh, it's tonic. Why'd you give me tonic water? Oh, so I could never drink gin and tonic because of that.
Can you drink on the street in Florida?
It's like, well, what do you? I think it has to be like, you're not supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to.
Right.
But I've seen people do it. They put it in like the bag or whatever. So I don't know if I don't know if the cop stops you. I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
There's a brown bag law. They have the same thing in New Orleans.
Because I know you're not supposed to.
You got to bag it.
Like, yeah, I know you're not supposed to. I mean, I've definitely done it. I mean, go to the beach, you drink.
In California, you can't do that shit. You can't drink, the brown
beach?
bag thing is, yeah, you can't drink on the beach.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing, like, where I was, they were pretty lax about you drinking on the beach. If you would litter, then they would give you a fuck, which they should.
Oh, yeah,
Littering on the
of
beach
course.
is disgusting. People that do that are fucking evil.
You burn it.
No, you just put it, throw it away. Jesus Christ. What do you mean burn it? Burn what? You can't burn a glass bottle.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, because that was the real reason that they didn't want people drinking on the beach, is because fucking piece of shit assholes would like leave fucking glass bottles for people to step
glass on the beach is no go.
Right. But the thing that they would really clamp down on would be the beaches would all close at night, and they would really just drive up and down the beach and make sure no one was there. They give you a big hard time if you were there. But there were certain places. I mean, I'm sure if you're just walking out in like a random place in public with alcohol, they care. But there's certain places, certain areas where everyone's kind of doing it, and the police don't really care.
Yeah, I should say California is a big place. I'm sure there's places in California where you can drink on the beach, but most of the places I've lived, you can't really drink in public.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
There's like no drinking in public. When I moved to New Orleans, it was a giant culture shock that you could just drink. I mean, they literally had drive-through daiquiri places where you can get a daiquiri in your car. Like you're literally drinking and driving.
Wait, how is that possible?
You drive through the drive-through and you say, hey, give me
You're driving. How do they give it to you while you're driving?
They give it to you in a big old Slurpee cup. I would get like a 32-ounce daiquiri on the way.
You
to
drink
work.
and drive at the drive. What the fuck?
Not only would I drink and drive, I would drink and drive to work.
This is Jesus Christ.
I know. Look,
my God.
In my 20s, I like to live. Okay.
You're terrible.
Yeah.
You're terrible.
A friend of mine actually got a drunk driving too. And I was like, holy shit. I didn't even think that was possible.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It is driving. Yeah. You're like so anti-drunk driving. I can't believe you did this. You're so like vehemently
I said it. I was stupid in my 20s.
Okay.
Look, I'm not saying it was smart. I'm not saying it was something that I should have done. I'm saying, it's something that I did and probably shouldn't have.
You were ready to like denounce forever the guy who was running for governor in Florida against DeSantis because of his DUI.
I did not look. I never would drunk drive.
Yes.
I literally would stop at the daiquiri place on the way to work. And, by the time I got to work, I'd had like 6 sips of daiquiri. So
I see. So you were just getting drunk at work.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, they would always serve them in those big styrofoam cups that looked exactly like the styrofoam cups they serve at every hamburger joint. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
So they'd never know. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I ate before
What
work.
job was this that you were getting?
I was a waiter.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, my God.
That's appropriate, I guess, to be wasted there. So
everyone there was a total cokehead anyway. It was like a bar and restaurant place, and the owners were fucking giant cokeheads. Oh God.
I guess it's better to be drunk than coked out. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The worst thing is so annoying. Like the friend group.
They made me work during a hurricane. Okay, I'm allowed to drink at work.
Yeah, you can drink during a hurricane. That's fine. The worst part of the friend group that I was in college, the thing that was so disgusting, or one of the friend groups I was part of in college, and whenever they had a party, for some reason, they would always have Goldschlager there, which is disgusting.
Yeah, it's like licorice.
Yeah, it's
what
cinnamon.
The hell?
It's cinnamon schnapps.
Oh, wait. Okay. What's the one that's licorice? There's one that's licorice.
There's one there. I think there's some brand of that is
Jägermeister is the licorice.
Jägermeister. Yeah, Jägermeister is disgusting.
Goldschlager's cinnamon schnapps. You're right.
Yeah, they're both disgusting. They're both, and they have both of them. I'm like, who drinks this shit? This is disgusting. Oh.
Have you ever bartended? Have you ever been a bartender?
No, I've never been a bartender.
I've been a bartender. That's why I used to know all the crazy drinks. I used to always make a Bloody Brain. Have you ever had a Bloody Brain?
No, what's that?
That was it's peach schnapps, grenadine, and Bailey's Irish cream. So you put the peach schnapps in and you put the grenadine on top. So you've got like a clear liquid and like a red blood. And then you pour the peach or I just said it. I can't remember.
Whatever, don't worry about it. All the alcohol kills all your memories.
You pour the Baileys in and it like makes like a stream that's like a Bloody Brain. It looks just like a Bloody Brain. It's the greatest drink though because it's like it's a show. Like
it might look cool, but it probably tastes like crap.
Tastes delicious, actually, to be honest with you.
Have you had absinthe?
Yes, I have.
It's like the biggest letdown.
It is. It's a giant letdown.
Everyone's like, "Oh, absinthe is so crazy." You're like, "Oh, it just tastes like gross alcohol." Like I don't know what to tell.
Right? Yeah.
Just tastes gross.
You feel so high. No.
Yeah, you're like, "Oh, I just feel normally drunk, and it also tastes disgusting."
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
Bartending was fun in New Orleans. All right.
Let's get back to this.
Well, okay.
How do we get off on the sidetrack?
Ones, including ones I have taste for or appetite for. But
I think Malcolm Gladwell might be just trashed in this debate. He seems drunk to me. It seems like he's the one.
He's drunk on his own ego. Okay.
Yeah. And he might have a heroin problem.
The fact is that there was a shadow game going on at Twitter, and we will discover in the coming weeks, as Elon makes the discoveries clearer, we will discover exactly what that looked like, how behind the scenes Twitter was able to lean to subdue certain accounts, certain stories, how it was able to promote other ones. But that's if I can say so, a slightly separate question to this one. Hopefully Twitter and other social media companies would simply allow a flourishing of the media so that everyone can have their say. It would not be something, for instance, which decided that if a conservative newspaper drops a very big story before an election, you lock that newspaper out of its account for weeks on end.
True. Dave.
Okay, let's go to closing statements. We're going to take these in the opposite order of the opening. 3 minutes on the clock for each of you. I'm going to leave the stage, and Malcolm, pass it over to you to kick us off for the closing.
Is he gonna leave the stage so in case like a fight breaks out, he's not in the middle of it? Like
maybe.
Is he leaving the stage? That's weird.
You're gonna get a last punch in before they go.
Is Lance gonna come on and drop a whole like?
We're gonna yeah, exactly. That's hilarious. He goes full Lance here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here's what I think the debate boils down to, and that is that our opponents believe that the mainstream media they're concerned that the mainstream media, to the extent that they have told us what it is.
What a bitch!
What?
Oh, God, that's so insanely dishonest.
Wait, what? You didn't say anything yet. Are we in different time skips or something?
I'm on 1:22:36.
Let me go back.
Our opponents believe that the mainstream media they're concerned that the mainstream media, to the extent that they have told us what it is filled with people who don't think like they do, and that fact makes them uncomfortable.
Oh my God.
What a fucking bitch.
Oh no.
Now he's going to psychoanalyze him.
The projection is insane. What the fuck?
They're concerned that people disagree with them. Oh my God.
They don't think the way they think. What are you, insane? That's what they're complaining about, is that that's even what Michelle she acknowledged that the media falls into groupthink. Even she acknowledged that.
He even had an exchange where he accused them of needing to get their story together, and they said, well, we can be on the same side and have differing opinions. Right? I mean,
right. I know. Oh my God.
You nailed it with projection. This is just massive projection.
Yes. Holy shit.
He's the one that's uncomfortable with people who think different things. Yeah.
I know.
And in support of this, they have given us a long list of rather predictable hot button topics taken from their Twitter feed. And my question was, what would make them happy? So what would restore the trust of Matt and Doug?
Get rid of all the non-white people. Get rid of all the women.
Well, no, they answered this question. Matt Taibbi said that the mainstream media needs to have a track record of getting it right over a long, extended period of time. So, that's what would make him happy. It's pretty obvious, right?
Yes.
Now, let's see what straw man he pulls out.
Yes.
In the mainstream media. And I think with Matt, the answer is...
Wait. Did you hear that?
Oh, look.
Go back.
What would make them happy? So what would restore the trust of Matt and Doug in the mainstream media?
Someone said, watch this. I don't know who it is. I wonder if it's Matt or Douglas being like, watch this. He's going to struggle.
It's got to be Douglas. Yeah. Douglas is like, sees this coming from a mile away. Matt is like the pedestrian that's been run over in the crosswalk 7 times. He's just trying to call 911 on his smashed phone. What happened here?
And I think with Matt, the answer is obviously he would like, if the world resembled 1955 again, that would fill him with joy. Doug would like more stories on the Hunter Biden laptop.
4 times you're going to play the race card?
But more serious.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, I missed that the first time. He says that's 4 times you're going to play the race card. Like he's fucking counting.
Yeah, but that's the problem is that, Matt really, he shouldn't let him get away with it.
He shouldn't. He established a pattern of being a pushover. He should have just, Jordan Peterson didn't establish that pattern. Like, as soon as the race card came out, he called him out on it immediately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really? I think that they would be happier if they felt that the composition of prestigious journalistic institutions more closely reflected the full range of ideological attitudes in the American public. That is actually a serious proposition. I don't mean to make light of it at all. But it is one that makes me a little uncomfortable.
Look, he proved...
Wait. What?
He proved that he understands. Look, he pulled back. He accused him of doing the race car thing, and then he actually articulated their position relatively well.
Right.
Composition of prestigious
times you're going to play the race
but more
card?
seriously,
Really?
I think that they would be happier if they felt that the composition of prestigious journalistic institutions more closely reflected the full range of ideological attitudes in the American public. That is actually a serious proposition. I don't mean to make light of it at all.
So he does articulate the position relatively well there.
Well,
shockingly.
That's not even their position. Their position is they just want it to be truthful.
Yeah, but the way to make it truthful is really to have, there being some sort of ideological give and take, some check and balance on.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way to make it, a check to make it useful would be that you'd want both left and right wing people in all these publications. They're checking each other. So they have to come to some kind of agreement about what is real.
Yeah.
Or what they'll accept. So,
I mean, this is why people go on and on about bipartisan bills, is because they feel like it's a check on power. So,
right.
But it makes me a little uncomfortable because I don't attitudes in the American public. That is actually a series of institutions is reserved solely for institutions that perfectly match the characteristics of the general population.
That is so rich.
You got to back it up. I keep getting a skip.
Oh, will you do it?
Okay.
It's like saying that in institutions is reserved.
If you're backing it up, it's not backing up. So I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, okay. Well, it keeps jumping back to you then. I'm hitting the back button, but maybe I can't do that.
We're hitting the back button?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, let me...
So slightly set...
No, don't hit the back button.
I didn't do anything.
Okay. I'm hitting back on my keyboard. I'm hitting
you went back too far. I'm at 121 now.
Yeah, where were we at?
You're at 123.
Okay. Here we go. 123.20.
Yeah.
Don't touch anything.
Journalistic institutions more closely reflected the full range of ideological attitudes in the American public. That is actually a serious proposition. I don't mean to make light of it at all. But it is one that makes me a little uncomfortable because I don't think that you can ultimately say that trust in institutions is reserved solely for institutions that perfectly match the characteristics of the general population.
So the reason that that's insane, what he just said, is because that exact thought process is the thought process he himself has been pushing and what the woke people have been pushing, just not about ideology, but about racial and gender composition. They're saying, we're not going to trust any institution that doesn't have an exact mirrored representation of, demographics in this country. And so for him to make this argument is like insane. It's like, what are you talking about?
You're right.
Somehow
matching the composition of skin color produces truth, but ideologically. Yes,
and he was literally making this argument against Matt in the conversation. Oh, well, you just like Walter Cronkite in the 1950s because it was a bunch of white males.
Yeah.
And now he's like, well, it actually doesn't matter if it matches the composition or not. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, he's completely reversed himself.
Yes. Now that it suits some bizarre narrative, he's like, well, I'm actually going to completely reverse my position.
Right.
It's like saying that we don't trust kindergarten teachers because kindergarten teachers are overrepresented with people who have an enormous amount of patience for temper tantrums of 4-year-olds. I mean, they are an extraordinary and very specific subgroup of the population that performs very well in that particular task.
Look, he totally said it, basically. That the left is just, they're the science realist adult in the room, and obviously the right is the kindergartner.
Right. Well, no, he's basically going to make this argument that people on the left are just better at being journalists.
Yeah.
So
it's insane. The bias is just off the charts.
So when we say of journalists that I don't think we should be judging the quality and trustworthiness of journalists by the composition of that group or by their private ideological positions. I believe that in a liberal society that we have to believe that the people who compose our professions can place their professional obligations above their personal ideological positions. And if you don't believe we are capable of that act of transformation, then you can't have trust in any of the institutions that make up liberal society.
You can in certain people. He's proven himself in this debate that he is not capable of setting his ideological predilections aside. Like, this whole debate is a testament to him being incapable of doing that.
Well, I mean, he lives on another planet. He's completely detached from the reality that everyone else is living in.
Yeah, but he thinks that he's perfectly able to do this, like some Spock-like figure. Oh, of course, but me, Malcolm Gladwell, I would never be politically biased about something. Obviously nobody cares about the Hunter Biden story.
Right.
Like, okay, Spock.
Well, and he also, this is a complete red herring because he doesn't even understand what the problem is. The problem is what Matt said in the beginning of the conversation, is that you have audiences for these newspapers and these TV stations are completely divided along political lines.
Yeah, audience capture.
Right, exactly. So the newspapers and the TV show and the TV stations have been completely audience captured, and they're going to be selling a product to their audience. And that's the issue. They're financially incentivized to be politically biased. That's the problem. It's not like, oh, you can't find people that can like rise above their personal bias. And of course you can find those people, but you're not going to find them if the organization is in the institution is designed to make money by selling a political narrative, because then they're not going to hire those people.
Right. They're only going to select the people who can cater to that narrative. Yeah.
Exactly.
And whether they do it knowingly that they're lying or they're just, stupid. I mean, yeah, who knows?
God, this guy's an idiot. Holy shit.
Structurally, the institution is damaged. That's an important point.
Right.
I mean, it's amazing that the term audience capture never came up in the debate, because that really is what it's about.
Yeah.
But I think he's part of the audience capture.
Of course.
From the institutional side.
He's not even, he doesn't even know what the audience is. He's in another world of reality. Right. So like he's just in his own planet. He's just in his own planet where the atmosphere is made up of 80% of Malcolm Gladwell's farts. He goes, all day goes, oh, yes, that was quite a pleasant aroma one. Yes, I'm so glad I switched to French vanilla in my coffee. Like, what are you doing, Malcolm? Like, you need to come back to earth with the rest of us, okay?
Yeah. Look at all those fart sniffers fucking totally clapping it up like a bunch of seals at the circus. Oh, yes, you're so smart. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that closing statement, Malcolm. We're now going to go to Douglas. Same opportunity.
Oh, so I looked up, I typed in Malcolm's Twitter.
Yeah. Nice.
The very first tweet is from yesterday. It says he's having some podcast about something, and he says he's 1/16 Jewish. That answered the question that you
really
asked. I'm going to say that doesn't count. I'm not letting him in. I'm not letting him into my people.
1/16 Jewish.
1/16. That doesn't mean anything. Get out of here.
Oh, that's crazy. Why would you ever
1/16 Jewish? Okay.
That's kind of true.
I mean, come on. Because I assume it had something to do with he's referencing some kind of talk he did, and I guess they talked about something Jewish related. So, but I don't know, and I don't really care enough to know. Anyways, hit it up.
I follow Matt Taibbi. I don't follow Malcolm Gladwell, but
I don't follow him, Malcolm either. I just looked it up right now, but I'm curious to see what horrible things he was doing.
Malk.
God, I love that. Douglas. Did you back it up?
I did. I wanted to hear
Fuck. He calls him Malk.
Malcolm, we're now going to go to Doug.
Oh, did he?
He called him Doug earlier, yeah.
Instead of Douglas?
Yeah.
That's funny.
He did it to be incendiary, though. He's a fucking dick.
Yeah.
Same opportunity, 3 minutes on the clock.
Well, Malk. I'm going to try to take this more seriously than you did in your endless creation of straw men, which just is ceaseless this evening, and address what I think is the real problem we have in our century in terms of information technology. Having different opinions is so 20th century. This century, we have different facts, and it's lethal. It's absolutely lethal for the functioning of society. And if you want to see how lethal it is, look at the situation in America, where not just the media, but every institution, the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, the Supreme Court, every institution, you decide whether it's for your side or not.
This is so based because I don't like the Kyle Rittenhouse situation is so fucking sad. Like he's being sued by different people now. And I don't think he's raising money like he did obviously when the trial was going on. Like, has any media organization stepped up and called off the dogs on Kyle Rittenhouse? Hell no.
No.
They're letting all those fucking lies just sit out there.
Yep.
That's so disgusting.
Yep.
It's disastrous for society. But it starts with the facts. And when the facts go wrong, or you become glib about them, or decide that it's just the facts that will suit your side, or pretend you're playing a game of honesty and are not actually playing a game of honesty, everything else in the society can go to hell. This side has not been saying any of these straw men that you've been so kindly creating this evening, Malcolm. We've been saying that the mainstream media cannot be trusted. That is all. We're not saying don't read it. I repeat, we're not saying don't absorb it. Of course, you're an idiot to say that. What, you think we're only going to read Substacks for the rest of life? There's not even time. But the mainstream media is currently failing. It is failing you, the public. It is failing its employees. It's failing at its central task. You quoted one example of what journalism was meant to consist of. I would quote another, what George Orwell said. It's out on his statue outside the BBC. Sadly, the employees do not read it every morning before going in. But George Orwell famously said that the job of a journalist was to tell people facts they don't want to hear. The problem we have in our century coming up is that people will be paying for and absorbing only the facts they want to hear. The argument we are making is one of hygiene, basic hygiene in the media, in the mainstream media. I don't want to blow it up. I don't want an end to it or anything like it. I spent a significant amount of my life in the mainstream media. We just want it to be honest. We just want it to be factual. We don't want it to chase its own prejudices. We just want it to speak truth, whatever that is. That's not so radical.
Base.
Thank you.
Malcolm's like, but you don't understand. They are telling the truth. It's my truth, and I love it. Oh.
Yeah. The job of the media is to speak truth to power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if those people are innocent.
Douglas, Michelle, thank you for an excellent debate. Let's have your closing remarks, please.
Okay. So I think that I don't necessarily disagree with Douglas that this kind of constant hygiene is necessary, that journalists need to, I don't even know if objectivity is the right frame, but there does need to be a sort of a constant conversation, institutional constraints, as well as, kind of a certain professional pride in being able to...
Did she just throw objectivity under the bus? Did she basically say...
What did she say? Go back.
She said she didn't know if objectivity was the right frame. I feel like objectivity is exactly the right frame.
Wait.
I mean, can you imagine building a justice system on, I don't know if objectivity is the right thing we should do here.
That's not a good, not good.
What the fuck?
Conversation, institutional constraints, as well as, kind of a certain professional pride in being able to distinguish between what you hope is true and what you actually find. The argument that I want to make is that it is only the mainstream media that sort of has that ethos. If you read conservative media, you will not often find, occasionally you will, but I think in general, you will not often find a lot of stuff that conservatives don't want to hear. I mean, likewise, if you read a blog devoted to the various, kind of failings of the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, or whatever, they're not going to suddenly say, I thought they got that story wrong, but when I looked at it again, they really got it right. I know from being in newsrooms, from being around journalists, that there is a hunger out there to find the counterintuitive story, to find the unusual story. Very recently, the New York Times did a big piece on puberty blockers that made a lot of our readers extremely angry. The piece was about, that these are kind of given to kids who...
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. So like, yeah, the New York Times recently did a piece that finally raised some concern about puberty blockers.
Yeah, after the story's already blown up and
in a somewhat tepid way, I would say, on top of that.
Yeah, I imagine. Okay. I didn't read the story, but
right. And this is like after Jesse Singal and other people have been, raising the red flag about this for literally
years.
6 to 8 fucking years. Yeah. That everyone that's been talking about this story has been labeled a transphobe for years, and only suddenly now, the New York Times puts out some tepid piece where they're like, well, maybe because finally they're waking up in England, and finally they're waking up in Sweden or Norway or whatever other country it is, finally now they feel like it's safe to report. Like, come on.
Yeah, not exactly breaking news.
Yeah.
Either are transgender or believe that they're transgender to pause puberty, and then later on, if they decide to kind of continue with their transition, they can start on cross-sex hormones. And the piece featured 3 children. One of them was a trans girl who from a very early age had identified as female, who went on puberty blockers, later started estrogen, was very glad, she and her family were very glad that she hadn't had to go through a male puberty, and, this was clearly the right thing for her. There was another young...
So here's your debate tip. When you're making your closing statement,
don't change the topic.
Don't create something where you're gonna have to spend 90% of your time explaining a different topic that's not even relevant to your topic that you're debating.
Well, she just wants to really say, we do, tell stories that make our viewers uncomfortable.
They just say like, they did something on puberty blocker, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to go into like the whole thing. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Woman who had kind of her doubts about her gender coincided with other psychological troubles, and she had started puberty blockers and then started testosterone, but later decided that she wasn't actually male and that this had been kind of a grievous mistake, and that she feels like the process had been too rushed. There was a third child who developed significant bone density issues and ended up going off puberty blockers for those reasons. And now
Are
they applauding? They agree, or are they applauding because their time's up?
This is where they're applauding because the time is up.
They're like,
and she's like, wait a second here.
I didn't get to my point.
Pretty excited about when she went off puberty blockers.
The crowd is very excited. They're very against puberty blockers.
I know it appears that way, doesn't it?
It's pretty funny.
It's like, oh my God, what a bunch of transphobes.
Give Michelle 1 moment to finish.
Sorry, I don't understand what I just want to say very quickly, who else has an incentive to do a story about all the complications and the things that we don't know?
Thank you, Michelle.
Nobody.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem. Nobody has that incentive because the private media companies are audience captured as well. I mean, there are very few people that aren't somewhat indebted to an audience.
Sure.
The mainstream media would be the one that could possibly, if they had some other funding source. I don't necessarily know.
The problem is that, so like most alternative media people are obviously, going to fall prey to audience capture. And the problem is that the mainstream media was supposed to have some kind of checks to prevent that. But they didn't. They actually kind of threw all those checks in the trash, and they've now gone full steam ahead into the audience capture. And they've done this in order to survive. Because I brought this up a million times. You remember how it was 4 or 5 years ago, there was just this constant heightening fear. The media was like, all the media is going out of business. All the newspapers and TV shows, all the news going out of business. What are we going to do? Every single news thing is going to go out of business. Woe is us, woe is us, woe is us. And then what happened? Donald Trump became president. The news responded to that by becoming super hyper partisan and making shit tons of money. And now the new business model has, basically cemented itself.
Yeah. I mean, as long as there's left and right wing media, they're both going to essentially tattle on one another. So you can cobble together useful information because the Republicans are going to tell you what the Democrats don't want you to hear, and the Democrats are going to tell you what the Republicans don't want you to hear. The problem that I see with this is a lot of people, they don't want their news to be partisan because it's a big fucking headache to, like, first of all, you got to go to 2 different news sources.
It's so much work. The whole point is that they're supposed to do the work for you.
Yeah, you got to go to 2 different news sources, and then also you got to listen to a bunch of commentary bitching about, you know, this and that politics.
Yeah.
It's like, I just want the details, the story. That's all I care about.
Right.
And you really don't have anyone catering to those people because the bigger it's like 30%. You can get 30% partisans on either side, and that's the biggest chunk of the audience you can get.
Right. No one's catering to that because it's not financially effective to cater to that. So.
I mean, technically, there's 40% that just want the news, right? Well, I guess maybe it's 20% that wants the news.
There's like 5% of the people that want the real news. Okay. It's very small.
Well, no, there's like 30% solid partisan on each side. So that's 60%. There's 40% that's other. Whether or not they want news or even care about the news is the question.
Right.
And are people just watching news because this is so sad? But I feel like a lot of people are. But that's the problem,
is that the news is artificially selects for the people that are going to be the most partisan. Yeah.
Right.
Because those are people that are the most interested, obviously.
Yeah, because they want to know how this affects their team.
Exactly.
They're like, is crime up? Is crime down? How are we doing? What's going on? Are we going to win the next election?
Right, because it actually makes perfectly logical sense because, you know, how many news stories directly affect you as an individual?
Well, a bunch.
Not really.
Well, I mean, I'm in Los Angeles, so.
Well, okay, maybe because you're in LA. But I'm talking about like most national news stories, they're not going to have some direct effect that's going to manifest in your life, at least like quickly. You know, it's kind of like a vague general, like, oh, you know, what someone somewhere did maybe has some political ramifications for you, you know, down the line somewhere. Okay.
Sure.
And so that's not why people are watching the news. They're watching the news because it's team sports. That's where the enjoyment, that's literally where the enjoyment of the news for most people comes from.
Yeah. Not me. Oh.
Okay.
Don't okay me.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to give the last word in this debate to Matt Taibbi. Matt, take us home.
First of all, just quickly, the notion that the New York Times should be patted on the back for doing this story, like the Hunter Biden story, years late, after all the people who had touched that subject were ostracized and in some cases actually thrown out of the mainstream media. They're working on podcasts now as opposed to working for big magazines like they had before. This is Douglas was writing about this years ago.
So was I. I first wrote about this for the New Yorker in 2014.
Not the New York Times.
Yeah, anyway, it's like, I think it's a little odd to give yourself credit for a story.
I didn't write it. I'm not giving myself credit.
All right, fine. Look, tonight we talked a lot about whether or not you should trust the mainstream media, but for the business, there's a more urgent question, which is, do people trust the mainstream media? And we already have an answer. This is the headline from a recent Gallup Trusted Media survey. Americans' trust in media remains near record low. Washington, D.C. Dateline. At 34%, Americans trust in mass media to report the news, quote, fully, accurately, and fairly, is essentially unchanged from last year and just 2 points higher than the lowest that Gallup has recorded in 2016 during the presidential campaign. Just 7% of Americans have a great deal of trust and confidence in media, and 27% have a fair amount. Meanwhile, 28% of U.S. adults say they do not have much confidence, and 38% have none at all in newspapers, TV, and radio. Notably, this is the first time that the percentage of Americans with no trust at all in media is higher than the percentage with a great deal or a fair amount combined. So, whatever the reason, mainstream media has an enormous trust problem. And it's doing an ostrich act. It's pretending it's not happening. It's pretending that it's somebody else's fault. When you're a writer, when you're a journalist, and people don't trust you, it's always your fault. It's always a communication problem. You can look back. I remember covering the 2016 presidential campaign. The news media couldn't have gotten that story more wrong for longer. First, every single data journalist said with absolute certainty that Donald Trump would never be the Republican nominee. Nate Silver from 538.com said that Donald Trump would play in the NBA before he'd be the Republican nominee. Then they gave him no chance to win the general election. And after that happened, they should have looked inside and said, what did we get wrong? How did we miss this? Well, you missed it because you're living in a bubble and you're no longer in contact with the rest of America. And that's the problem with the media today.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for those closing statements. Now we're now getting an opportunity to vote on a second time on our motion today. So
should we just skip to the results here?
Sure.
Do you remember the results?
No, I was looking up the how the Senate race is going in Georgia.
We then asked you how many could change your mind if you were so inclined, depending on what.
So it's 48 say you shouldn't trust the mainstream media, and 52 say you can trust the mainstream media.
Yeah, that was the original.
Yeah. You heard was.
And then 82% said they could change their mind, and 18% said no, they couldn't change their mind.
Right.
Fluid in play. So let's audience vote.
Okay. Final vote. Be it resolved, don't trust mainstream media. The pro side, don't trust the mainstream media, is up substantially.
Yes, look at that.
Yeah.
That was the plot twist, yeah.
So it's up
67% said you shouldn't trust the media, or
right.
They don't, and 33% said they do. So,
right.
So a big point swing.
So almost 20 over to the don't trust the mainstream media.
Yes.
And I think a lot of this was they just didn't like the smell of Malcolm Gladwell's farts. As much as he thought that he was doing a solid for the room, they were like, no, this guy's obviously an out-of-touch elitist asshole.
Maybe.
From fucking New York City.
That's very possible.
I feel like it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's a Canadian, so. But I guess he lives in New York.
Of course he lives in. Come on. Look, all the Canadians live in New York.
Yeah, no, there's a big controversy. The thing that he was talking about his story about, like, whether he worked from home or not. And there's some article about, well, he doesn't technically work from home, but he maybe works from a home that was renovated to be an office that he owns, and it's kind of like questionable.
Oh, so he was even lying on that story.
Well, it's like he's not lying, but he's not exactly being forthright or exactly honest with it. So it's kind of silly. But
I go into the office every day.
It's a little difference between like going to like an office building versus I bought a house and I turned it into my office.
I go to my second home every day.
Yeah. That's like, oh, that's great. Good for you, I guess.
I have to go check the mail there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Wow. Yeah, so this was infuriating, obviously.
Do they have a reaction shot from the poll?
Favor of the motion, 33% opposed.
Let me go back a second.
Oh, look.
Or another, we're going to have the pre-audience vote up on the screen, and then we will show the new vote. There we go. 67.
I want to see the reaction.
In favor of the motion, 33% opposed. That's what I like to see.
Look at the loser slinking off.
So, a nice swing in opinion. Yet again, that's what we like at the Munk debates. People's minds.
I've been like, psych.
As soon as you did that, he'd be writing a piece about the racist snub at the Munk debate.
I've been like, oh, handshake switches into the middle finger. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, he would have definitely turn that
into Matt Taibbi does starts doing the MC Hammer walk off the stage.
Matt
while flicking him off.
I think Matt Taibbi.
You don't think that would have been a mature and appropriate response to Malcolm Gladwell's racism?
I think Matt Taibbi definitely was a saint in this debate.
But wrongly so.
I agree. Sometimes you got to be a sinner. Sometimes you got to put the sainthood aside and you got to slap some bitches around.
It's not a question of you have to defend yourself. You have to fight back.
Yeah, of course.
You can't just be like, well, he's gonna. Fine. He brings it up once and you don't address it. And you're like, okay, I don't want to get into the. I don't want to get bogged down on that.
You got to address it right off.
No. I agree with
precedent. First time.
I agree with you.
He should have stopped him in the opening statement when he said, "What did you mean by that trucker response, bitch?"
I agree with you, but I'm saying I can understand that. Matt's there. He makes a comment once, and Matt's like, "Well, I don't really want to get into all that. I want to talk about other things." But then the second time, third time, fourth time, you're like, "Okay, you got to say something. Like this is getting ridiculous. You got to slap this guy in the face and be like, fuck you, you racist piece of shit."
Yeah, I don't know if he's. He didn't come out. Everything he said was kind of dog whistle-ish. Obviously it was very obvious what he was saying, but he didn't come out and say it explicitly, right? He didn't come out and say, "Listen, Matt, you're obviously a racist," right?
Yeah, but that's why Matt has to call it out.
Right.
And say, I think it's disgusting that you're trying to imply that I'm a racist and you're doing this based solely on the fact that you look at me and you look at my skin color and you say that I'm white, and you look at Walter Cronkite's skin color and see that he's white, and you make all sorts of assumptions that because of that, that's why I'm holding him up as some sort of, paradigm to emulate. Yeah. And frankly, that makes you racist, Malcolm. Because you're not basing this off anything I've said whatsoever. You're not basing this off of any of my work. You're literally basing your opinion entirely on my skin color. You are being racist.
Well, no, he would say, yes, but you're supporting all of these obvious racist stories in the news.
And that's great. And then you say, like what exactly? What stories am I talking about that you're basing this off?
Well, Donald Trump
is it about
is obviously
COVID? What does it have to do with race? Is it about the Hunter Biden laptop? What does that have to do with race? What does it have to do with the Trump gate scandal? Is that what it has to do with it? Oh, it's the trucker protest. The one that the person right next to you said the people weren't racist. Is that the one, Malcolm?
Look, Sitch needs to debate more. That would have been great.
Because that would have been like fucking crazy. Like that was so despicable what he was doing in that conversation.
Look, I'm going to line you a debate up with Milo Yiannopoulos. I think you're
ready.
Yeah,
no, I know. I don't want to speak to Milo. I want to have a conversation. Actually, I would actually like to speak with Milo. But I want to have a conversation
now you would. Of course you would.
With Malcolm Gladwell. Okay. That's who I wanted to
Well, that's impossible.
I'm horny to debate Malcolm here and be like, dude, what the hell was your problem in that conversation?
Oh, man. I'm going to
And then we could ask him. We could be like, listen, Malcolm, we had a disagreement. When you said this comment in the beginning of the debate, are you being racist or not?
What's this? I'm gonna binge watch some Malcolm Gladwell interviews just to see how insanely out of it this guy is.
Oh, I forgot to look. Malcolm Gladwell, CRT.
Malcolm Gladwell on racism, Trump, and the moral licensing.
What?
Whenever you do something.
And the moral licensing phenomenon? What's that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here's a Malcolm Gladwell talk. Google Zeitgeist. Why you should go to Harvard. Okay.
Oh, Malcolm Gladwell on racist, Trump, and moral licensing?
Mm-hmm. The unheard story of David and Goliath. Yeah, I remember when he did that TED Talk. I was like, I like Malcolm Gladwell's books. I got to check this book out. This is going to be great. Wrong. Wrong.
But I don't see him specifically talking about CRT somewhere.
Stephen Fry meets Malcolm Gladwell interview. Oh. You're just an old out-of-touch boomer now.
Malcolm?
He just can't stand people in the world that disagree with him.
Yeah.
It's so funny that the left is totally Archie Bunker now from, they're the anti-racist Archie Bunker. They're the everyone is racist Archie Bunkers.
Anyways, let's read some super chats.
No, I forbid it.
Okay.
Let's just go. Later.
That would be mean. That would be so mean. Go later, suckers. You're not busy.
I am. I want to work on the comics some.
Yeah, okay. That's good for you. Black Hat 0061, thanks so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 8 months. Says, thanks for the content. If you could send one thing to space to represent humanity or yourself, what would you send? Also, S-Class is the best class.
Wow, that's a good question.
Obviously you would send, The Righteous Mind.
One thing to... No, I'm not sending Height's book. Come on, it's to represent me.
Oh, I thought it said humanity or yourself.
Yeah, myself.
You're going to send yourself. I'm going to send himself into space. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do this drawing of... I do 2 drawings. One of Snoopy smoking a huge bong and Woodstock like passed out.
One thing to represent all of humanity. I'm like, I have this picture I drew of Snoopy.
I think
smoking a bong.
I think that would be pretty good, for the alien encounter. Sometimes, and this needs a little bit of setup. I don't know. Do you guys know Charlie Brown and Lucy? Lucy famously always puts the football down and then pulls it away, and Charlie Brown
of course.
Falls away, right?
Yes.
I occasionally do a drawing of Lucy sucking Charlie Brown's dick.
There,
I occasionally draw that, and the football is like lying off on the side. So
there you
go. Maybe both of these drawings could be.
Well, I'm going to say I'm sure glad that Adam is not in charge of sending aliens information. I am certainly glad. That's what I've learned here today. Wow. These are terrible choices. There you go.
Yes. Okay.
PC, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Quite a silly person. Thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Zifu for 5 Aussie Bucks says the debate was on November 30th before the Twitter files released on December 2nd. Can't trust the media. Oh, interesting. See, I wish it wasn't, because I would assume it would have become even more incendiary if it was after. Then both of them would have been frothing at the mouth, attacking Matt. So,
yeah, totally.
Pincolo the Driving Ape, thanks so much for being Frugal Seeker for 3 months, says, don't make me get the maple syrup and geese feathers, Sitch.
What is that?
Listen. You just can't help that Canada is America's hat, okay?
Oh, is someone still bitter about all the Canada?
I mean, listen, America is the country where everything that's important happens, and Canada is the country that's a country.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. It's just, we're just overwhelmed with the greatness that is America. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Zero Fucks, thanks so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 3 months. Says, reasons we are dumber: cell phones, internet technology. We demand instant gratification. We avoid boredom, which stifles creativity, critical thinking. TMI, too much information to sort through. I mean, that definitely doesn't help. I agree. That definitely doesn't help. Our brains are being... Yes, our brains are being programmed in, or I should say, a lot of modern life is designed to screw with our brains in ways in which make us want to screw with our brains, but is probably detrimental to ourselves in the long run. So, the Justice 35 for $5 says, quote, don't trust the mainstream media. People who make a boatload of cash selling counter narratives. I'm still waiting for the 49-state Trump landslide.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Tim was way off on that.
Named it Tim Pool?
Tim was off on that one, yeah. Tim had a crazy tweet today, too. I mean, maybe we should give Tim a little bit of leeway because he had people break into his house apparently, and like get into a gunfight with him.
Yeah, I heard that. One of his security guards fired at him.
Yeah, and then
they ran off and left their wallet.
Yeah, and then they got swatted again, which I don't understand how they can keep getting swatted so much. So okay, I'll give Tim a pass on crazy tweets he puts out in the next 48 hours. Also, he's under a lot of stress. So
that's so bad. I don't like. What's going on there? It's just people who think
with swatting.
Tim is like a racist piece of shit, and they got to go steal his shit. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know what was up with that. Was it people that knew who he was and were doing it for political reasons, or was it someone that just thought he probably had a lot of valuable equipment or stealing? I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, they supposedly went in at 7 o'clock in the morning, though.
Like that's a bad time to try to rob someone's house.
You know what I do? I wake up at 6 a.m. and start cleaning my guns. I mean, that's my daily routine.
That you do. Yeah. So 17th time swap.
Oh, man. Being able to shoot one because it's a stand your ground state.
How's he? I don't understand.
What are they even thinking?
Like, I literally don't understand. And unless the police just come to his place, and I don't know, maybe someone who follows Tim more closely knows the answer to this in the chat. Unless the police just come to his place and knock on the door and they say, "Hey Tim, we got another call that you're, to SWAT you," because by now they have to, like, his address has to be on a list somewhere.
Yeah.
Right. By the police. Like, well, they keep getting called out to his place. They have to know. They know at this point.
Well,
so I don't understand how this could keep happening.
Do you think he's reporting it as a swatting when the cops are just calling and saying, "Oh, we got another call"?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Because swatting does seem like they showed up at his place, and
well, that's the implication,
right?
But I mean, I don't think Tim's like faking it. Like, I don't think he's making it up. That'd be an incredibly dangerous and stupid thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what it means exactly. Does it mean that the police call him and say someone tried to SWAT you? Does it mean the police show up and they knock on the door and say someone tried to SWAT you again? Well, or does it mean the police busted into his place with guns and were like, "Get down on the ground"? Like, what does it mean exactly? Yeah, maybe they still have to go for legal reasons. Like, they might have to go, but they're after his chickens. There you go.
Oh, really? Got some chickens, huh?
Yeah. Brune, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 5 months. Says the honking was the most base thing ever. Made me proud to be a Canadian.
Oh yeah, that was kind of cool.
The honking.
All the racist honkers.
Oh my God, the honk's driving me crazy.
Ouch.
Simon O'Leary, thanks so much for the 5. New Zealanders says, in New Zealand, the government gave the MSN millions in emergency funding for special COVID-related media. You can't imagine what their coverage was like. Oh, or you can't imagine. Yeah, jeez.
Ouch.
Also,
so they were basically paying for COVID coverage?
Essentially. It's called the honker cost.
The honker cost.
I'm pretty sure Tim does have private security, yeah. I mean, I assume that's who was firing at the people that are trying to break in. Yeah, I know the police had busted into his place in the past. Because isn't there like a video of it, or is a video of him like running away? Like, it was in the middle of a broadcast or something. But I don't know if that's only like the first couple times. I'm assuming by now. Like, if he's really been swatted 17 times, and every time the police bust into his house with their guns blazing, that's the police are fucking with him at that point, right?
Of course.
Like, that's when you sue them, because that's insane. Like, there's obviously something going on there,
right?
I'd say after the third time, there's obviously something going on there. Like,
they're super jealous.
Yeah.
Tim has been sleeping with the police commissioner's wife.
There you go. You mean getting a foot massage from the police commissioner's wife?
I mean, if you can't get a foot massage from your personal assistant, like, what the fuck? What's the world coming to? Right?
He gave Marcel Wallace's wife a foot massage.
Do you
I'm just saying, Anton should have known. You don't touch another man's wife's feet.
I mean, I listened. Did you go back and listen to?
No, Adam? I don't know any. I literally don't know anything. I just know that was some claim that was made because I read in a comment somewhere. I thought it was funny.
Supposedly, Adam Krigler witnessed the foot massage and it's so like his indignancy about this just is so cringe because it's like so Tim is I guess sitting on the couch right next to his girlfriend, and Lydia goes up and gives Tim a foot massage right in front of his girlfriend, and Adam Krigler is like, oh my God, this is just assault on humanity.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking, I don't know.
I mean, listen, here's the thing. That's weird. That's definitely weird. But
it's low tier weird, though.
That's what I'm saying. It's low. It's weird, but not weird enough to like make a deal about it.
Yeah, no shit. Maybe they're swingers. Though. Maybe they're like participating in a wife swap. I don't know.
Who
maybe
knows?
they're all get together and bang all. They buy a 12-pack of Natural Light and bang all weekend. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah.
I'm not getting involved in that. Obviously, if you're willing to do that in front of his girlfriend and in front of Krigler and his girlfriend, like I guess it's just common knowledge.
There's a couple things that are weird about that.
Mm-hmm.
There's more than a couple. There's a bunch of things that are like, as you said, I think that's the best way to put it. It's low tier weird.
Yeah.
You're like if that happens and I'm in the room, I'm like, huh. That's weird.
Right, but I'm trying to avoid being in future rooms.
Well, no, see, because like that's a situation where most people wouldn't say anything. They just be like, that's weird.
Yeah.
I would say something because I'm a horrible troll. So I would immediately call it out. I'd immediately be like, well, it's really weird that you're doing. Like, I would just immediately bring attention to it.
Because I think it's like, what? You can't give a foot massage with socks on. What are you doing?
Get out of the way, Lydia. Let me show you how it's done. You spit in your hands. Let me lube them up real good for you.
Let me show you how this is done.
Okay. Get it real nice.
Sitch starts sucking on Tim's toes.
That would be the most amazing show.
Oh my God. Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
That'd be good. That's some real David Lynch shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh my, that would be amazing.
No, I'd be like, can I get in next? You just put your foot on top of Tim.
Yeah, you
let's start a daisy chain.
You sit down next to him and you take your shoes and socks off. And
you're like, oh, I thought we were doing a thing here.
You kick him up right next to her.
You start massaging Lyd's feet. You hand your foot to someone else. You're like, let's start a daisy chain.
What you do is you put the stool right next to Lydia. And you take your shoes and socks off and you kick your feet up on the stool.
There you go.
Look.
There you go. You're like, are we going full Epstein's airplane?
Yeah. I didn't listen to much of Krigler's thing, but every time I went back to it and like, this is the first thing he's saying. And I'm going, oh man, this is just such unreliable protagonist area.
Right.
Like you're going to go to war over this, like a foot massage? Like obviously he's not hiding it. His girlfriend's sitting right next to him.
Well, I'm assuming he went to war over something else. That was just some, excuse or rationale for something supposedly nefarious happening.
Tim said life is good. Which, I mean, he's getting a foot massage from his personal assistant in front of his girlfriend. Like what?
That's a little weird.
He's trying to like maybe he's pitching. Maybe he's floating the three-way. Maybe he's like,
yeah,
hey,
maybe. Who knows?
Let's just take this in the bedroom, ladies. Look, we all like foot massages. Why?
Mm-hmm. It's weird. Listen, it's weird. But did you see the DM about the thing? No. What thing?
What's the DM? Oh no,
I don't know. What's the DM about the thing? Are you saying that you sent me a DM or someone leaked a DM about something?
Come on.
I'm not sure.
Aiden Paladin says booba greater than butt, way greater than feet.
I mean, that is true. That is true and based. I don't understand.
It kind of depends upon the feet. I mean,
whoa, wait a minute. Does Adam have a foot fetish? Is that what
I don't have a foot fetish, obviously, but if if a woman has like hair on the tops of her feet, that's going to be a different situation than if she has Nice.
Look at Adam. He's
beautiful
hobbit shaming.
feet.
Okay. Just because Kim Kardashian has little hairy feet doesn't mean she's not an attractive woman.
Holy cow. Kim Kardashian shaves her feet.
She's got a...
Breaking news.
You sent me a Krigler thing, JP? Let me see. Let me check.
About the Krigler thing. My DM to you.
Did you get that thing I sent you about Krigler?
About the Krigler. About that Krigler.
There we go.
I've been trying.
Oh, here is it. Here it is.
I've been harassing Krigler on Twitter to try and get him on the show, but he seems like, he's not into it, I don't think.
Okay. The most important thing he talked about in his news stream is the NDA that Tim wanted him to sign, which would have given Tim the rights to Krigler's show and pretty much anything else he made while living with Tim, including some songs he wrote. Well, that's gross. I don't disagree with that.
Look.
That's gross.
You know the foot massage secret. You have to sign this NDA today or I'm going to kick you off the property.
Well, actually, that wouldn't be an NDA, right? Would it be some kind of weird non-compete clause or something?
Right. You can't look. I don't want anyone competing for my feet. It makes me uncomfortable to get in line for my foot massages.
Oh, amazing! We found it. We found Sammy G's line. She will not draw feet. Well, I'm so glad we finally found Sammy G's line in the same.
Sammy, I was going to ask you if you could start doing Sitch Chan with hairy feet. Just maybe we could. Maybe we could start a new Sitch Chan meme.
I'm not saying she's a hobbit. Mr. Scratch, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 1 month. Says, hey now, been a listener for a long time and felt the need to pay my dues for all the free content. Well, thank you, Mr. Scratch.
Yeah, thanks.
A-Team reigns supreme. Oh.
Woo!
Yeah, both an A-Team and a skis.
Poor Sitch.
I know. No, poor Adam. Adam doesn't have a. You don't have a thing.
It is much more fun to do the. I got it.
You just have A-Team reigns supreme. Me. That's not the same. It's like you're taking a dump. A-Team reigns supreme.
Look, I still have Colavar's super chat.
I like that you have it. Like you just have it ready.
I do. I have it on the ready right here. Look, boom.
I like how it's snowing in your window and in Wormy's window.
Yeah, because he's on the same camera as me.
Yeah. No, but it's just like the perfect.
Winter.
It looks like it's contiguous.
Oh yeah.
Goro Sarah, thank you so much for coming or for gifting 1 sub. Thank you, Goro.
Yeah, sweet.
Lord of the Brain, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 8 months. Says I've decided Yay is a net good for centrist. One cannot endorse CRT and deny Yay, nor can one endorse Yay and not CRT. The essentialized argument remains. It's funny that you said that, Lord of the Brain.
Yeah.
I literally thought that exact same thing today while taking a crap. And I don't remember why I thought that. I was looking through Twitter. I thought
it
the
is the
exact
result
same
of
thing.
CRT, exactly.
Well, because it's funny because I guess I was probably thinking about the Gavin McInnes interview that I tweeted about the other day. And, Nick, going on and on about the Jews and the overrepresentation of the Jews and Kanye talking about the overrepresentation of Jews. And it's literally the same argument that the CRT people make. It's, we see some overrepresentation of white people and an underrepresentation of black people, and so it must be racism. Right? That's the argument.
Yeah, it is.
And then, right. And so then the Nick Fuentes in the Kanye argument is, well, they see a representation of Jews and they say, well, it must be because of, Jewish racism against non-Jews. It's the same. It's literally the same argument.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, it's a great point. I think I do think Kanye, well, we'll see. I mean, there's some people that believe that Kanye is going to create some sort of wave of anti-Semitism. I don't buy that yet. I don't buy that now. I could be proven wrong, but I don't really buy that. I do think Kanye coming out blatantly anti-Semitic will be a net good for society. And one of the funniest things about it is to see all these people that were on the right that were labeled racist or anti-Semites who have conversations with Kanye and try to get him to not be racist and anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
like Alex Jones and Gavin McInnes and all these people. So that alone makes it kind of worthwhile. That's a very interesting phenomenon to see.
Well, if you listen to Lance of the Surfs, talk about it, obviously Alex Jones and who's the other guy?
Gavin McInnes.
Gavin McInnes, yeah. They would be worried about losing huge swaths of their audience if they're actively coming out against anti-Semitism, right? I mean, that's right. Lance's narrative. But they are like clearly coming out against anti-Semitism, which makes me think like it's just all lies that they're a bunch of racists in their audiences. They're just conservative. Somebody on Twitter said this, and it completely makes sense. The left just sees nationalists as racists. And anyone who's nationalistic, they're gonna paint them as a racist, which is horrible.
Yeah, you could be right in that. There's a certain logic to that, because I think for other countries, which are more like have like a more a specific ethnic racial background that made up the country.
Totally right.
Nationalism would be literally tied into
racism.
Racism. No, not necessarily has to be. I'm just saying it makes a little more sense. But in America, since we're basically mixed race from the beginning, you can definitely be nationalistic in America and not be racist at all. And so, but you're right. That is a good point, though. That is the conflation that is made. So,
wow.
Yep. Texas SP12 for $20 says Sargon was so happy the media had hurt themselves being elitist. This guy is one of the reasons I agree. Wow, shut up. Yeah, Malcolm is not doing any favors for his cause.
Dirty.
True.
I stole that from Sargon.
Dirty smear merchants.
The dirty smear merchants.
The classic Sargon.
I know, but it's so fitting. That's exactly how I feel now every time I see media lies.
Yeah, it was a very good persuasive earworm.
Yeah, it's fun to say. It's also, I mean, all the lies really have an ulterior motive. That is to smear an individual or forward some progressive narrative. They're they're not mistakes. That's something that they never really said in the debate, but it's not that they're just, innocent mistakes. We got this story wrong. It's that they're ideologically motivated mistakes.
Right. Like they still have the super chat up.
What? Oh yeah,
the Gulliver super chat.
Yeah, what are you talking about? We should leave it up for the whole. We should leave that up for as long as possible.
Okay.
You want to read it?
No.
Gulliver for $200. 18 rates supreme. Look, that's nice of Gulliver. Look, he gave us $200. He
Thank you,
donated $200 to the show.
Yes. Stug, thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 8 months. Stug says Michelle Goldberg's debate strategy is to say nuh-uh or no you at everything all the time forever. Also to lie a bunch, but you knew that.
True
and
sad.
I know. Cameraman 502 for $5 says she points to Matt's skepticism on the Ukraine invasion, but doesn't mention how he admitted how wrong he was and why. When has the New York Times done that? Well, it's good. I didn't know that Matt did that, but that's great.
There is another interesting way to conceptualize this. Like attorneys do this all the time, right? They take cases where they know their client is guilty, right? Because that's part of the system, right? We're going to give the best defense we can, even though we know this person ultimately did it. The truth is differing from our advocacy for this person. That doesn't seem to happen in media. Like they in media, they lie to themselves and always convince themselves that, their team is completely innocent, even though when the facts show, no, you're just being a partisan bitch and you're hiding the facts from the public because you want your client to get off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Also, going back specifically, though, I mean, listen, I was famously wrong about Ukraine, too. I thought there was no way in hell Russia would be so stupid as to invade Ukraine. And apparently, they were that stupid. Or rather, they had that much, Putin had that much bad information because he's surrounded himself with a bunch of toadies. So,
give me what was the super chat again?
It was Matt. She points to Matt's skepticism on Ukraine invasion, but doesn't mention how he admitted that he was wrong, and he talked about why he was wrong. When has the New York Times ever done that?
On the Ukraine, yeah.
Well, on just anything. Where they were just violently wrong about something, and they.
Well, I think Matt was right on Iraq.
Well, yeah, he was.
Matt's got a history of being correct on things because he waits for the information that.
Well, no, but that's an important point because that's probably the fact that he was right about Iraq is probably what colored his opinion on Ukraine. And so he was looking at it through the same lens, like, oh, this is just Iraq 2.0. They're trying to hype us up for some kind of war. And so that's understandable as to why that would make you skeptical, but then it happened. So it's like, oh, I guess using my previous lens of knowledge actually led me to the wrong conclusion, but you always have to be careful because that's something that happens very often. Andrew Clark, thanks so much for the $2, says, Dave Smith's phone call evidence. Oh, I guess this is relating to last stream. Dave Smith's phone call evidence was, quote, "were in play," quote, "proof that it's about the U.S. involvement. That's why it doesn't matter if it was talking about if it was about taking the deal or not. He's like Sherlock weaving whole stories out of the smallest evidence." So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I said this to Dave, and I don't think I don't think he has a universal standard for the phone call. If you want to say that my position on the phone call is too nebulous, or there's not enough, if you want to say there's not enough evidence to support my interpretation for the phone call, then that's you admitting that there's zero evidence for your interpretation of the phone call whatsoever. So if you want to make a case to throw out the phone call altogether, you can make the case, but he doesn't do that. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to say that there's somehow the phone call still evidence of his claim when it's not evidence of my claim, which that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So
there's a lot of people in the comments that just blow my mind because I don't know how you could listen to all of Sitch's response on that phone call are so gold. Because, I don't see how you can look at that phone call and not think Sitch has the right understanding of the context. Because, I mean, all the quotes he pulled out, I mean, this is why I laughed uncontrollably, was because it's just so blatantly obvious.
Right.
I mean, you're really working hard not to see it.
Sure.
The most parsimonious way, which, I mean, I'm not a be-all and end-all parsimonious, but if it is simple and just makes sense, why don't you just go with the simple and it just makes sense?
Because they don't want it to be that way.
No, of course not. Because
that's the answer to the question. Yeah.
Yeah, you're swimming upstream.
Yeah. Yeah. People either don't want to, they want to believe the narrative, or they don't want to admit that they were wrong, or they're just biased in favor of someone in the conversation. So,
well, have you considered America bad? That's it's like a meme.
I had considered that.
People continually post that, and I love it every time. But have you considered America bad? That's like 90% of this. I just saw there's a channel called The Combo Couch, which I listen to occasionally because it's a bunch of, I mean, they're really deep socialists. And they had both Dave Smith and Jimmy Dore on. And I was like, oh my goodness, holy cow, look, they're reuniting. We started something here. And I didn't listen to much of it, but the guy who was the host was basically trying to get Dave Smith to admit that Putin had every right to invade and should have invaded Ukraine.
Wait, you have to send this to me. I have to watch this.
And Dave is like,
he's like, wait a minute.
He called him like a dirty fence sitter and shit.
for being against fucking Putin invading. Holy shit!
He said he was trying to have it both ways or something like that.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. But my god,
look, people were giving us a hard time, and I thought, oh, this guy's 10 times worse than we were. What the fuck?
Yes.
Why would you? That's just such a bizarre take. Yeah.
Well, no. Well, so I'm assuming the guy who's saying that he's in favor of it, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's probably some tanky or something. I don't know. These people are just. I tune in every once in a while because they're socialists, and socialists say crazy things. Sometimes it's entertaining.
Yeah, I mean that sounds entertaining.
This was definitely entertaining. I sent you the link.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I sent it in the DM. So DMs are kind of sketchy now. They don't auto update. You got to like refresh.
Yeah, I know. Oh, here it is. Is it worth listening to the whole thing, or is it just that one part?
I mean, I only listened to like 5 minutes of it.
Oh, okay. So it's like right in the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, he's like putting the thumb screws to Dave, and Dave is like visibly uncomfortable.
I think this is so weird. First of all, I don't even understand the tanky commies defending Russia here, because it's not like currently Russia under Putin isn't a socialist country at all.
It's America bad, okay?
I guess you're right. It's all just we hate America, we hate Western liberalism. That's driving it. It's kind of like,
capitalism.
It's like when Jordan Peterson says, the communists don't love the poor, they hate the rich. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, the communists don't love Russia, they just hate America.
They do.
So maybe that's it. Maybe that's what's going on.
I was kind of meditating the other day, trying to think about, why do they despise capitalism so much?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like they don't think you should be forced to like go get a job and support yourself. I guess you could make an argument that there's really no reason to be working as hard as we are. Like you could probably live off of, get a part-time job somewhere and have more than enough money to live and, spend a lot of time doing your own thing or whatever. I mean, a lot of people actually do that. So I don't understand why they're so rabidly against
I think I understand. I think it's a very simple moral intuition. They just see, people who are poor or who are lower income that are struggling and working hard. And then you see people that just have more money than they could ever spend in a lifetime. And it just creates this emotional feeling of unfairness. And I mean, that's the guiding principle, really.
I guess that makes sense. They see that capitalism has caused somebody to win, but they don't. I mean, I guess they just are completely ignoring the magic of capitalism that's so fascinating to me. I remember where I was when I was thinking this. I was driving and I ended up on a freeway where there was a bunch of oil rigs. Like Los Angeles used to have a lot of oil drilling. Just, you'd see one like right next to the 7-Eleven or whatever. It'd be kind of crazy, but it's just the idea of prices and incentives and all that, it seems crazy to me, but it so works, right? Like oil gets to be a certain price and suddenly people are like, hey, maybe I can find some oil somewhere. Like that, but that works with everything. Right. A certain price is achieved and all of a sudden people focus their time and energy on developing something like that. And it's just, I mean, that amazes me. That totally amazes me. Mm-hmm. But I guess they don't give a fuck about that kind of shit. Like, how does the world work without that thing, without that mechanism?
Well, it's not a question. So you're asking like a logical question, and the conversation has nothing to do with logic. Right. It's just intuition. So it's
unfair.
Right. And I agree. It is unfair, but I don't know. You have to figure out a way that makes it work. You can't just say, well, we have to do something that's fair. It's like, but what if the quote unquote fair thing makes everything fucked up and horrible?
Well, that's why everyone always talks about how everyone is equally poor, because if you don't have any kind of incentive structure, no one's going to go out and grow the food or
right.
mine the minerals or drill the
right.
oil. Like, no, we're going to have none of that shit.
Right.
And they would, the response that they would give is like, society is too materialistic and it's not good for us to be materialists. We should just like, but at some level you have to have some, you have to have some level of materialism, right?
Sure. But that's the problem.
Clothes and shit.
Right, of course. But they're too ideologically motivated. Like, if these people that were the communists were actually caring about facts and actually understood that they are being basically pulled by their elephant and by their nose in all these directions, they could pause and they could say, okay, communism literally never works. And it doesn't work for very obvious reasons that we've talked about a million times on the show and that you just brought up now about incentives. So there has to be some way to accomplish, or at least that they could attempt to try to accomplish, to create more, wealth, equality, or fairness, or whatever, without going communism. And then they would look back and say, well, we did have that period in U.S. history where we had the Great Compression. We had the greatest boon to the middle class that ever existed in America in its entire history. And they would try to replicate whatever those economic policies are. Now, obviously, they can't be fully replicated because the world economy has changed, but there are definitely policies that you could implement, things you could advocate for that would push us more in that direction.
But they're all still firmly grounded in capitalism.
Exactly. But that's the problem. That's the problem. Because oh, no, capitalism, bad.
That great prosperity. And I agree, because it took some of the edge off of the unfairness when you have a growing middle class.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So I just opened the New York Times. The Senate race is like neck and neck. Holy crap.
Oh, no.
80% of the votes are in. Ralph Warnock is up by 20%. He's only up by 8,000 votes in the entire state of Georgia. So it's 50.4. It's 50.14 in favor of Ralph and 49.86% for Herschel Walker. So it's super neck and neck with 20% of the vote remaining. Wow. Wowzers. Going to be a real barn burner.
Crazy.
Anyways. Quite silly person for 523 says, I recently found your channel, listened to a bunch of previous streams sped up, and normal speed, you now both sound permanently drunk to me, Adam especially. That happens a lot. Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. I've been the exact same boat. I listened to something really sped up, and then you listen to it normal, you're like, oh my God, this is like, they're high, they're wasted.
We sound a lot smarter when we're sped up, that's for sure.
Sure. Everyone does.
Yeah, because we're talking so fast.
Yeah.
But thanks for tuning in live. Thanks for the super chat, obviously.
Thank you. Death by Sloth for $2 says, a huge problem with the media is how they stealth correct when they report something wrong, especially big stories. This lets people construct narratives on lies. The responsible thing would be making corrections a headline. True. That's a great point. And I think
Matt Taibbi brought it up in his opening statement.
Yeah, I was going to say, he brought that up. Yeah. Death by Sloth for another $2 says, the media stopped reporting on leftist criminals because they're engaging in what I call, quote, starving the narrative towards the right. The right uses such examples. The media believes the right is harmful, so media vanishes the stories. I like that. That's a great phrase, starving the narrative. Yeah. I mean, we saw that with, who's the guy that shot the Trump protester? You know what I'm talking about? In Portland or Oregon or wherever, Oregon or wherever that was.
Yep.
And he got killed by the police.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy. Like, it's funny because I was talking to some family members. I don't remember why. Like a week ago. They didn't even know about that.
Right.
Didn't even know about that.
Reinhold, is that his name?
That was it. Yeah, that. Yeah, there you go. They didn't even know about that.
On Twitter, this is not looking good for my money.
What?
Trending. Trump is done. Trump is done. 16,000 votes.
Well, listen, they've been saying Trump is done for years and never has been. So I wouldn't put much confidence into those sorts of things, but.
Guilty verdicts on all charges in the Trump org trial. What?
In what trial?
5 hours ago. Trump organization found guilty in tax fraud scheme. New York Times. Yeah, because he had some New York State thing going, didn't he? Here, I'll send you the link.
I don't remember. I never followed any of those cases because I didn't find them particularly interesting. But the former president has been accused of providing off-the-books benefits to executives. So, okay. I mean, they might get him for something boring that has nothing to do with politics. But
was it a foot massage?
That's the real question. Was it a foot massage? Yeah, I don't know.
What were the benefits?
Oh my God, his lead has shrunk even more. Ralph Warnock is only up by 2,000 votes. This is insane. Oh, now Herschel Walker just pulled ahead by...
Herschel Walker's going to beat him.
4,000. Wait, how did it jump so quick? Oh, I guess they just got a new batch in. Damn, look at that. That's crazy.
They got the fake votes in.
How the fuck... Listen, I don't know how Herschel Walker could win. Herschel Walker is like so stupid. I mean, I do understand how he could win because most people just vote for, Fetterman won. People just vote for the party. But I'm gonna put Walker and Fetterman in like the same camp of people, unbelievability of people voting for either of these guys.
I mean, but, Herschel Walker seems pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
you don't like Herschel Walker?
No, I don't.
I know nothing about the race.
He seems just really stupid.
All I know is the partisan. Oh, he's crazy. Right. Beat his wife.
Well, he did stalk his wife, and he did drive by her and do a little finger gun like he was going to shoot her. So, not great.
I mean, maybe it was like a friendly finger gun,
He probably has, what's that thing called that you get from football?
Maybe it was like, love you, babe.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Right? He could have been.
I don't think so. What's that condition you get from football from being smashed all the time?
Concussion syndrome?
Yeah. CTE. That's what it is, right?
I don't know.
CTE. Yeah, CTE. Probably a CTE.
Look. Oh my God. Hilarious.
What?
Somebody did like the age regression and it looks totally realistic on the crazy face SJW from the meme.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I'll bring it up. It's pretty funny.
You mean the person that was screaming like when Trump won?
The other one. Screaming, I can't remember. It was like some college thing.
Oh.
Here you go.
Well, there you go. Maybe we'll have Walker and Fetterman will cancel each other out.
They should hang out. They should they should get an apartment together in Washington,
There you
DC.
go. Oh my God. Now that would be a sitcom. Walker and Fetterman.
Right.
What will be the name for that sitcom?
Wife beater and the retard. How am I doing?
The beater and the sleeper.
The beater and the sleeper.
Oh man. Okay. Listen, I'm on board. I'm on board so bad if we can get Herschel Walker and Fetterman to like have to be roommates for their stay. Oh man, that would be great television. I'd be so on board with that.
Can you do a Fetterman impersonation?
No.
Is it even politically correct?
It is not.
Impersonation. No. I believe tough times. Very good. On the policy. What's right?
Yeah. Anyways, where was I? Oh, look, Malcolm Gladwell sent us a donation.
Somehow I knew he was going to.
It's
you
the Malcolm Gladwell.
Shit. Don't read it.
It's the real Malcolm Gladwell.
Don't read it. That racist piece of shit. Boycott.
I have to listen. I'm bound by the terms of super chats. Okay.
By the ethics of society.
By the ethics of society. Yes. Something Malcolm wouldn't know about. Malcolm Gladwell for $2 says, I think it's interesting that you guys are on the side of Matt and Douglas, two white men. One of them, I think, is heterosexual. The other one is clearly straight presenting, even if he's homosexual.
Straight presenting.
Well, there you go.
Oh, wow. Wow.
There you go.
I guess he has internalized homophobia then.
I guess he does. Look, I know
all the buzzwords.
Bum bum bum. Jan Havy for $10 says, I completely lost trust in the mainstream media after the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I always knew they were biased, but never witnessed such bold-faced, straight-up lies before. I was quite shocked. LOL. Yeah, I think a lot of people.
Yeah,
Kyle Rittenhouse was a big wake-up call, I think, for a lot of people.
Well, Covington was kind of the genesis of that.
Yeah, but at least they admit fault eventually with Covington, even though they fucked up hugely in the beginning.
Right.
But with Kyle, they never admitted that they were wrong.
Well, there's bigger stakes. To say, like the Covington kid, you can say, oh, yeah, we just ruined his afternoon. You know, he'll live.
I don't think that's why.
You almost fucking threw his ass in jail. And
I don't think that's why. I think it's because they had to admit they were wrong about Covington because of being sued.
Mm-hmm.
But with Kyle, they didn't have to admit that they were wrong. Because once something goes, because there's a difference between a private citizen that they kind of libel and slander versus once someone gets arrested for a crime and there's like a trial, like it's like there's so much more leeway for the media to say all sorts of crazy shit once it's going to trial.
Interesting.
And so I think that's why, you know, it's much more difficult for Kyle to sue media outlets than it was for, I forget the kid's name, the Covington kid that won a bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was I think they only apologized and corrected because they had to legally, financially. And that was it.
Right.
Though Elizabeth Warren, shame on her. I don't think she ever corrected herself.
Neither did Biden. And he did a campaign ad.
On Covington kid?
No, on Kyle.
Oh, on Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah. No, Elizabeth Warren, that was part of the lawsuit. Elizabeth Warren had some tweet about the Covington kid, and she refused to take it down for some bizarre reason. And they would stop suing her if she just removed the tweet and issued an apology.
Really?
Yeah, because I remember Barnes was involved in the case and he was talking about it,
and she wouldn't do it.
You know, supposedly. I don't know if she ever did. I don't think she did. Yeah. Actually, I was listening to Barnes like today. Actually, I don't know if it was from today or yesterday. He had an interesting theory. I don't buy it, but an interesting theory about Kanye. Which is that, so apparently, I was completely wrong when I said that I thought that Kanye could just pay the back taxes and be okay. Because he was saying that whatever specifically he would be accused of, and I assume he knows what he's talking about, you can't just pay a fine, you pay the taxes and then be let off. Like apparently it's a huge fucking deal and you will go to jail if you're found guilty of this. You can't just pay back the taxes. And so he's saying he thinks Kanye's intentionally, well, he said it's possible. He actually said he doesn't think this is more probable than not, but he said it's possible, and it's just fun, like a mental exercise to think about. He said it's possible that maybe Kanye's intentionally going out in the media to make himself look insane so that he can to get out of the thing, because then if they think he's crazy, they won't charge him. We'll just make him pay the taxes.
So this is all he's putting together an insanity defense for failure to pay back taxes?
Yeah, I mean that was sort of what Barnes was alluding to, which I think is funny. I don't think that's probably remotely true, but I think it's funny to think about.
I mean, why do these people not just pay their taxes? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know anything. I mean, has there been any new information about what exactly the claim against him is?
Right.
Besides the fact that he apparently owes a bunch of money in taxes. I don't know.
Yeah, just get a tax
Matthew,
get your shit together.
Matthew Doherty for $20. Thank you, Matt. Says you guys should reach out to History Legends to talk about Ukraine. He does a lot of military content, and his Ukraine coverage has been phenomenal.
Well, reach out and check it out. Thanks.
History Legends. Have I seen this guy's videos? Let me see. There's a bunch of people that I've seen that do really good Ukraine content. So
Dylan Burns wants to come back on. I don't know what we're going to talk about.
Oh, sure, yeah. Have him on. I haven't watched it. He has a debate that I think I probably disagree with about it's about gender ideology or something, gender activism.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't remember something about that.
It's on his channel.
I don't remember where I saw it. Dylan.
Well, why you bring it up?
Debate. I just saw it. Was the last thing I just saw.
Dylan Burns.
Oh, it was with P.F. Young. That's why. It was Drag Queen Story Hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why it was P.F. Young.
Friend of the channel.
Friend of the channel, P.F. Young. So check that out. Bobby Miles Foreman III for $10 says McCarthy was right. So every time I talk about McCarthy, there's always somebody that says McCarthy was right. And then someone on Twitter sends me the same link that I've seen like a million times. I forget what it's called. That supposedly shows that McCarthy was right.
Piece of evidence.
It's like some report or book. I forget what it's called. There's some name for it. And I've read it. I've read it multiple times. And I don't understand how people think it proves McCarthy right, because it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with McCarthy, again, as I said like a million times, he just made it up. He just said, I have a list of 1,000 commies in the government, blah, 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 blah. But he didn't actually have any list. He didn't have any names.
Yeah, he's going fishing.
Yeah, he was just fishing, he was just making shit up. He was obviously doing it for his own political benefit. And that's part of the problem, too. And this is why I think the people that are defending McCarthy are thinking about this all completely wrong. There could have been, and there were to some extent, communist infiltrators in the U.S. government in that time period. And the problem was, you're assuming McCarthy was acting in some kind of benefit towards America, trying to root out these commies, blah, 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 blah. When in actuality, I don't think that's what he was doing at all. Because if you were doing that, you would be aware that if you just made up a claim that there's all these communists and you don't actually have the names and you don't actually have any of the goods, all you're doing is you're crying wolf and you're hurting your cause. And that's literally what he did. The fact that McCarthy was so irresponsible with what he was claiming and didn't actually have the evidence to back up his specific claims, even if there were communist infiltrators in the government, that's what basically made America numb to communism, or the threat of communism, till today still, is Joseph McCarthy. So no, I think Joseph McCarthy did a gross harm to the country by using the Red Scare basically to advance its political career.
He cried wolf.
Yeah. Well, he just
went down in history as a wolf crier. Exactly.
Right. And so it's like, well, even if you say, okay, well, it turned out that he was right, that there were some communist infiltrators. It's like, yeah, but he was right by accident, even if he was right.
Well, and
because he didn't know who these people were. He wasn't even calling out these specific people.
And I mean, obviously, we all know how the boy who cried wolf went down. So
he gets eaten because the wolf eventually shows up, and that's where we are right now.
That's exactly what happened.
Right.
Right now, we have the wolf here, and everyone's like, "Duh."
So I don't think the revisionist history on McCarthy, I don't think it's beneficial even to people who are afraid of the commie threat right now, which I am afraid of. I think just made everything worse.
Right, because they look at that and they're like, oh no.
That's essentially it. That's why no one...
It's going to be another McCarthy situation.
Yeah. That's why no one takes it seriously. CT says the Fetterman and Walker sitcom should be called Stoke the Ball.
Stoke the Ball?
Stoke the Ball.
Okay.
I like mine better.
I like mine better, but
theirs is pretty rough.
Mine is?
Yes. Oh my God, it's flip-flopped again. 85% of the votes, and Ralph Warnock pulled ahead a little bit. This is going to be like...
Do you care about the outcome of this?
Not really, but it's just interesting to see the numbers keep shifting so close.
That everybody's on the edge of their seat, because people do.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's on the edge of their seat. It's a real nail biter. It's like, oh my God, it's just like neck and neck. It's crazy. It's so crazy because when I was younger, like there were very few elections that were this close. I mean, I don't know if you remember when you were younger. Were there ever like generally elections that were this close,
Hell
like
no.
Constantly?
Landslides.
Usually things are
the time of landslides.
Yeah, things are pretty far in one direction or the other.
Well, and I don't think, I mean, I feel like there was a lot of people were not as ideologically invested in their parties. You know, there were the Reagan Democrats and the Clinton Republicans.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a good point.
Now, people are embarrassed to even say, or people are not embarrassed, but a lot of people don't even want to say who they voted for because its partisanship is so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm going to put a Kanye 2024 sign on my front lawn, especially now.
That's a bad idea.
Oh, man.
Adam, why'd you get your tires slashed? I don't know. I just had this Kanye sign.
They would run me out of town. That's for sure. I don't know. Maybe not.
CT mistyped. It was stroke the ball.
Oh.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
What about stroke and the ball?
Stroke the ball.
Stroke
because
the ball.
He's like a ball player?
Yeah, I get it.
Stroke my ball.
Thank you, Adam.
Well, I mean...
Thank you. Thank you, Pierce.
I kept it PG.
Thank you, Pierce.
I just said
Aiden...
one ball, so you could whatever.
Thank you. Hey, Aiden Powden. Thank you, Aiden, for $10. Says, did he call himself a doctor or professor? Who? Gladwell? Because his doctorate is honorary. He went to Trinity for a BA, which is the hoitiest of toitiest UK universities. Good luck trying to withstand this insufferable man. Oh, really? Interesting.
Who names these Pokemons? Because they're like...
Nintendo names them.
This is a ridiculous looking Pokemon.
So you're going to do the Pokemon naming now?
I was going to do it, but I can't think of a name just yet. So
okay. Well, you let me know when you come up with a name.
I mean, it's got to be some version of Stoner.
Stonermon?
Yeah. It kind of looks like that.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
I see where you're going.
But it's kind of stoatish too. So I mean, it's like, how do you get stone and stoat together?
I would not think to call that a stoat.
Stoned.
You just got it.
Mr. Stoned.
Stoned. Mr. Stoned or just Stoned? Mr. Stoned is his father. Okay.
Okay. Oh, you're right. He does look. This is like teen stoned.
Teen stoned. I like that. That's perfect. Stoned.
Okay.
So there you go, guys. Stoned. Slacker King. That's a good one. The Justice 35 for $5 says Russiagate was news because Trump stories sold ads. People love to pretend the media isn't beholden selling ads. Alt media has zero accountability. That's true. That's the issue. It's just, selling ads is audience capture essentially. But...
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's so many different platforms and whatnot, but I mean, there are gatekeepers to all these platforms. So
of course
there is some level of accountability with everyone, obviously. I mean, you want to start your Substack on Holocaust denial. Something tells me someone that works at Substack is going to probably shut that shit down.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I don't know, actually. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the rules are for being on Substack. If you can just anything or what.
Well, you should do that.
I should talk about Holocaust denial on Substack? I don't think so.
Just to test it out.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. You can use a pen name. The Serfs.
Okay, here you go. Here's my name. My new Substack. Adam Friended.
Oh, yeah.
Why the Holocaust didn't happen.
Wrong pen name, buddy.
No. Adam Friended teamed up with Lance to talk about... Oh, hey, is that the John Smith in the chat? John Smith saying, yes, you can get banned from Substack. I would imagine.
The famous John Smith.
I haven't seen John Smith in a while.
She's been on the show before.
Of course.
I think she's like a college student, so she's probably decompressing from midterms. Oh no,
that's true.
Is finals.
People don't know if I was it could have been me on Alex Jones and not Ye the whole time. That's true.
Yay.
Doomer Media is a better pen name. That's true.
Oh, yeah,
oh, it's not the real John Smith. It's an imposter. Well, thank you for being honest, John Smith.
First of all, John Smith is a popular name because it's got some
like the most common name of all time.
Well, no, I think it doesn't have a tie-in to Doctor Who.
Does it?
Doctor Who, like his fake name is John Smith or something?
I don't know. I never watched Doctor Who, so
there's a lot of there's a popular culture reason that a lot of people pick the name John Smith for their.
Because I thought it's like the most. I thought it was literally the most common name in English for like hundreds of years.
English soldier John Smith, actor John Smith, Captain John Smith. Historic Jamestown part of colonial America.
Doug for $5 says, quote, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds means the details contradict my narrative. Once again, this is just, nuh-uh, Russiagate was real. True.
Yeah.
True. I'm the John Smith who was friends with the Mossad. I thought Megan was friends with the Mossad. I don't know. I'm getting all the names confused in my mind.
How dare you? How dare you?
I know. The Doctor often used John Smith as an alias on Earth, exactly because it's such a common English name. Yeah. Okay.
Have you ever had a banana daiquiri?
I hate banana, so no.
Do you really?
Oh. Yeah. The smell makes me like nauseous.
God, I love banana.
It's gross.
That fake banana, like taffy. Oh, so good.
Will you ever read my sources questions on Ukraine? I'm not claiming they're ironclad, but they're actually substantive sources, unlike other clap. I don't know. Did you send them to me? Oh, you did send me something. Wait, no, you sent something about the. I see you sent me something about Club Q shooter. You sent something about Ukraine. I don't know. Send it to me again. I get a lot of shit. Just keep sending it to me. I'll either eventually look at it or I'll just ignore it forever. Someone sent me a fucking Drew. Drew, if you're that out there, Drew sent me like. He sent me some. What's that guy's name? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
What's that fat, weird Christian guy that used to be on Fox News?
Weird Al Yankovic?
No.
Fat Christian guy.
No, you fool. You never know who I'm talking about, Adam. I always have to look at myself. Her bad wife. I mean, look at my history because I was watching it on YouTube the other day.
You watch a lot of. Here, I'll just type in
Glenn Beck.
Oh,
thank you.
Glenn Beck.
Thank you, myself.
Well, okay. If you would have said something like, "Who's the guy that said Obama was racist?" I would have said Glenn Beck.
I forgot that he said that. But anyway,
who's the bad wife now?
Okay, so he sent me. Drew sent me. He said something about like, oh, and you were tagged in this too. He said, like, if you don't believe that the U.S. is currently cooing countries, it's a conspiracy. And then he sent me this 4-part series from Glenn Beck.
Mm-hmm.
And the first video is like 2 hours. And I'm like, oh, man. And I watched the first hour of it, and it's like, first of all, it has nothing to do whatsoever with the U.S. cooing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, it's like the worst video ever. The first 10 minutes of it are just garbage. They're just like really like documentary garbage. I have nothing to do with it. Then when he finally gets into it, then there's another 10 minutes of him just doing setup that makes me want to die. And then when he finally gets into the information, he's talking about why, or he's making all these connections about how there was corruption in who the U.S. like there's corruption between the U.S. and like the Ukrainian government essentially. And I'm like, okay, that can all be true. But that has nothing to do about whether we could. He's talking about stuff that happened in like 2019. He's basically what he's trying to do is he's trying to justify what Trump did with withholding money from Ukraine. Essentially, that's the entire premise of all the stuff is just to justify that. And I'm like, okay, Drew. I'm thinking to myself, I was going to tweet this and I never did. I'm like, this has literally nothing to do with coup stuff, Drew. I don't know why did you send this to me.
Yeah, watch our stuff.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like 8 hours. I'm like, I'm only not going to watch any more of this. Like, yeah, don't send me some 8-hour shit and be like, this proves you wrong. I'm like, okay, thank you. This is like, listen, I appreciate when people retweet the stream, but I always cringe a little bit when someone's like, here's an entire Sitch and Adam stream to prove you wrong.
Oh, I know.
Well, like they're not gonna fucking watch.
I laugh at this point. It's just,
I do think it's funny. I'm like, it's like an 8-hour stream. It's like they're not gonna watch that. Right.
They should watch it.
Well, they should, obviously, because we're
comedy
amazing.
Gold on all these streams.
That's true. That's true. Anyways,
you don't get this kind of comedy on Hassan's stream.
Well, you get the comedy of, staring at a chair while he makes chicken nuggets.
Dylan Burns debating Michael Tracy on supporting Ukraine.
Oh, nice. I can check that out. Michael's like out of his mind. Jeez.
Yeah.
But
I heard he was an incel.
Sad. Just 35 for $10 says, ugh, I swear if I hear one more, if Walter Cronkite was around. These people are lazy. Cronkite literally got us into Vietnam with Tonkin. Media has always been mistakes in reporting this is dumb. Really? Well, there you go.
Look at that.
Throwing Walter Cronkite under the bus.
Must have been because he hated somebody.
Must be because he hates the non-whites.
Mm-hmm.
Lola Branch for $5 says, if he leans so much on fact-checking, what do we need this useless tool for? If he's so terrible at his job, why doesn't the fact-checker have his job? There you go. True.
Yeah.
Make Adam grapologize again.
I saw that.
For $5 says, second Twitter drop is out. FBI may have indirectly blocked. Sitch would believe Capone never killed anyone because there was no written evidence. Well, listen, whoever you are, you sound very stupid. First of all, thank you for giving me $5.
I know. Why are you calling our audience?
But secondly, you sound like a total dumb fuck. But
I think they have a good point.
Uh-huh. But no, I looked at, I scanned while we were streaming, so I was only kind of like looking at it.
What's it called?
I looked at
there's like different levels of evidence, and there's
well, let me finish what I'm saying for you.
No, go ahead.
I looked at the Twitter thread, and it looked like it was just him setting up that they were going to release more information on the weekend, he said. I don't know if he said anything of value. Let's see.
There's something from a couple hours ago.
Yeah. Jim Baker was fired. He was fired because of how he dealt with us.
Oh, I remembered.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see in the weekend. It's funny how, like, this is how you know that the person that sent this is, like, filled with tribal brain rot.
Mm-hmm.
The same...
So biased.
Like, that person is probably so happy that I have such a high standard, a high threshold of trying to determine what is true when it comes to
when it's anything Trump related.
Yeah, when it comes to like the Trump-Russia investigation, I have the same very high standard where I'm like, well, listen, I'm looking at all this. I don't see this, blah, 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 blah. They're so happy that, oh, Sitch is so right about that, that Trump wasn't had anything to do with Russia.
He didn't fall for the progressive lies. He didn't fall for the Rachel Maddows of the world. You're doing so good.
Right.
Don't fall for the mainstream media.
Right. I'm so glad you have such a high standard of, trying to determine whether it's true and give people the benefit of the doubt. But then if it's something that goes against the political narrative, suddenly they get all triggered.
You're so dumb, Sitch. I can't believe you can't.
Oh,
it's
my
so
God.
obvious.
Unless there's a written statement from, Jack Dorsey saying, I censored the Hunter Biden story because the United States government told me to. Oh, that's the only thing Sitch will accept for evidence. Blah! It's like, okay, buddy. You understand it's the same. I'm literally using the same criteria for all this information, right? So
they don't get that though. You're an artist, Sitch. They don't get it. They don't get you.
It pisses me off. I actually got in an argument yesterday with some people.
An argument with someone other than me? I'm jealous.
Yes, in the real world, actually.
Wow.
I got in a real world argument with some people where I was trying to call Twitter politically biased.
Mm-hmm.
And I was using the Hunter Biden laptop as an example.
Mm-hmm.
And the person challenged me. So we went through the Matt Taibbi Twitter thread together.
Wow.
They hadn't read it yet. And I had only read it briefly. I hadn't really gone through it with a fine-tooth comb. And while reading through it with them, I went, oh shit, this is garbage reporting. And I'm basically losing the argument with this person because I was relying and assuming that Matt Taibbi had actually uncovered something worthwhile. And I was kind of shocked when I went through with a fine-tooth comb how actually bad that thread was. And it was making me lose my argument, which made me mad.
Yeah, that thread didn't seem like any kind of real smoking gun to me. So
because the problem is that when you're going through that thread and you read it, no one says anything. Basically, what's in that thread is that both the Trump administration, so the fucking government, and the Biden campaign both had backdoor channels with Twitter to explicitly ask for things to be removed if they wanted to. No indication on how often those things would be removed, so that the information on its own is kind of useless. Matt does say that Biden had better contacts because, and I think this is a fair thing to point out. It seemed like part of the problem was that Twitter didn't have like an official established channel. Like, hey, your job is to contact with the Biden campaign and your job is to contact with the Trump campaign and take their complaints. They didn't really have like a direct official thing. It was just kind of like indirect who could have contacts. And so if the Biden administration, or sorry, the Biden team, because before he's president, has more contacts with Twitter just because Twitter is ideologically biased, that will pose a problem. And I agree with that. So that's a fair point. But without actually having the information about, well, how many things did Biden ask for to be censored, and how many things did Trump ask for to be censored, and how many of those things actually materialized into being censored, without having that information, it doesn't really tell us a lot. Well, it's just speculation at that point. It's like, well, we don't know what the actual numbers are.
Speculation.
And even Scott Adams brought this up, which I think was an excellent point, which is, in that reporting, Matt said that Trump, who was literally the government at the time, was asking for things to be removed from Twitter. And he doesn't give an example of any of that information, what was being asked, and whether Twitter did it or not. And that's the government. That's literally the government. When Biden was just a campaign, he wasn't even in power at that point. And Scott Adams is bringing this point up. Like, what the fuck, Matt? Why are you not explaining this information? So hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that. But so that's the first thing. The second thing, and the more relevant important thing, is that when you look at the emails that they presented and they talk about the laptop being suppressed, and let me make it clear, I 100% believe or assume, because I don't have direct evidence of this, but I assume that the suppression of the laptop was politically motivated, or at least that they, lied to themselves. And I agree with what Douglas Murray said, which is that if this was a Trump Jr. laptop, there would be zero suppression of this story, 100%. So I do believe it was politically motivated. But the question is not whether we all believe it was politically motivated, because we all assume most of us agree with it. The question is, does Matt have evidence, or does Elon have evidence that it was politically motivated? Like hard evidence. And the problem is at least in that first Twitter thread, there's no evidence of that whatsoever at all, even remotely. Because all that's, if you go through it, all it says is they were suppressing the story. It was that guy whose name I forget, was the one that was in charge of suppressing the story, who's now been fired by Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. Some people under them in different departments who were still in big positions in Twitter were arguing, saying that it didn't make sense to them to suppress the story, or they weren't really clear on whether it made sense to suppress it. And then the lawyer for Twitter, one of the head counsel, says that it makes sense for Twitter to be cautious and to investigate further before they make a decision. And you read through it, and it's just a bunch of people saying, I don't know, let's be cautious. I don't know, let's be cautious. And that's it.
How dare they? And
then if you look at, and this is actually what surprised me, in the argument that I had with the person yesterday, they said, because I said, it makes no sense for the laptop to be called hacked material, because it's not hacked. Like, they physically had it. And they said, well, did you look at how Twitter defines hacked material? And I said, no. And then we looked at what it defines as hacked material, and it literally does include if you physically have possession of a laptop or computer that doesn't belong to you. Twitter calls that hacked, which I think is preposterous, but whatever. So it actually, unfortunately, there is some bullshit argument that Twitter can make that would justify their policy, their decision. Now, obviously I disagree with that decision and think it was horrendous and think it was more important for like the sake of the country and news media. And I do think they're being politically motivated, because I don't remember Twitter suppressing, Snowden leaks, WikiLeaks stuff, things of that nature. And I don't think they would if it was reversed, if it was Donald Trump Jr. But the Matt Taibbi reporting, unfortunately, just was not. He did not provide anything resembling a smoking gun in what he reported so far. Which I'm actually really disappointed in Elon on this, because, I mean, he's the CEO. He owns the company now, and he made it private. If anyone can get to the bottom of it, it can be him. And I don't know. I think I know he's busy, but to me, it seems kind of lame to like outsource it to Matt and Barry Weiss. Like when he said, "Oh, I'm going to be releasing the Twitter files," weren't you expecting him to release some kind of information that he had?
Not really.
I was. When I saw that he was linking to Matt Taibbi, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I was kind of like, that was immediate letdown. And when I read it,
he's not a journalist, though.
He doesn't need to be a journalist. All he has to need is he just needs the one communication that's like, the
smoking gun.
The smoking gun communication that everyone's looking for.
Which is
got to be there somewhere, assuming it exists. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it was all verbal. Maybe it was all off the record. There's got to be something there.
Yeah.
And there's so far, I mean, and what there's fucking nothing really of value in there's not nothing of value. There's things of value in the Matt Taibbi reporting, but there's nothing like this amazing smoking gun that some people are making this out to be. Which I'm pretty shocked, because I really thought there was going to be one. But, whatever. People are going to interpret
run the numbers in order to find out if it's real, which nobody really has.
Well, I think the problem is that, and I think the part of the reason why I think Elon's being somewhat dishonest, I think he's being hyperbolic, is because Elon couldn't like buy Twitter and then not like, come out with some big statement about the Hunter Biden laptop. Because part of the idea of him buying Twitter was, he's going to buy Twitter and he's going to like root out the corruption. He's going to bring transparency to everything, yada, 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 yada. And so if he buys Twitter and then he looks into the Hunter Biden laptop story and he says, I can't find any smoking gun here, he's still going to have to like pretend like he found something.
Really?
Don't you think? Because otherwise people are going to like be like, why did you never investigate the Hunter Biden, Elon? What the fuck?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he's got to do something.
Yeah, he has to do something. So, but listen, we'll see. We'll see what the new information was, because again, as I said, there was a pleading that directly contradicts Matt Taibbi, where some Twitter employee does claim the government, or someone from the government specifically, told him the laptop was Russian disinformation. So I'm curious, because I haven't seen him directly respond to that. And I would be curious to see what the direct response to that was. So we shall see.
Hopefully someday.
Solidoge got your Pokemon.
Oh, nice.
Toxicritty.
Like
yes.
kitty?
Equishadox disagrees and says this is the stone you're talking about. Well, actually, Adam, that one does sound, your name sounds more appropriate for this new Pokemon.
Oh.
You see it?
No.
Slackoth? It looks like,
oh yeah,
it looks like a stoner sloth. So
Slackoff would be good.
There you go. That's a good Pokemon name, Slackoff. It's a sloth and it's slacking. It's
like jack off, but slacking.
Oh, well, okay, you had to bring it there. Lego Man had to bring it there. I like when you go Lego Man, your cat is just Legos. There's no cat anymore.
Yeah, cat's gone.
Just all
completely
Legos.
Just a wall of Legos.
Is this like Kanye? You don't want your face to be seen?
Yeah, this is great.
Mm-hmm. Lord of the Brains for $5 says the takeaway from all the emails leaked from that period is understanding how wealth, power, and influence are traded for a little more than dinner invites. Well, I think that's naive, Lord of the Brains. Especially coming from you, of all people. I mean, usually what happens is there is some actual trade-off of something. The dinner invite is just a foot in the door. Oh, unless actually, wait a minute. I think I understand. I take it back. You're saying that I understand what you're saying. You are correct. Yes, I misunderstood what you're saying. People will give Hunter Biden and other people all sorts of money and all sorts of wealth and blah, 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 just to get the dinner with Joe Biden or someone like that. Yeah, that is very true. That's very true. And it is crazy. And you're always curious because I would assume that most of those dinners don't materialize into anything for that person.
Of course not. If the dinner even happens. And it's probably like a State Department dinner where if they're sitting at some table with 4 other people and they don't even get close to the president. Oh, and look, you got invited to the fucking presidential dinner.
Right. And it's funny because it kind of reminds me of like something Kanye was saying with Gavin McInnes, where it's like he says his father is always like getting him in contact with cousins he didn't know he had that like want to talk to him. Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, cousins. They want something from him, right. And he's talking about how like everyone that meets him wants something from him. And I'm thinking it's got to be the same thing if you're a politician.
Of course.
Every time you meet someone, it's got to be so annoying. Every time you possibly interact with someone, they want something from you. That's why they're meeting you.
Sucking up to you. They're like, oh,
right.
Can you help me out? Look, I'm just down on my luck. I just need a little help. Kanye, can you give me like $100,000? I just want to buy a house.
There you go.
Look.
So I assume, yeah. So I'm curious how many of these dinners actually materialize into anything worthwhile for all the money they spend, but.
Right.
Make Adam apologize again for $5 says, if the laptop was correctly reported that Hunter and by extension Joe's investigation for improper lobbying 100% would have had, I assume you said, you meant would have had an effect. Well, if it was reported in that way, yes. And that's why I said, if you removed all of the like prostitution, drug use stuff, and you just focus on this, Hunter Biden is under investigation for the fact that his son is selling influence to him. That I agree would have 100% influence on the election. But I think the salacious stuff completely distracts from all that. That's all anyone ever focuses on.
Yep. Trump brought it up in the debates, remember? Where's Hunter?
Lord Branch for $5 says, Sitch, you don't have to get smarmy when you super chat, man, because otherwise I'm going to stop reading your super chats, but okay. You can ask me like a normal human being.
What happened?
Well, Lord of the Brands always likes to get smart.
Yeah, that's his style.
I know, but it does annoy me.
Does it? Why would you look? You should have never said that. You're gonna make it like 10 times worse.
I just will stop reading them. I don't care.
Okay. I guess that doesn't make it. Yeah, sure.
I'm letting him know.
Let me read. You
want me to read your super chat? There's literally no reason to be insulting to me in a super chat.
Lord of the Brains for $5.
No. But I'll read the essence of it. Did I argue that people don't care about elite families being crack-toting escorts and hiring sex pests? No, what I argued was, and I think this is completely, I think if you don't understand this, I don't know where you're coming from. The idea of a politician having a son or a daughter who does drugs and gets into all sorts of problems is literally one of the most common things that has ever happened in American politics. Don't you remember George Bush's daughters were like DUIing and having all these drug problems and all sorts of shit? It's so common. And this was part of, I guess you forgot, this was part of when Obama came in. They're like, oh, we're so happy that Obama's daughters are like 10 or 5 or however young they were when he was president, because then they couldn't get into all the trouble that the Bush daughters kept getting into so much drug problems. It's so incredibly common. It's a story as old as time for a politician to have a kid who's kind of like a waste, who's like a leech and embarrasses the family and is a drug addict and blah, 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 blah. And I just don't think people give a shit about that, really. In the broader scheme of things, in a presidential debate, or presidential campaign against Donald Trump and Biden, you really honestly think that someone who would vote for Biden is going to say, I'm not going to vote for Biden because his son, does drugs and fucks prostitutes? You think that's really going to switch anyone's mind? Adam. Did Adam leave? Adam left. But you really think that's going to switch anyone's mind when everyone's so concerned that like Donald Trump is a secret racist who's going to bring about the end of America? And you think, oh, well, but Joe Biden's son, he does drugs and has sex with prostitutes. That's not going to sway anyone's mind whatsoever. If they could focus on the fact that he's selling influence, then you maybe have an argument. Then you have an argument. But the drug stuff, no one cares.
Drugs are great. I mean,
fuck, literally, like, Trump was like literally all the things that Trump said and did when he was campaigning. Remember the grab him by the pussy line, the fact that he was literally having sex with a porn star when his wife was like pregnant or in labor or something. Like awesome. you're telling me, oh, Hunter Biden doing drugs, that's going to destroy him, but Donald Trump having sex with a porn star while his wife is, birthing their child is, that's not going to have an effect on him. Like, come on. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe the Hunter Biden story really wouldn't have had that big effect.
It would if it was just focused on him selling his father's influence, because that would actually have some tie into him being in office. Because then you say, oh, well, I can't trust Joe Biden making decisions because I don't know if he's getting bought off. It has some direct influence on Biden. It's not just kind of like a general vague morality thing, which I think Americans, with Trump especially, is basically, I think it's actually because of Trump, the idea about the morality of your candidate, Trump kind of crumpled that up and threw it in the trash can. No one really cares about the personal morality of their candidate because of Donald Trump. Because no one cared about his morality.
Yeah, of course.
So, I don't know. Stock for $5 says, it's funny, Michelle is terrible, but she somehow managed to hide in the shadow of her debate partner's idiocy every time. True. It's bad. Your debate partner is bad when you make Michelle Goldberg look like the moderate, sensible person.
Yeah.
True. That's very true.
Douglas Murray called her out, though, for lying about JP.
He did. It was very good. Stock for $5 says, also not sure I agree about addressing the racism thing. Ignoring it at this point seems to be a better strategy in these conversations, I think. I don't know. I don't agree. I don't agree. I guess it depends what you want. So maybe in the long run, it makes sense. If this happens before the Twitter files thing that Matt's going to put out, Matt knows he's going to put that out, and that's going to get him all the publicity and press, right?
Right.
And so, yeah, maybe if that's the case, him not making a big deal about shit at that Munk debate makes sense.
Good point.
Because if he had made a big deal about him calling racist,
that's what the story would be.
Everyone will be talking about that. Oh my God, he's a white guy was mean to half black man and Munk debate. He also did Twitter files. Matt Taibbi's a racist. Like that would be like totally the narrative. So yeah, knowing that, you could be right. But if it was in a vacuum, and he wasn't related to the Twitter stuff, I'd say that he should have called him out.
He's like, I gotta keep it cool. Big story coming up. Biggest scoop of my life.
Yeah, so that makes sense. That does make sense. FB69 for $5 says A team, more like AA team. Oh my God.
I've never been an alcoholic, which, Sitch will disagree, obviously, because
you're drinking a 12-pack by yourself. That's pretty sus.
But
it's pretty sus.
I only consider you an alcoholic if you're like drinking at work and never mind.
There you go.
I worked at a bar.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a nice excuse. Lord of the Brains for $2 says you should both drink gin. Gin makes a man mean.
Did he really say that?
He did, yes.
I said gin and tonic was my drink.
Does it make you mean when you drink it?
Hell yeah, it tastes like shit.
Yeah. Is that why it makes you mean? Because it tastes bad?
Of course.
Why are you drinking if it tastes bad?
I would rather have a nice Midori sour, but
why are you drinking it then?
Because I'm a fucking man. I don't drink Midori sour.
No.
It's like a woman's drink.
If it tastes, but you could drink all sorts of shit. I I don't think
Midori
whiskey. I would drink.
Is yummy though. Have you had
in college?
Sour?
In college, I would mostly drink shots of whiskey. Okay, that's not like a pussy drink by any stretch, but I don't think it doesn't taste bad.
I'm gonna go get a Midori sour after this. It sounds delicious.
I don't understand why you drink something that tastes bad. Doesn't make any sense to me. There's so much alcohol out there that tastes good.
Reread the tweet. Reread the super chat.
You should both drink gin. Gin makes a man mean.
There you go. Right there. There's your answer.
To be mean? Why do you want to be mean?
I don't know. It's just fun.
It's not to make a man. Anyways. Enlightened Centrist for €6. Thanks so much. Says getting smashed is awesome. A-team reigns supreme this time.
Nice.
There you go. Oh, the drunk's out. There you go.
I mean, people like to drink.
There you go.
I mean, people used to like to drink a lot more than evidently now.
Right.
Well, I don't know. You've never gone through like a partying phase in your life?
You're asking if me, antisocial Sitch, has ever gone through a partying phase in my life?
Well, you can party by yourself.
Yeah, okay.
As I've proven time and time again in this broadcast.
Right. Lloyd Branch for $5 says, studies show normal people are boring and annoying. Drink, smoke, get into fights, argue, and cause trouble, kids. Make some freaking noise. I disavow now.
Who said that? Stug?
Brain.
Brain? Oh, okay.
No. Good. Don't get into fights. That's degenerate behavior. Don't do any of that stuff. It's all bad. I disavow.
Brain likes to live, I can tell.
Okay. Guam Tech for $5 says, serious question, but can Sitch elaborate the reason for not liking Tim Pool? Always want to ask, but barely get to tune in live. Yeah, we haven't talked about this. I don't know. It's just, I don't like, we used to talk about this all the time. I stopped talking about it because it was getting boring and annoying to everyone, including myself and the chat. Just my major complaint with Tim is just he is 100%, in my opinion, audience captured. He is very audience captured. He phrases things very specifically in a way in which he's very, very aware of metrics, and he knows how to say things in order to get views. He's very hyper cognizant of these things, and he's talked about this openly, how he would watch his metrics and he would frame things and do thumbnails and titles in very specific ways in order to get views. And I used to defend him pretty strongly. For years, I defended him pretty strongly. And I'd say, oh, he has clickbait thumbnails and titles, but, he'll draw people in, but then he'll give a more nuanced take. I used to say that all the time. But then he just reached the point where I think he just completely fell into the pit of his own audience capture, and just, I think he threw a lot of his objectivity out the window at that point. So,
damn it.
That's why I don't like him. But
you don't have more. You don't have more to say about this?
Why do you have a cat on your head?
Oh, I'm just chilling. You don't want to say more? I didn't have the time to get the visual aid up.
What are you trying to get up, Adam? What are you trying to get up?
I was going to put up a picture of Syndrome.
Of Syndrome?
Yeah.
Am I Syndrome? Is Tim Syndrome? Who's Syndrome in this example?
You were a Tim Pool fan.
I'm not Syndrome. I didn't like meet Tim Pool and then he like shattered my dreams. Like that would be the Syndrome.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm your biggest fan.
No, I wasn't even his biggest fan. I just defended him pretty constantly, and then he just lost his way. He lost his way. I think that the moment
got
where
rich.
That's true. The moment where I think I was like, I'm just done with Tim Pool was the I remember when it was. It was the when it first came out, when there was no information or very little information. When it first came out, the accusation about the Trump denying aid to Ukraine in order to investigate Burisma. So before any information came out, just the accusation drops. Tim says, I don't care about this. I don't care if it's true or not. And I was just like, what? You don't care? What the fuck do you mean you don't care? This is your literal job, is to like understand the news and report on it to people. And you don't care if a massive fucking scandal is real or not? You don't care if the president leveraged his presidential powers to make his primary political opponent look bad? illegally? You don't care, Tim? What the fuck? And it was just, I just completely lost all respect for him at that point.
So. Yeah, you can be Adam and not care about that, but you can't be Tim Pool and not care about that. I mean, it's like a news thing, and that was
it's literally his fucking job. Like, what do you mean you don't care?
Story.
He didn't say, I don't know if this is true. He didn't say, let's wait to see what the facts are. He said he didn't care. I was like, what? The fuck do you mean you don't care?
When was, oh man, I never saw this video.
It was, I don't know if the video was like a tweet. No, it was a video and a tweet. And I was just like, holy shit, I'm done. I was like, I'm done with Tim at this point. This is crazy. Wow. That'd be like saying it, like if you're on the, this would be like if you're, imagine if you're the Young Turks and the Hunter Biden laptop. I mean, it's basically, this is the equivalent of Sam Cedar saying, I don't care about the Hunter Biden laptop. That's what it is. Him saying, I don't care what's on the Hunter Biden laptop. It could be, you know, Joe Biden, you know, yes, Sam Harris thing. It's like, it's essentially the Sam Harris thing. I don't care what's on the Hunter Biden laptop. It could be essentially, you know, I'm kidnapping, Joe Biden is kidnapping and torturing kids in the basement. I don't care. Like, to me, you can't say that, especially if your job is literally to tell people news. You can't just, that's a crazy statement to make.
God, I got to go back and listen to the debate because you debated, I mean, maybe 20 people on impeachment. And I mean, I was on that stream, but I was I think I was fucking around. And I wasn't really paying attention. So I didn't know much about that story. But I knew you had it covered.
That's fine.
Well, no, I did have the realization, though, that you were correct about that story. And it's funny because it's when the Ukraine stuff came in. Because I was like, oh, now I get it all. Like, as soon as I knew all the players involved, I was like, I mean, this is controversial because I'm sure there are a lot of people in our audience that don't understand the details of the impeachment.
It's not a question of understanding the details. It's a question of telling yourself that it was true, that Shokin was fired to protect Hunter Biden or to protect Burisma, and that so that the claim was true that Hunter Biden did get his father to fire Shokin to protect Burisma because he was getting paid off. They say that claim is true, so therefore that justifies Trump. Which number one,
not true.
Well, even before you get to that claim is true, even if that claim was true, it wouldn't justify what Trump did at all. And then number two, the claim isn't true, and there's no evidence for it to be true, and all the evidence points in the other direction. Right. And then number three, what I would contend with, if that was really the concern, why the fuck wouldn't Trump have his own investigation in America? Why does he need a foreign country to investigate that?
Right.
You know how like Trump got in all this trouble? You know, all the documents that Trump got in trouble with was because originally he had a bunch of documents. Instead of turning over all the documents to the government, or I forget whatever the specific office is supposed to be called, where when you're president, every document you produce that relates to your presidency or any official presidential business, you don't own. You have to turn it over to records after you leave your office. And part of the reason for that is because you want a paper trail for all, you know, presidential decisions. And so why didn't Trump, if he was really so concerned about why Biden fired Shokin, why didn't they go through and get all the paperwork and all the meeting notes and everything relating to that decision? Because it wasn't just Hunter Biden. I mean, it wasn't just Joe Biden on a whim deciding that they should do this. It was actually part of the policy that was discussed and talked about by numerous people in the Obama administration. And so you better believe that there was all these sorts of meetings and discussions about it, and there would be a shit ton of paper trail talking about it. So if that was really the concern, that there was this evil corruption, why was there not an investigation from the U.S. side into any of this stuff?
Yeah. Not only that, if Biden did do anything inappropriate, like as soon as Republicans got control of any house, they would immediately start investigations.
Right.
Exactly what they did with the Hunter Biden thing. Obviously, they're going to investigate that to the hilt because there is some evidence of impropriety.
But that's the problem, because it was so common knowledge at that time period that Shokin was corrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go back and look at the stories, and it's like so fucking obvious. Yeah.
Yes. So it's just like, and that was the other part of the story that everyone forgets. Trump wasn't asking Zelensky to investigate
or to hire or anything. Yeah.
He wasn't asking him to investigate. He was asking him specifically to announce that he was investigating. He kept making this very clear. It was the announcement that was the key thing that Trump wanted, the announcement. And that should make it very clear to everyone that he was just, because it's the announcement that was what was wanted as opposed to the investigation, it's because he wanted to use the announcement to then piggyback off of that and attack Biden.
Right. What is this big announcement in Ukraine? Right. Oh my God.
Because if you were being truthful, if you actually had consideration or concern, what you would do is you would say, I'm going to investigate. I'm concerned that Joe Biden, leveraged the office of the vice presidency in some corrupt way. So I want you guys to investigate this, but don't keep it all secret, until you find something, because we don't want to look like that I'm just doing this for my own political gain.
Unless, of course, you are just doing it for your own political
gain. Well, there you go. So, which is, by the way, what Obama did with the Russia investigation at first, because wasn't it Steele? It wasn't the government that leaked it. It was Steele himself that ended up leaking the Russia investigation, because he was mad that he didn't think the government was doing enough about it. And so he leaked the Russia investigation to the press.
Wasn't he married to Valerie Plum or something?
Steele? No, that was someone else, wasn't it?
His wife was a CIA agent too, Michael Steele.
Was that Steele? I thought that was someone else.
Oh, maybe.
Steele.
She testified in front of Congress, or he testified in front.
Michael Steele is not who we're talking about. That's the that's the guy that's it used to be the head of the RNC. Steele's first name.
Michael Steele. Oh yeah. No, I wasn't thinking Michael Steele either.
I know you weren't. You think the guy who the Steele dossier, but
yeah. But
yeah,
he's
Christopher
married.
Steele. Thank you.
Christopher Steele. Who's he married to?
I don't think he's married to Valerie Laura Steele. No. I know who was the guy that was married to Valerie Plame?
Oh, it's Valerie Plame.
That was a different thing. That was during Bush, wasn't it?
I thought they were married, but I could be wrong. Obviously,
that was the Scooter Libby thing. Yeah, that was. Well, Scooter Libby was pardoned by Trump. Oh man, that's where you're confused. Interesting.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying. There was something like they were mad at the husband.
Oh yeah, Valerie,
for some reason, so they leaked that she was a spy.
Right.
I don't know exactly. It's been too many years, but
yeah.
Anyway, that's a blast from the past. Valerie Plame. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says Sitch is a boring Boy Scout. Confirmed it's normal to drink casually alone to get buzzed, and you don't have to get smashed, only occasionally. There you go. You got me. You caught me.
True. Drinking is fun.
Stock for $2 says whiskey and milk. Oh man, that sounds awful.
Whiskey and milk. I mean,
whiskey and milk. Yes.
One of my favorite drinks, obviously, is a White Russian because it's got half and half in it, right?
Oh my God. Wrong? Disgusting. Apparently they're calling it for Warnock. Oh, he's up by a lot more now. 40,000. So they're calling it for Warnock with 95% in.
Warnock took the lead, huh?
Took 50.6% to 49.4%. Still super close.
But he can't pull ahead.
No, because I assume... Yeah, no, it says the majority of votes remaining are still in places that are mostly blue counties anyway, so...
I brought up a picture of Sitch and Tim Pool.
I saw.
For everyone.
Yeah. There you go.
Tim, why did you betray me?
Have you never seen The Incredibles?
Tim is saying, I only wanted a foot massage.
Have you never seen The Incredibles, Adam?
Yeah, I've seen The Incredibles.
Okay. Well, then this reference doesn't even make sense.
I know, but it
should have been. It's supposed to be Syndrome with Mr. Incredible, not with the lady.
I know.
Okay.
Look, I just did it to be funny. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Look, I brought up the other thing that
this is a picture of Tim Pool trying to get a foot massage from Liz.
Yeah. Trying to get
by Adam Crickler. This is the dramatic recollection of events.
We'll have to ask Krigler about that.
Yes.
If he comes on, Krigler might be too scared to come on. He seems to be running like a coward. Does that work?
I don't know. I don't even care. I don't even really care about the story.
I honestly, I don't care either.
I don't even know. If we had him on, I wouldn't want to talk about this because I don't even really care about it. But
what else would we talk about?
I don't know. That's why I don't even care to have him on. If we have him on, you can. I'll go to sleep. You can do the conversation because I don't care about any of this stuff.
Rob Noor really wants to come on.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's right. He responded, and you sent me the thing. I never looked at it. I'll have to look at it.
That's hilarious.
I can't look at. He's like, you can't send me something after like a stream. I'm not gonna look at it.
I asked him, "How do you know the FBI lied?" And he said, "Well, the FBI about it being an insurrection." So the FBI is lying about January 6th being an insurrection.
Well, I don't disagree. Well, first of all, did the FBI say that?
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, first of all, I don't think it was an insurrection.
Yeah,
I agree with that statement. So.
Or they knew it was pre-planned and did nothing to stop it. I mean, that just seems like
I don't believe that for a second. Yeah.
Bureaucratic
incompetence.
Yeah. Which normally happens a lot.
Yep.
So do you know the different ways of reasoning: abductive reasoning, deductive reasoning, and inductive reasoning?
I know we talked about it in some conversation. I don't remember what all the terms mean, but
okay, it's not important.
Why did you bring it up?
Just because I think abductive reasoning is what's most common, where it's just kind of like a collection of evidence and no real smoking gun, but people just are like, I'm going to go with this set of facts because it seems like it's a rough approximation of the truth.
You mean the Kanye approach?
I mean, I don't like to call it that,
but abductive reasoning method is the logical process of making observations and seeking the hypothesis that would best fit or explain those observations.
Yeah.
Okay. Making observations. Okay, so you're just making an observation and then you're seeking a hypothesis.
Have you considered?
That's a terrible way of trying to find things, but okay.
Have you considered?
Yeah.
America bad.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like abductive reasoning, is it not?
Right. Well, yeah, no, abductive reasoning, I guess, would be like, oh, America did all these bad things. Therefore, they've also done this bad thing.
Incomplete observations.
Right.
I mean, it's not the best way to go, but sometimes you don't have all the information.
Of course. You have to work with what you got sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Loser Doman for 10 Canadian says A-Team reigns supreme.
Yes. Lucifer, you're so nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commander is very angry about that.
I'm seething. I'm seething right now.
He is. He's coping and seething.
Yeah. Commander Shepard for 20 Canadian says, thank you. Says, single episode of your show has more truth-seeking than Michelle Goldberg did in her entire life. Thank you. That is true.
That is true.
Oh, they also said A-Team reigns supreme.
Yes. Everyone knows A-Team is where it's at.
People really liked your alcoholic drunk take. So.
Oh, did they? Did I win a lot of A-Teamers?
You won a lot of A-Team support by being drunk.
I'm a man of the people, Sitch. You don't seem to understand.
That's true. I'm an elitist scum, and you're a man of the people. The people being drunk, apparently.
Look, I spent a lot of my life screwing around. Okay, so
sure,
it's just
good for you.
A lot of people do that, so they like to know Someone who appears to be as put together as me, No, I screw around too.
There you go. It's motivational is what you're saying.
Yeah, it is. People like that. It's relatable.
That's true.
Let me teach you about politics.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Malcolm.
No, how dare you? How dare you?
CT for $2 says, man, this is so bad. I've read a few of Malcolm Gladwell's books. He seemed like a reasonable enough dude. So disappointing.
Yeah.
That's true. I haven't read any, but that's what you said too. Yeah.
Very disappointing.
Soul Doge for $2 says, the poll that hacks like Crowder push is BS. It's by MRC. And if you read it, there's no question about the laptop. It's about Hunter being investigated by FBI, which hacks extrapolate to the laptop. There's still no proof Twitter affected it.
Oh, okay. So if Hunter Biden was being investigated by the FBI, then people's like, well, that would change the election. But some story, they're like, eh.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you, Soldosh. CT for $100 says, hello, friends. Just a heads up. I made a single playlist of all 221 Sitch and Adam shows in order. It's public on my YouTube and pinned plus linked in the Laser Discord if anyone ever wants it. Well, thank you, CT.
Does CT know that there actually is already a playlist of every single Sitch?
I thought so, but maybe is what's the difference between your playlist and our playlist, CT?
I have a playlist on the Adam Friended channel, and Sitch. Yeah, I can't do a playlist on our joint channel.
Oh, I see.
I mean, you would have to do the playlist.
And I don't because I don't care.
At one time you said, yeah.
I would, and then I never did.
And then you never did, exactly. But I just kept doing it on my channel.
Okay.
And I mean, that link is on our homepage.
There you go.
The link on our homepage is to the playlist on my channel.
Oh, okay. So there is a link.
That I update every week, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So now we got two. We got one on Adam. And CT says it's missing shows.
No, it's not.
Well, maybe she's talking about the one, not the one that you did, but the one that's like the other one. I think because there's one where all our streams are set up, I think, to automatically be added to a playlist.
Right. When you put that stupid playlist on the homepage, but it's like so out of date, you should really take it off the homepage.
Okay.
But I don't think I can do that.
Okay. I'll change it. I don't know why I can't, but
take the one off the homepage that is like the automatic posting one.
Okay, I'll do it right now. Okay. Homepage, Sitch and Adam show. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, totally.
Edit. Manage. How do I edit edit this?
The top one that says
manage
Sitch
videos.
And Adam shows.
Oh, this is not right.
Right there. Look, I even put the Alex Jones one in the playlist. That playlist there that's on the top of our page on the homepage.
Yeah. That's not in sync. That looks like it's got all the recent ones.
Yeah, because I update it every week after.
You're talking about the Sitch and Adam show, the first one that comes up?
Yeah, that's my playlist on my.
So then what's the problem? That's the one that comes up immediately.
Well, if you scroll, oh wait. No, yeah, you're right. That's the one.
Oh, get out!
But if you click over to playlists.
Oh, you click the playlist. Blah 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 blah.
Oh no, I think I got rid of that old playlist.
Yeah, you did. You unlisted it.
Oh no, wait, it's there. It says Sitch and Adam Sunday shows, and it's like
you're right.
Out of date. Yeah, that's the one that needs to go.
Okay.
But we talked about this, and you were like, oh, I'll just update that one. And I was like, are you sure? I mean, it's a lot of work. You got to go through all the videos and add them and all. And I mean, I wouldn't do that much work. Jeez.
Listen, it doesn't matter. We got one on the front page.
But people often go to the playlist tab too.
Yeah. I'll see if we should be able to. Why can't I just copy paste it?
Why can't you put it on the playlist? Why can't you just
what I just said. Why can't I just copy paste it?
From my channel to your channel? Impossible.
No, why can't I just copy paste the playlist on the front page into the playlist section?
Because it's on a different channel.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if you click on that playlist.
So should I just delete that playlist?
On the homepage?
No. Oh my God. It's just like who's on first? I'm gonna kill myself here.
Don't kill yourself, okay? Look, all you need is a good.
Why is this one so far behind? Okay, I'm gonna blame you for this.
I can't even add stuff to the playlist.
I'm gonna blame you for this.
What are you talking about?
No, because this is the problem. I had it set up so automatically for every stream, it would put the new stream into the playlist.
Yeah, but that was a problem because it kept adding the Tuesday streams, and those aren't Sunday shows, so they're not.
Well, see, and then it got all messed up.
Yeah. So I would not only have to add the Sunday show to my accurate playlist, I would have to take the Tuesday show out of your inaccurate playlist. And I'm like, I'm not doing that much work.
Whatever, I'll change it later.
I'm going to abandon this Sitch and Adam playlist.
Okay.
Just delete it. Look, it's fake news.
Yeah, but if I delete it, will it delete the entire playlist's existence?
Yeah.
We'll just remove it off the channel.
I mean, just set it to private. There you go.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
And then you're done. And then we can maybe later update it, maybe not. Who knows? We'll see.
I don't know. Who cares? Wasted too much time on this.
A huge amount of time. But that's okay. Look, the thing everyone wants to know is, why don't you like to drink? I mean, geez, what are you, weird?
I do. I said I drink socially. I just don't drink alone.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, Aiden Paladin for $10. Thank you, Aiden. Says, I don't know if you guys have read Dr. Jason Brennan's Against Democracy, but he completely explains with data the three types of political entities as hobbits, hooligans, and Vulcans. Only 5% are Vulcans. I haven't read it, but there you go. Me and Aiden are the Vulcan crew.
Who are the hobbits and hooligans?
I assume the hooligans are people that want to fuck shit up, and the hobbits are people that just want to like grill. I would imagine, judging by that namesake. But
interesting.
I don't know if I should. Someone against democracy. I don't want to read this, Agent. I don't want to read your monarchy propaganda.
What's it called?
Against democracy.
Yeah, I'm against anything named against democracy.
You're trying to sneak one by me, huh? Huh?
How old is this book?
2016.
Oh, ancient history. Geez. I can't. Did they even have books in 2016?
Yeah, right. Bremen primarily suggests that voters tend to be irrational, ignorant about politics. Well, that is true. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but
doesn't mean anything though.
Well, in terms of not having democracy. Soldo for $2 says, according to Louisiana law, any drink or the straw is covered on one end is considered a closed container, and thus you can drive with it. Wow.
Nice.
That's crazy. Okay.
A straw on one end?
There you go. Don't drink and drive, kids.
They would give it to me in the straw. This is the thing. We're on the back to the against democracy thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're just fundamentally looking at voting as completely two different vocations.
Right.
I'm looking at voting as
a poll.
Yeah, figuring out what's going on in the country. And you're looking at polling as in a bunch of micromanagers making decisions for the future.
Right.
Like, it's just, I don't think we're ever going to get past the disagreement until we address that huge thing. Because you have to have some sense-making apparatus for what's going on in the country.
Right.
Right?
True.
Isn't democracy the only sense-making apparatus that we have?
Yes.
Yeah,
so far.
Zero. Yeah. We got nothing else beyond it.
Yep. Everything else leads to tyranny and sadness.
Yeah.
Soldoge for $2 says, since we're talking about trust in institutions, California has passed a bill that'll fine and take the licenses of doctors who have any divergence from the CDC regarding COVID.
Good.
Because the CDC has been 100% correct on COVID. Great plan, California. Wow, that's terrible.
Great. I'm so glad they've done that.
Jeez. California.
We have too many fucking doctors in this state anyway. We need to throw them all in jail.
You want more doctors to put the price down? You don't want less.
No.
No.
No, I want less doctors incarcerated.
Okay. It's like, if I ever talk to my dad about Twitter, he hates Twitter so much that it's just like, I'm like, yeah, but shouldn't Twitter be open? And he's like, no, I hate it. It should go away forever. I'm like, yeah, but that's not viable. He's like, it doesn't matter. It should go away forever. I'm like, okay, but like, it's gonna be replaced by something, right? He's like, I don't care.
We're not being irrational here, Sitch. You got to understand where we're coming from, okay?
You're being hooligans.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Holy cow, we are being hooligans. Fuck you, Hobbit. Get off my lawn.
I'm not a Hobbit. I'm a Vulcan, motherfucker.
Are you?
Yes.
Hilarious.
Obviously.
Hilarious. I wonder what I am.
You're a hooligan.
What
do you mean you wonder what you are?
I feel like I am. I'm going to be proud of that Kanye vote. I've decided it's the only thing I can do.
You're just going to dig into it.
It's the only way out of this conundrum. Hell yeah, I voted for Kanye.
Yeah. He's starting to make sense. I mean...
Yeah.
Be careful.
He's got to break the system.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. It's all some 10D chess. Yeah, of course. Are you going to take the Scott Adams approach? It's Kanye's engaged in some 10D chess.
The next Jewish wedding I'm at, I'm going to wear my Kanye 2020 t-shirt.
Jeez.
No, I can't do that, obviously. Come on. But that's the hooligan in me.
That is the hooligan in you. Energy Clark for 2 hours says, off topic, I just realized that Dave's collusion narrative implodes because of the Ye Nick dinner with Trump. Collusion needs a level of competency, information, and wisdom that politicians don't consistently demonstrate.
Of course.
That's true. That's a good point.
Nick's Trump story was pretty good, though.
It was very funny, yes.
Trump came out, and he's like, you dare to go against me, the great and honorable Trump.
Well, it's just the idea that, like, that like this comedy of errors, like Kanye is so incompetent that he's like, Nick is like, oh, hey, can you send me the text message that talks about Donald Trump's body language and, all like how to talk to Trump? And he's like, oh, let me my fat finger. I send it to this other guy named Nick who just happens to have been like Trump's lawyer. Like, the fuck? What are the odds of that happening? It's so preposterous.
Yeah.
But anyways, Samuel 527 for $5 says, say what you will about the Nazis. That's never a good way to start a sentence.
Oh, yeah.
Say what you will about the Nazis is never a good way to start a sentence. But calling television the electric Jew is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I've never heard that.
Was that a Kanye line? That must have been a Kanye line.
Is that what Kanye said?
It sounds like something he would say. But...
And you didn't say it right. It's the Nazis.
I'm sorry, the Nazis?
Well, it has an ad in it.
Oh, I see.
Nazis.
Well, when you say it like that, it sounds like I'm hearkening back to no bullshit. Saying white nationalist.
The Nazis.
Sitch, why do you keep talking about the white nationalist, Sitch?
White nationalist. White nationalist.
Sitch, do you identify first as white or Jewish?
I can't believe he asked that. That's so crazy. That's so crazy.
I love that. That's like my favorite question that anyone's ever asked me.
I mean, I wouldn't even. I mean, how do you even answer something like that?
I did answer it. I answered it completely stone-faced too.
I don't remember your answer, but
well, there you go. You'll have to go back and check it out.
Why don't I mean, I don't even really think of myself as like a white person as part of my identity. It's not.
That's because you just proven CRT correct, Adam.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Because I'm the default.
You're the default. Yeah. Can't believe you, Adam.
Humanity is the default.
Nice save. Nice save.
Look, that's the truth.
Stuck for $5 says fighting the racism accusations would expose Malcolm's racist nonsense, but would distract from the issue at hand. He would just deflect again and again. I mean, you're correct. So I've been in this situation, obviously, myself. We're in a debate and someone's being a dick, and you're like, okay, do I want to focus on facts, or do I want to get kind of bogged down in their making personal attacks or ad homs or whatever? So I understand that like inclination where I just want to get to the facts. And, you know, at the end of the day, when it came to the poll at the end of the debate, the poll shifted in favor of Matt and Malcolm. So maybe that was the correct choice. But I feel like if you don't address someone calling you racist again and again and again and again, not only do you basically, you're not, you have to penalize someone, I guess. You have to penalize someone for being racist and being racist against you. I don't think you can just keep letting it slide and say, well, I'm just going to take the high ground. I'm not even going to acknowledge it. Like, that's the thing too. He could have acknowledged it without blowing up on Malcolm. He could have acknowledged it. He didn't have to do it so incendiary the way that I suggested. I think it does have to be acknowledged and pointed out.
He should have called him a race grifter.
Well, okay. And I think it would be for the good of society for you to call out if someone's being super racist against you. You have to call it out and say, you know, this is your defense against why we should trust the mainstream media. Because if you don't, you're racist. Like, that's crazy.
Right.
And this is in a Munk debate that you're going to call me another journalist racist based on literally nothing but the color of my skin. I don't know. I think it's a net good for society.
I think
Fat Brown Buffalo.
Race grifter in the title of the video.
Right. There you go. Fat Brown Buffalo for $20. Thank you so much. Chank, our favorite Young Turk, says, I used to think that the mainstream media was biased but overall trustworthy. But after seeing them downplay and excuse nationwide BLM riots for months and then slander Kyle Rittenhouse despite clear evidence, I lost my faith. Yeah, the BLM stuff really hurt. Yeah, there's like a double whammy because it was the BLM stuff and then Kyle Rittenhouse back to back. Really, a lot of people lost faith in MSN after that. Understandably.
Did Destiny just log off? Because we're up to like 1,300 viewers.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Des.
What happened?
We got to set up.
Who came in? Thanks, Destiny.
Check the chat. Yeah.
Guess what, Mr. Girl? See all these fans coming in over here? Look at this.
Samuel 527 for $5 says, hi, Sitch. As a Jewish person, do you think there is a racism/identitarian problem in the Jewish community? What about the dual loyalty of placing Israel first? Ooh, look at you. So first of all,
what happened there?
Whenever you talk about dual loyalty, I mean, I can only talk about my personal experiences. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Jewish people, the average Jewish person will have some affinity for the country of Israel. I have never met a Jewish person that's had more affinity for Israel than America. I've never met that person in my entire life. So I can't speak to that. The dual loyalty thing is usually used as a anti-Semitic dog whistle or explicitly racist or anti-Semitic whistle saying like, oh, that was like the famous thing that Nixon got in trouble for in the Nixon tapes was saying like the Jews need to fight to be loyal to America first, Israel. And so, I mean, I've never met that person. I've never met any Jewish person like that ever in my entire life. And it's actually, I mean, especially a lot of like left-wing Jews are pretty hard on Israel too.
They're like, have you heard? America bad, but
yeah,
also
exactly. Right.
Israel pretty bad too.
Right. So I've never met the dual loyalty person ever in my life. Mm-hmm. So can't comment on that.
Who's conflicted over the loyalty of which one?
Right. As for racism, yeah, I mean, of course, there are Jewish people that are going to be racist just like any other people out there in the world will be. I did notice, though, I'd say like the biggest difference, though, is I noticed like with my grandparents who lived through the Holocaust in World War II, there was much greater sense in people that are like 90 or 100 or 80. This kind of idea that like the Jews have to stick together because they're like literally lived through the Holocaust. They had more like a fear that they could be Holocausted or that America would turn on the Jews or something. There's much more of like a fear of, or kind of like a joint shared identity of like, making the Jews stick together. And that with every generation where like the Jews are not killed, that feeling tapers off.
Right.
And so like with my generation, with the Jewish people I've known, I've never interacted with some Jewish person that's all like has some sort of super strong, like, we need to stick together as Jews. Like, I've never interacted with anyone my age that has that feeling whatsoever anymore. So, and interestingly enough, sort of this is part of the counterproductiveness. Kanye coming out and being so anti-Semitic will probably make more Jewish people feel more cloistered than open, because it's like a threat. I mean, it's a very common thing. You perceive a threat to yourself, and then what do people do? They close ranks. So,
yeah, I mean, I've always had Jewish friends my entire life, but I never noticed anything.
You never noticed your Jewish friends scheming behind your back, like, we're gonna make sure that we leave Adam out of all our cut rate deals.
Yeah, no, nothing like that.
No, that hasn't happened. Okay, yeah. That's good. That's good. You're one of the good ones.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still not letting you into our secret meetings where we control the space laser, but still.
I mean, now that I know there's not even Natty Light there, why would I even want to go? To be honest with you.
What do you mean? There's Manischewitz. It's so much better. Okay.
I mean, who?
You never have Manischewitz, I bet.
I don't know. It sounds awful.
It tastes. It's wine, but it tastes like just grape juice.
Wine. Ugh.
Yes. Look at this guy.
Look.
What do you mean? You're drinking your what was that drink? What was that terrible wine you were drinking?
Thunderbird.
Thunderbird.
But that was just for like a social interest experiment.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, we are Natty Ice, whatever.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Commander Shepard for 20 Canadian says, oh no.
Oh no.
Says, fuck, marry, kill.
Not now. No.
Michelle Goldberg, Douglas Murray, or Matt Taibbi.
Oh, wow.
I'm leaving Malcolm Gladwell out of it because that would just be unsavory and we'd all kill him. So there you go.
Well, I can't participate in this.
Yes, obviously. You can, Adam. You always puss out on the fuck, marry, kill. So you have to answer now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'm going to have sex with Michelle Goldberg then.
Mm-hmm.
I'll marry.
Well, she's the only woman there. Yes.
I'll marry. Oh, this is a tough one. God, that's so terrible.
No, it's not. You're going to marry Douglas Murray because he's got that dry British wit to keep you entertained.
Yeah.
And sorry, Matt. I guess Matt's got to die.
I know.
Sorry, Matt.
It's sad. Douglas Murray is funny, and it could be a lot of stimulating conversation. Yeah.
Is that all that would be stimulating?
Oh, he's gay. Maybe I should marry Matt Taibbi. So we can keep it straight. Yeah. What if Douglas Murray wants to consummate the marriage?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that would be uncomfortable. Look, Douglas.
For one of you, at least.
Look, Douglas, this is just, this was just a super chat, okay? I was forced to do this.
So are you switching? Are you killing Douglas now and you're marrying Matt?
Because you're a homophobe? I'm gonna stick with Douglas Murray.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go. I'm glad.
I mean, I've read a bunch of his books.
Listen, you get married, you have an open marriage.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good.
Yeah.
You'll be like what's her name?
We're gonna go House of the Dragon. Yeah, Rhaenyra.
You'll be like Rhaenyra.
Totally. It's just arranged. Yeah.
There you go. I love it.
Well, by the way, Douglas, I'm already married, so I'm going to continue to have sex with my wife. Right?
There you go. Perfect. Stock for $5 says, wealth inequality is probably the worst measure of fairness of an economy. The question is and always should be upward mobility. That's a fair point.
Agree. Totally agree. Yeah.
That's a good point. I'm pretty sure upward mobility has been on the decline comparatively too. So, but that is a better metric.
Well, people compare themselves to their neighbors, which is the problem with wealth inequality, because it does end up manifesting itself in lower trust societies and a bunch of mentally ill people.
This is for like crime and stuff, right? The highest indicator of crime is wealth
inequality.
Is wealth inequality. Yes, people is the clash exactly, or people seeing other people that have much better off than they are.
Yeah,
supposedly. Stock for $2 says upward mobility and some measure of competition. True. Science You Idiot for $10 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, did you guys hear Alex Jones wants to debate Nick Fuentes and called him a simulacrum? I can't say that word. Simulacrum.
Simulacrum.
Thank you. Of a baby Hitler who needs to be taught a lesson. He blames all of Kanye's views on Nick.
That would be awesome.
That would be a very epic debate.
I'm sure Nick would debate him too, because it's huge clout sharking for Nick.
Would he? I guess you're right.
Why wouldn't he? He's debated everyone. Of course he'd debate him.
Well, I hope he does. When's he going to get on that?
Simulacrum. That's a Destiny word. Yeah.
Is it?
Destiny says that all the time. Simulacrum.
That's just the guy in the Matrix. He has that book.
Does he?
He does.
Let's look it up. What is oh, God. Oh, yeah. Simulacrum right here. An insubstantial or vague semblance. Oh, that's why he always says it. He's like, you've made some simulacrum of me, but that's not really my argument or anything. A representation of a person, especially in the form of a sculpture.
Yes, a $10 word. Well, I hope that debate goes down. We'll definitely cover that. That will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it will be great.
It was interesting, even though it's not worth watching the whole thing. It was a little interesting to watch in the beginning, Gavin McInnes trying to talk Kanye out of hating Jews.
I didn't get to see it. I only saw a couple clips because when I went to BitChute, it had been removed for copyright.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I know. The clips are hilarious.
Because it's basically like he's like, listen, Kanye, I have a bunch of like conservative Jews that are helping me, sue various people. They're all in favor of free speech. They're all kind of against the thing that you're talking about. So isn't it? He's like, isn't it really like the liberal atheists that are the problem, Kanye? And Kanye's like, nah, it's all the same. It's just so like, there was something that was very interesting in that conversation, which is, it's funny to some extent to watch Gavin sort of attempt desperately to get Kanye to not be anti-Semitic, and he's just failing. It's interesting because when Kanye stops talking and Nick briefly starts talking, even though you can tell that obviously Nick is like the genesis of all of these sort of anti-Semitic ideas, maybe not the genesis, but he's definitely feeding Kanye a lot of like specific talking points.
Of course, it's totally obvious.
Right. It becomes very clear once Nick is talking to Gavin. But the thing that's even more interesting than that is when, like, it's actually somewhat kind of interesting to listen to Gavin and Nick argue about the Jewish question. Because Nick has like an ability, like Nick actually isn't an idiot, even if I think he's a horrible bigot. He's not an idiot. So he's actually listening to what Gavin is saying and responding to it. They're actually having a conversation.
Right.
Where Nick is trying to defend his white nationalist ideas and Gavin McInnes is trying to argue against them. But with Kanye, it's just like Gavin is just talking to a blank wall and nothing is getting through and nothing is being said back.
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
And it's just
like
it gets
a mannequin.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just boring. It gets boring because like once the initial shock and comedy of like the situation wears off, it's just horribly boring to watch someone talk to Kanye about his anti-Jewish views because he can't engage at all.
I do like the fact that McInnes is like, he senses that there is all this mineable hate there. And he's like, listen, you have all of this hate, but it's just directed in the wrong direction. Here, let me try to re-aim some of that hate at a target that I like people to hate, right?
Let's attack the liberal atheists. Come on, Kanye. Come on, we could do it.
Like what I feel like that's kind of sus, right? I mean, that's not really a good thing.
Well, that's what he was doing. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, that's not really a good move.
It's like when you have like a cat and it's like scratching the couch and you get the scratching post and you're like trying to do like a fast one on the cat to try to get
totally.
it.
That's exactly what's going on. Look, here it is.
Yeah.
Here it is. It's the liberal atheists.
That's the real problem, Kanye. Come on, hop on board the hate train that's like acceptable socially, or at least more socially acceptable.
Well, with his group,
Kanye's like obstinate. He's like, no, it's the Jews. Shut up, Kevin.
I know. Oh God,
it's pretty funny.
Well, I'm sure it'll surface, and I'll get a chance to see it.
Yeah.
Is Gavin even allowed on YouTube at all?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Here, I'll look on YouTube. It's probably here somewhere.
James Barris $5 says, I remember enjoying Useful Idiots a few years ago. When did Taibbi go full Glenn Greenwald? I don't know. I haven't been following him very closely at all. So I don't know exactly what his position is on Ukraine and things of that nature. So does he have some really... I know Glenn Greenwald's take on Ukraine's pretty dog shit. So I hope it would be sad if Matt is basically just whatever the mainstream media says is wrong. I take the automatic opposite stance if that is his position, but I hope that's not his position.
Yeah, that sucks.
Lloyd Brains for $5 says, why is it up to private reporters to investigate Hunter and the big guy, which is the obvious concern? We can throw millions in investigating the right. Well, whoever said that, Brain? There should be a government investigation to make sure that Hunter Biden is not leveraging his access to Joe Biden and that Joe Biden is actually doing something. Is actually giving some leeway, is actually doing things in order to help Hunter Biden make money. That should definitely be investigated by the government. I'm not against that. Who would be against that?
I'm not. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's start it now. Let's get that investigation underway immediately.
I mean, I don't know how likely that investigation is going to come to pass with Biden being president, but...
Of course. Come on. He wants to investigate his drug addict son.
Well, here's the question. With the Republicans in the House, they can investigate, right? They can have their own House investigations. Will they actually have an investigation will actually be into sort of trying to figure out, get to the bottom of that, of whether Biden actually did anything untoward? Or will it be mostly on just like, why did Twitter and Facebook censor the story?
We're going to find out because they're definitely going to jump on that bandwagon.
Lloyd Brain for $5 says, can Sitch provide a Mueller equivalent document on any Burisma investigation in relation to Burisma being found to be good boys who do nothing wrong?
Shit. Oh, shit.
What?
He's going for you hard. He's very...
Oh, no. Well, actually, first of all, this is a very dumb donation, super chat. I mean, thank you for the money, but it's a very dumb thing to say. It's a total. You just Malcolm Gladwell strawman me, Brain. I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in you, Lord of the Brains, for Malcolm Gladwell strawmanning me so stupidly. And I know you know better. I know you know better, Brain. Come on. I know you know better because I know that you know, as I see you around all the time, that I've said literally every time this conversation has come up that I think Burisma was 100% hiring Hunter Biden for corrupt reasons.
Yeah, of course.
I've never, obviously that was the intention. Okay. I've never denied that. So whether Burisma is good boys or not is completely 100% irrelevant to every single thing we're talking about. The question, which is the only question that actually matters, which you should know this, Mr. Brain, is whether Joe Biden fired Victor Shokin in order to protect Burisma. Not whether Burisma was doing anything right or wrong, but whether Victor Shokin was fired or pressured into being fired by Joe Biden for nefarious reasons, like protecting Burisma because they hired his son. And there's actually zero evidence for that. And all the evidence points in the other direction, that everyone wanted Shokin fired because he was horribly corrupt.
Right. So. Yeah. Because we wanted to protect our foreign aid money.
Yep.
Yeah. We're giving a bunch of money to Ukraine to be Democrats and shit. Yep.
I mean, it's not typical that a good lawyer who's actually fighting corruption is hiring his personal driver to be a lawyer in the government for his office, someone with no legal training. And then that guy and his other lawyer friends are going around to private businesses and blackmailing and coercing them into giving them money and diamonds and paintings and all sorts of other goodies in order to not bring the government down on them. So generally not something you'd expect from a guy who's fighting corruption.
Well, a lot of times drivers double as bodyguards, so it is a good idea if he's your shakedown guy.
There you go.
To get diamonds and stuff out of people.
Which, by the way, that was actually the reason Viktor Shokin was fired, was because of that scandal, not because of what Joe Biden said.
Yes.
I can only say that so many times.
But one more is always fun.
I know. I only make the same point so many times. Loyal Brains for $2 says, I need a proper investigative report about this. Well, there you go.
You just got one.
You can investigate all you want in Burisma. It's completely irrelevant to the story, but I want you, Loyal Brains, to do a deep dive, okay? You really dig deep into it. I know Glenn, you can start with Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck did 8 hours. He did an 8-hour series on Burisma. So there you go.
Wow. That's a lot of cope. That's 8 hours full of cope.
It was 8 hours of something. Max for $20. Thank you, Max. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, you guys are my favorite noise to drown out the voices. They won't stop.
I know. I love Max.
There you go.
Should we teach Max about natural light? I don't know if it's a good idea.
No, you should not. S class is schizoid class.
There you go.
Well, listen, I'm glad that our voices can at least temporarily drown out your voices.
And I hope our voices are at least somewhat sane. So, I mean, we try to be sane.
At least saner in the voices in your head, yes.
In an insane world.
Right. The official S class, who is actually a dirty, dirty, lying scumbag for $2, says, I may be dumb and stupid and poo-poo headed and smarmy and stinky and Floridian and gay and homo for women. Oh, look, gay for women. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's apparently the official S class is Nick Fuentes.
Oh, I know.
But at least I'm not Malcolm Gladwell. He's the opposite of what A-Team stands for. Also, game stream when?
True.
There you go. When are we going to do a game stream?
Once the comic's done.
Okay. We should play the duck game. Or the goose game, since we were talking about ducks so much.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. You don't have to cook in it, Adam. There's no cooking.
Good. I hate cooking games.
We should actually play
Subnautica.
Oh my god.
Game's so lame.
Subnautica's amazing and you're a terrible person. I just received a gift on Steam. Wait, what is this?
If you want a whale sandwich, play Subnautica.
Who's buying me gifts on Steam? We should play
They should call it subnarcolepsy because it puts you to sleep.
We should play that cooking game. I can't think of the name of it.
Someday.
The one where you press the button and you chop the things.
People,
you know the game we're talking about.
People really want their comic, and I'm working diligently on it. So,
I can't see what someone just. Why did someone just give me a game? I can't even see what it is. Well, whatever. I'll check out our stream. Duck Nukem for $5 says.
Duck Nukem.
Duck Nukem says, "I've got balls of steel."
I bet.
Classic. Some weird guy from Joe says, just finished a 12-hour workday with Amazon, and I'm pretty sure my knee has been destroyed. Oh, damn.
Wow.
Either of you boys have any horror stories from previous jobs you've held? Let's share in the pain of the proletariat. S-Class is best class.
Well, after that S-Class is best class, I don't really feel like I can contribute to anything to this conversation. So,
I haven't had jobs that have like destroyed me physically. And that really sucks for your knee.
I mean, I worked in a factory. That kind of sucked.
That was really I know with your Walkman, yeah.
Yeah. And I drove a forklift, and I remember I broke the key off my last day at work, and I was just like, I kind of snuck away from the forklift.
Wait, you never, wait a minute, you never told me this.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Their last day of work.
Yeah.
You put the key in the forklift, and then you snapped it off.
Yeah, well, it kind of, there's like, in the factory, there's all these safety precautions. So there's like those metal railing things that protect like the buildings and stuff. Inside the factory, it's like buildings within a building. And the forklift kind of went under one of those and just broke the key right off, just kind of sheared it off. I was like, oh, well, that sucks.
Wait, you do this as an accident or as intentional?
No, it was accidental, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I figured, that'll just be my little secret between me and And the guy who comes in after me and has to deal with the fact that, the forklift is out of battery juice now.
Were you planning to quit, or did that make you quit? Because you're like, I don't want to deal with this, and you just left. You're like,
it was literally my last day of work. I'd already given my notice and everything.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, well, this is a fortunate. I'm telling you, Sitch, it's better to be lucky. It really is. Because if that happened the second to the last day of work, I mean, that could have been very embarrassing.
I like better the idea that you're like, that happens to you and you look and you're like, I just don't want to deal with this so badly that I'm just never going to come back to work.
Yeah, no.
You're just like, I guess I'm done here. You just walk away from the broken forklift.
I figured.
You never tell anyone anything.
Now that the forklift doesn't work anymore, I figured my job was pretty much terminated.
You just take like Adam just takes a sticky note. He writes "I'm done" with a smiley face, and he sticks it on the forklift. Just walks away, never to be seen or heard from again.
I was working graveyard shift doing that job, so I would sneak out not really sneak out. I would go out, and I'd be like, I'm just going to take a little nap in my car for lunch. And one time I ended up sleeping for like 4 hours. So I went back in. I was like, oh, shit. It's like, I'm going to be in big trouble for this. I was like, I'll just sneak in. And hopefully my boss doesn't see or say anything. So I just tried to make it look like I'd been working the whole time. And he totally got me. He was like,
where have you been?
Yeah,
for 4 hours.
And he's like, what? Yeah. It's like, what? I totally played it off. I was like, what? No, I've been working. I haven't bumped into you.
I just went to the bathroom every time you were near.
Technically, I guess I'm working waste management because I'm basically driving a forklift around and like emptying all these receptacles that fill up with just trash and shit. So I'm taking them back to a central location.
Yeah, but you're not working in waste management. Like you're not working for like the county, like taking garbage.
No, it's just in the factory though.
Was this the factory where you wear your headphones, or is this a different job?
I couldn't wear my headphones when I was for obvious reasons. When you're driving a forklift, you're like,
right,
oh, look, I just fucking ran over someone and didn't even hear them. But
I guess that's a good point.
When I was wearing they gave us all kinds of different jobs to do. I remember wearing, oh God, I showed up at work and I had one cassette tape for like an 8-hour shift. And I was like, oh my God. I remember it to this day. It was Men at Work because I memorized every single song on that Men at Work album because I listened to it for 8 hours straight. It was getting to the point where it was like torture.
Yeah, I bet.
That was so insane because there was a bunch of boxes that we had to like move from one location into a warehouse, into another location into a warehouse. So they had these boxes and like giant fucking pyramids of boxes, right? So by hand, there's like 20 of us. We have to break down these boxes and stack them onto like a vehicle that can move them to a new location. And then we have to restack the boxes in the new location. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? It's just like Sisyphus incarnate, is it not?
Yes. Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
So there you go.
There you go.
There's some horrible job stories.
Good.
Do you have any horrible job stories, Sitch? Or are you just like...
I mean, I've only had office jobs. I never had like some more like mentally, taxing. I'm a hoity-toity white-collar asshole.
Well, no, I've worked a bunch of office jobs too,
right.
Obviously.
I've never had like a physically demanding job.
I've worked as a bartender. I've worked, obviously, in a factory. I've worked...
right.
I've worked retail. I've worked office work. Yeah, I've done pretty much.
You've done it all. You're a very worldly person. You've been all over the place.
Well, I mean, I like to move around and see the world and stuff like that.
And so get drunk and paint.
If you decide, look, I'm just gonna get in the car with my buddy and let's move to New Orleans, and we won't know anybody or know.
That's a pretty crazy thing to do.
Yeah, so we ended up, we literally slept in the car for like a couple of weeks until we even got a place, which was so weird. I mean, God, the mosquitoes in New Orleans are fucking evil.
Oh man,
the mosquitoes in that car were sleeping in the back of my buddy's pickup, and yeah, just they would eat us alive. And then we wake up in the morning, we'd be like, "Oh look, we're parked right next to the fucking canal." Brilliant.
Do you have the windows open when you're sleeping because it was too hot?
Yeah, because it was like a sauna. It's like 1,000
yeah,
degrees.
Yeah, but then you get your ass kicked by the mosquitoes.
But then we got an apartment, a really cool apartment. And the guy, because we told him, yeah, we're writers. We're from California, right? You know, we want to write the great American novel.
Of course.
Storybook. And they're like, oh my God, you could be like the next Steinbeck. Move into our place. It'll be great. So they did kind of give us an apartment like on a handshake deal. That was just
nice.
Awesome. Yeah.
Little did they know.
Yeah, that we were going to be doing drugs and drinking in there like every single weekend.
Well, if you're going to be a writer, they should have assumed that you were going to be doing drugs every single weekend.
Of course.
That's kind of par for the course.
Of course. Yeah. It kind of bugs me because I can't really, the guy that I moved out there with, like, he's one of my old friends that I kind of lost touch with, which really sucks. I mean, I like to be in touch with him.
He's not like, you've had some friends, not just Isaac, I thought. You've had some friends that basically they just become so like politically brain dead that they don't want to talk to you.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I would like to, I don't know. It's weird because some people, I feel like they just, like they move on in their lives in a way that they don't want to revisit the past in any way, shape, or form. And they're like, so I feel like he's probably just like, doesn't want to really, well, I don't know. I don't really, I mean, we hung out when I lived in New York too. So
yeah,
Ray is his name. And actually Isaac's hung out with Ray a bunch of times. So maybe I don't know. Maybe
should get in contact.
Well, I've tried to look for him on the internet, but I can't find him. So, and then I mean, I have a few friends like that. The internet's this weird thing because you can get back in touch with people, which is kind of cool.
That's true.
But then people do get in touch with you that you're like, oh, I never really.
I don't want to talk to this fucking guy anymore.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck?
Yeah, Adam. It's like Adam's first day of like he opens a Facebook and then like all these people he doesn't want to talk to are like, oh my God, it's Adam. They're like, oh, close this account immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. New Orleans was a lot of fun, man. That was a blast.
Old school. Thanks so much for being a thrill seeker for 6 months. Says, why is Jack Skellington abusing a feline by using them as a hat? S-Class is the best class.
It's just an app, man. Just having some fun.
You're not putting Wormy on your head?
I could if you want me to.
What is happening? Wormy's like behind the box? No. Wormy's shadow is being reflected by the light.
No, he's fine.
Oh, there he is. Old school. All right, the one. Soul Odyssey for 30 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says, amazing stream with Dave. Well, thank you. And also this Munk debate. It'd be great to have Michael Malice on too. Have you considered addressing the Israel-Palestine conflict? Not really.
No.
Jordan Peterson just interviewed Netanyahu, and it's getting serious heat for it. Really?
Wow.
Wait a minute. Now that's a pairing I never would have expected.
After the famous Kanye Netanyahu interview, now Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson
stepping up to the bat.
Let's see. Jordan Peterson. Does Israel have a right to exist? Well, I can guess which side of the argument Benjamin Netanyahu takes.
No way. Jordan Peterson is not. That can't be real.
No. Jordan Peterson is not going to argue against that Israel has a right to exist. It's not a debate. It's an interview.
But that's what he's calling the.
Does Israel have a right to exist? Yeah, that's what it's
video?
Called. That's what the video is called.
So he's fully embraced clickbait then.
I mean, it's got almost 400,000 views, so I guess it's working.
I gotta tell you, I stopped watching Jordan Peterson because of the ads in the videos. It's just insane. I just can't take it. No, I don't want your noble gold, okay?
Oh, no. I don't want to watch this. Why did you send this to me, Dev? I'm so upset.
What is it?
It's Vosh reacting to Jimmy Dore leaving on our show.
No way.
I'm not going to watch this.
Well, no. I'm definitely going to watch that.
You can watch it. You can watch it and tell me how it goes. Anyway, back to Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm actually interested in this. I don't think I've ever heard Jordan Peterson talk about Israel at all. So,
yeah, could be interesting. Just remember when the Noble Goal ads comes on that who told you.
We'll
it's
see.
So weird.
Are you saying like there's ads, or are you talking about he does sponsorships in it?
He does sponsorships in the middle of. I mean, I can't remember what I was lining.
Well, is it like because it's the Daily Wire now, so that they have to do sponsorships like in the middle of their shit?
Perhaps.
Maybe. I mean, listen, I think it would be very inappropriate if in the middle of talking to Netanyahu about Israel, Jordan Peterson's like, now that we're talking about Jews, would you like to buy gold? Buy Noble Gold today.
That's horrible. Oh, that's horrible.
I think that would be somewhat inappropriate for Jordan Peterson to do.
You think?
But, yeah, just slightly. Slightly. But we'll see. I'm assuming that doesn't happen. Lord of the Brains for $5 says, millions for government investigation towards the right, but leaving it all up to me to investigate good boy Biden is a pretty bad argument, Sitch. Oh, there. Listen, listen, Brain. Why would I trust the government? The government is untrustworthy, Brain. We can't trust the deep state. What are you talking about? We can't trust the deep state to give us the real answer. The answer is going to be from the people like you, Brain.
That's so sad.
You. Okay. We can't trust the deep state to investigate.
I'm with Brain
Biden.
on this one. Jeez, it just doesn't seem fair.
It doesn't matter. Why? You would if the FBI investigated Joe Biden and said, if Joe Biden investigates himself and says, guess what? I investigated myself and I found out I did nothing wrong.
Look at it's like the January 6th committee against Brain.
Are you going to be like, oh, well, Biden investigated himself and said nothing was wrong, so I believe that.
Brain, do you have subpoena power? I feel like you might need to get that first.
Well, no, in reality, it's going to fall on, I guess, House Republicans to do something about it. So there you go. There's your government. There's your government interaction.
They're going to investigate, definitely.
I assume they said they are going to, but I guess it depends what exactly will they investigate. Will they investigate something worthwhile, or will it be dog shit publicity? I'm not convinced on that one yet, but we'll see. Old School for $5 says, Sitch, you have to take Adam into Valheim. Miss Lands dropped today. I've never played Valheim. Why would you assume that I've played Valheim? I mean, Adam would probably like Valheim, but I've never played it. Kano for $5 says, Garfunkel and Oates did a Hitler or Kanye quote skit 13 years ago. Wow. Talk about prescient. Damn. That's impressive. That is impressive. Oh, I think that's it, Adam.
Is it really?
That's it, yeah. Unless there's anything else you want to say about you running over people with your forklift?
No, that never happens. So don't start rumors that are bad rumors.
No. We got to set up our thing so that we can send people somewhere else.
I mean,
I'm going to say this every time.
I didn't set it up.
Obviously. I didn't set it up either because I'm a bad person.
Well, all you got to do is subscribe to some people.
I know.
But I set up the stream today, so obviously it's my fault. But
yeah, and Joe's still streaming. We could have done it for Joe.
Well, if he wasn't streaming though when we started, then we could.
This doesn't make any sense to me. You can't do it while you're streaming. That's so weird.
But thank you. If it was Destiny, I feel like it must have been Destiny. We jumped up like a couple thousand viewers. So welcome, Destiny fans.
Yes. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Douglas Murray, for totally kicking ass in that conversation. And a big fuck you to Malcolm Gladwell for being a racist asshole in that conversation. But the real heroes are you, the folks at home who made it through the end of this stream, who watched this entire stream in its entirety. You are the true mavericks, the true alpha chads of all society. Hope you have a fantastic week, and I guess we'll see you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye!